Good morning, everybody. Here is Sunday. So, here is Sunday with our friends. So, let's start our morning Dhamma discourse for today. And we take a song. Suppose you walk through a beautiful village. You see houses, roads, riches, gardens, people. So everything there appears complete. If no one told you they had been there, you would think they had always been there. What works in a similar way? When a thought appears, when a thought appears, we see only the thought, nothing else, not even thought as a thought, but as an object, a thing, a person, an animal. We feel we see it as something really exists, something really matters, not as a conceptual thing, but as something real, something solid, something really matter, important, basically as an object. This is a tree. This is my friend. This is my life. This is me. We almost never witness this process of how this thought appears, this construction of this thought, this builder, this process, it remains invisible because now it happens so quick, not not only when we fall into, but always till we get on. If a thought appears, this process always behind this thought. But the thing is, we can't notice it now because since childhood we used to observe, see, interpret the world, the self in this way, in this perception, in this perspective. Each and every day, hundreds, thousands of those kind of things, each and every day in our life. So now this construction has become something that happens so fast because countless times it has occurred to the point we are so used to this process, the system so used to this process now, it happens easily, automatically, so fast, just like a learning skill. At the beginning, we don't know, we slowly do it, and when slowly we learn it, we get slowly used to it, and when we master the skill, we can do it so fast, immediately. We don't even have to think it. It happens automatically, like the body knows how to do it. So, likewise, the process of thought appearing and disappearing happens. Now we have done used to it for so long, countless times per day. This body is so used to create thoughts. That's why it happens so fast, almost instantly. It's a habit that feels big in the end. So today, instead of looking at this finished line, let us look for this construction, for this building process. How does the world become built? How does self become built? How does a suffering appears? And why thoughts feel so old, even solid and continuous, when they may have been a single right mind a moment ago. So let's get back to the point. Look around this very moment. Is the icing the word? Hmm. No, the eye receives only some colors, just like a painting. Just exactly like a 2D painting. In there is different brightness, movement, and shape that are separated from these colors. Just the ear hear the word, blue. The ear receives vibrations, nothing more. Names do not allow to the senses. names around out there. So this powerful appears. Hmm. When a sense of contact occurs, the mind gets triggered to reconstruct the thought at that very moment. It happens so fast in a split second, which gives us which gives us a feeling of almost instant. And then from that sense of contact, the chain thought that this thought is recreated right at this moment. It is something similar to the true thought, but it is not the true thought itself, but something similar to that thought. So this thought, this label, is not part of the original sense of content. It is a vision, it is a sense, it is not. It is something I did. You never get a sign from one. Like we said, it's just only a bunch of colors and some movement. That's it. In that, nothing is wrong. No matter how strong it feels. So you only get those from the items account. But suddenly, the name, a label comes. Could be a chair, a door, big couple, flowers, anything. That didn't come within that item, that I sense a contact itself. That was mind assigning a name label to each component seems the evidence of that sense of contact. I sense the contact. But the thing is, when we say it like this, we can understand it easily. But when we try to open our eyes and see it ourselves, experience it ourselves, it's a bit hard. It feels like this name comes with that icon. Like the chair is already out there, not a concept built in our mind. It is a feeling that too. Because when we see something, immediately the label appears. We strongly feel like there is definitely something there, even without the name. We strongly feel there is something there which is three-dimensional, which have a depth and weight. Because, like this, this is how we used to see how the world is three-dimensional space that we created in our mind through our entire lifetime. So, like we said, it automatically appears like the reality because love is so used to it. This mind immediately takes see in that perception. It is so used to see the world in that way. Now it automatically happens. There's no real time to question what happened. It happens so fast because of that habit throughout our entire lifetime. Countless thoughts predict everything we say to outside. Each and everything feels like an object that is real, that is existing outside, not just the eye sense of contact, from every five sense of contact. So it's the perception that we have so used to seeing our immediately, immediately we are seeing in that way. That's why when you're looking at something, we immediately feel like the object is out there and there is object. We immediately get the name of it because we are used to see each and everything in that perception, in that perspective. Even without us knowing a name, we still feel like a three-dimensional object is there. Look clearly when you observe something. Can you see the whole three-dimensional object at once? Or is it just like the frames, still frames of a movie that got combined together and create this illusion of three-dimensional object? Because at once we cannot see the front and the back of any object. At once those frames cannot be seen. But just like a movie, when the still frames move so fast, it creates an continuous 3D object, which happens when we observe an object from front to side to back. When we immediately look at it, it creates an illusion of three-dimensional object. But in reality, we would never see the front and the back together. Either it's front, either it's back. So this front and the 3D observation is always in our mind. When we're looking at the front, we remember we saw the back. We feel it in that way. So that's why they have merged and placed this 3D object in our mind. That's how objects seems. cheating, fear. But in reality, the moment of that observation, only one side can be seen. It could be from. So in those subsequent times, you gain something remains, something determines and remains existing. And not only that, we name it, no, not just as a sweet emotional object, but also it has a name and a texture and a smell and a taste. But all life on our mind, life itself, we only see one side of object, just like a 2D picture. That whole feeling is what we created by the mind. So it's in our mind. So that image have a name, have a smell, have a taste, have a texture. And whole mental object is created. Now this object, we don't feel like it got created in our mind. We feel it exists out there because that's how we see it. That's how this perception works through our entire lifetime. So it's normal to see objects, this mental object out there, this three-dimensional object out there. The 3D object itself is mind's illusion, mind's creation with the help of this speed. We are unable to see it. So we always assume it exists out there. So not just one object, each and everything, living, non-living, things are seen in that way. A believed real existing outside in this way. But in reality, this whole illusion, illusional object, this mental object is greater, nowhere else, nowhere existing but in our mind. It immediately mind's perception that put it to outside. Not thinking that this is something that gets created in our mind. Immediately puts to outside. It feels like mind perceiving something really existing out there. That's why we feel like everything is existing out there. But the whole object wasn't created in the mind. Because from sense contact, we never get feedback, just only still frames moving fast. This whole movie is in the mind. Mind merges those still frames and create this whole movie. Yet it believes its own creation exists out there. Let's take another example. Imagine a carpenter building a chair. One piece of wood is not the chair. One nail is not the chair. One leg is not the chair. And the pieces are gone. Then everyone said, there is a chair. So the thought was saying, one sound is not the object. One image is not the object. The texture is not the object. The smell is not the object. The taste is not the object. When all those sense conducts join together, combine together, they create an object with different sense contact. But the sense contact separate themselves are not object. So now this is how the thought, the object it created. It created in our mind, yet we believe it exists outside. We feel like we perceive the object from other sense context. To that point, to that level, we strongly feel this mental object exists out there, but it's just a concept object that gotten created from sense contact at point, not out there, but from our own mind. So now we believe the object is real, person is real, animal is real. When you feel they are real, if something was wrong, no, suddenly it doesn't end up there. Now we feel angry, or we feel sad, or feel happy, excited, or anxious. With whatever thing we take in ourselves, follows those emotions. You know, there is an object that exists out there, and we feel it's really exist. And something happens, we feel sad, happy, angry. Like he said, this thought appears so fast now. Like, have you ever noticed how quickly this recognition happens? You hear a sound, but immediately it doesn't feel like a sound. It feels like someone speaks your name before even the sound has completely faded. Immediately thought of me. This is my name, and someone is calling my name. not just one thought, one after other, immediately sparks life so fast, one after other. And if we know that so, we might even remember immediately who is that person, their relationship, their identity. Not only that, even the emotions appear whether we like them or not. Everything appears in that simple sound. We just like a simple sound, but a whole complicated story was created in our mind. Yet, yet we believe all those are real and they are really existing, happening out there. That's the perception that we are so used to. That hard to break free from. It's a habit that we have mastered, that we have practiced. We can't even get out of it. So this happens so quickly, almost instantly. Because of this so fast paced rapid speed, we really cannot see the process. Because of that, we cannot really see where it really happens. That's why translation we put it to outside, something really existing outside. Because we can see the process, so we can't put it to the mind. It's mind's creation. Instead, we think it's already existing out there. It happens so quickly that it seems instantaneous. But perhaps there was never one thing called a son, a love, a person, just only countless small explanations assembled into one convincing experience, object, and situation. Face is lights the construction and the illusion. Children normally assign it to outside. If we see the construction, then we know it's never outside. It's always inside. Mental formation, mental object. It's because this thought we can't see this construction. That's why we immediately assign this object to outside. So, as we know, no many things are grandparents, but they are told exist. Like they just appearing and disappearing any sometime. So everything changes. Even the body changes. We know the body changes. Feelings changes. Thoughts changes. Weather changes. Relationships change. Yet thought keeps saying same body, same person, same, same object. Why? Because this thought that gets created each and every time is identical. They're not the same thought, but they appear identical. And because of this resemblance, we feel it as same thing. If it 100 times, 100,000, but they are similar, resembling. There's a resemblance there. They are identical. And because of that, we think it's the same thought appearing again and again, not 100 different times, but the same thought appearing 100 times. That's where the mistake happens. Just like we create the object and assign it to outside world, this is also another misunderstood, a wrong perception. Like we cannot see the truth behind this object, mental object, as it exists out there. The same thing happens here. We mistaken its identical 100 thoughts as one thought appearing again and again. But as we cannot store thoughts. Each and every time a thought appears and disappears, like a tiny electric spark, it appeared and disappeared. We cannot store that electric spark. Next time another electric spark happens, it can be similar to the previous one, but it is not the previous. It is a strong one. This is a new electric spark. The light finds the thought appears. We feel thought is something real, like one thing, but each and every time, if there are 100 times, 100 different thoughts that looks identical, that feels similar, the similar. And because of that, we mistake them as the same thing. It's our perception always. Like we believe objects exist out there. This is also another perception that we think, that we feel strongly, feel that we can't even get out of it. Most of that we are used to this perception, it happens automatically. Because when immediately a sense of contact happens, the thought process happens, and this power gives value for them, believe them exist, and think this is the same thing, and we feel angry, we feel happy, we feel sad. All those things happens automatically, instantly, that we can't even control them. Because that's the way this mind, this system is used to see the world, to see the world. We have mastered it over the time. So now it happens in a split second. And we don't know, we will start to suffer because of the thought, because we have taken it as the reality, because we believe it's the same previous thought, previous person, previous situation. That's why we suffer. That's why we feel sad. We never see this is any thought that has no relationship with any previous thought, but a similar, a resemblance, identical. Yet we suffer because that's how we feel it. Not that we do it, it happens automatically. And even after knowing the thing, sometimes it, it can happen in that way because to that level, we are so used to living this world in that way, in that perception. Imagine drawing the same picture every morning. Each drawing is new, yet because they resemble one another, someone thinks this is the same picture. Nobody sees the construction of this picture, this drawing, so they assume this is the same picture that was here. Yet it is newly drawn picture on that day. Hundred pictures, yet they are similar. So people can't see the drawing process of it. They think this is the same picture, only one picture, but there are hundred pictures. So this continuity of this object, this thought, built in the same way. Anything that feels real, solid, continuous, was there or was in the past, is part of this emotion, this perception. And because we can see the process, it's a solid object or continuous. Among every thought fields, its greatest construction may be the simple thought mind, this sense of self. Observe carefully. There are sensations, there are emotions, there are thoughts, references. Everything is changing. Then a thought appears. Underneath all those things, a thought appears, a self, a sense of self, not a self appears, but a sense of an existing self appears, because there's no self to appear. But just like some fake sense of a self appears. So each and every time when the sense of contract triggers the thought that mental object to get created, and we can't see out there, we can't see it created in the mind, we assume it's out there. At the same time, with that exact object gets created another thought, this sense of self, this it can come in find me, find myself, any form, but it's the self, this I, this me. So now when mental object gets created, the perception puts everything out there, and at the same time, the mental self gets created and that would go inside. Happens in a split second. Now there is an object out there, while a self is looking at that object inside him. But the self is another thing. And like we said, that illusion of same thought is an illusion of the same object because of their identical nature. We mistaken it as same thing, same object. The self is also treated in that way. The thought of self appear again and again because it is similar. I think this is the sense of appearing again and again. Now we think there is really a continuous self-feeling. It always the wrong perception. It is an illusion of silent, continuous being object. So now there is outside object and the soul is looking at that object. Like we mastered objects existing out there. Each and every time with that appeared this so now there is always a self who is doing everything, observing everything, looking at everything. We don't even think we have this feeling, this sense of self. To that level, it has gotten stronger. We don't even question it. We strongly feel some kind of a sense of this self. Yet everything is constantly changing. Every thought, every sense of contact, everything is. Yet we believe there is this continuous love and a continuous self. So we basically live inside the building we construct. Mind has stuck in its own creation, own illusion. And when we take in those as real, with that follows the suffering. If something happened to yourself, this thought, this sense of self, not even existing self, we immediately feel sad or happy, angry. create everything follows. The truth is that we have to see this process as a process, experience it ourselves. The outside world is the object, how even the thoughts are not real. Even the thought object itself is another thought that we use to describe this. So the thought itself is not something. What remains is just some appearances and disappearances. So you have to see, observe it, experience it yourself to break free from this illusion of your mind, from your fake reality. We cannot do it. We cannot break free ourselves immediately. The only thing we can do is to see through. This is not the reality. This is a result of the process. Each and every time when you see the reality behind each and every thought, including the self, self is also a thought. With that, automatically happens an internal transformation. With that, slowly starting to reduce the power, the value we have given to this fake reality. So, rest there gently. We lend them a moment from the discourse for today. Very silent, everybody.
Their question. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect uh, at the beginning of this swim discussion. As I do always, I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Peruan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa. May our friends who are listening be blessed by Triple Gem. May our friends who are helping us with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is our regular Zoom series, Buddothpado PeoTV English series, running from 8 a.m. Sri Lankan time to 11 p.m. Sri Lankan time, with a discussion session in between from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. because the other sessions are all sermons, going in the format of sermons, and the time dedicated to discuss, to join live and discuss your problems is from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Sri Lankan time. So, as always, we do, we welcome you to join us because it's beautiful to continue it as a discussion. More questions are asked or more doubts are put forward, it it becomes more and more nice, and it opens up a wider range of facts, not only to you and us who are coordinating, but also to the people who are discussing via other means like YouTube or Facebook, and also for the friends who will listen to this later on. Just a small reminder about that. Uh, so, as usual, we will start our discussion about Buddothpado sermons and the Buddothpado teachings. Uh, you may already be knowing we do not use lots of Pali terms. We try to make it as simple as possible so that a person who is not a Buddhist, who has never heard of any of these teachings, but still want to find out uh, something that he or she is missing, or something that he or she feels that is there but still didn't find. So, such a person will not be interested in hearing the things in Pali terms, but he or she will feel he or she will be interested in finding out the more practical way how it can be applied to the day-to-day life. Uh, so this is what that's what we are trying to explain, because uh, the languages are sometimes barriers actually from one language to the other one. When it is translated, sometimes the exact meaning does not go to the person who is listening. So therefore we have to be very careful. So therefore our noble friend Narayan Mahanse is always explaining them in simple terms, and actually he's inventing sometimes words to suit the situation. So therefore, I mean, to give the meaning. Uh, so therefore, I don't think it is difficult for you to understand these sermons done in this Buddothpado series. It is important to listen to this carefully, and not only that, revise those things by yourself. That is how you can get the deep realization or understanding of these facts. Lots of self research, revising, and self experimentation is needed. Without going only from the metaphors explained in these sermons, you might be able to find better metaphors, sometimes better examples from your life experiences. Those actually will give a deeper realization, because it is something that you have experienced. So therefore we very clearly say that don't take up the things as it is. Try to apply them to your day-to-day life activities, and also try to apply them to the situations that you are facing, the incidents, and uh, see how it is applicable. See how that Dhamma is helpful in that experience. See the difference, how you feel with that experience, the way that you felt with the same experience earlier, and the way that you feel now uh, regarding the same experience. Is there a difference between the two? Is there a better feeling or some form of comfortable feeling now rather than the previous time? So these are the things that you have to experiment and see yourself. If you feel that there is a difference in the way that you are handling a particular situation, or the way that you felt uh, the same situation when you faced it earlier compared to now, uh, what sort of difference is there is something that you have to analyze. Is it something that happened with time? Because we know some experiences that uh, occur after a long time due to various other reasons also the effect can change, or in other words the power that was created can change due to many other reasons. One reason may be long time. Now when there's a long time gap, except in few situations, the we say that the hotness of the situation, the fire of the situation eventually comes down. Now even we know that the countries which are fighting with each other for a long time, after some years and years and years, the two countries or the two communities will uh, have some peace between the two. The people themselves feel the time has changed the things. Why should we fight? So that sort of things actually is not what we are trying to explain. Now those are part of the natural process, isn't it? Uh, as a part of the natural process, with time, the experiences become less significant. So that is one way. Secondly, certain things sometimes, due to the own person changes of the person or the changes of the system, it may be the illnesses, it may be the aging and disabilities. So those also sometimes change the reactions to incidents. So those two, both of them are actually the sequence of the natural process. But what we are trying to explain is not something like that. Knowing exactly how uh, this uh, this incident worked out, knowing exactly what is this process, knowing how this system was functioning, that itself will neutralize the effect uh, which occurred. So that is the aspect that we are trying to explain in Dhamma. Uh, Nothing to do with the time, nothing to do with your physical illnesses or the aging, nothing to do with any other environmental changes that makes you feel that there's no point of chasing behind this. So those are actually can vary. Uh, they are part of the natural process and it can change at any time. But what we are trying to explain is according to the Dhamma, according to the beautiful teaching done by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago, understanding the truth, understanding the uh, root of this, that itself helps to destroy the this tree. Uh, so the previous two conditions that I meant maybe something like you are cutting the tree from the ground level, but the tree can anytime it will grow up. And also the other important thing is the things that happen as a part of the natural process is not going to change your uh, your risk of uh, getting more and more entangled in this cycle of birth or the samsaric journey. It's not going to help you because it is just a temporary solution that is coming up, isn't it? What we are trying to find out is something permanent, a permanent solution that is going to help you to resolve your problems for the rest of the samsaric journey. And uh, so, exactly knowing what is happening here is the only way. That is the truth that is explained in this Dhamma. So, truth doesn't mean that a person from a different religion can't study this. A person who has a different faith shouldn't come in here, because we know many people who are Buddhists according to the documentation. Actually, what they practice is not the true Dhamma facts that Lord Buddha explained nearly 2,600 years ago. So, which is uh, which is actually sad to see. So, Lord Buddha said that the people who understand this truth, the true Dhamma, is so rare, because he gave a beautiful metaphor comparing the little bit of soil which he took on his nail, saying that that is a amount equal to the people who will understand this true Dhamma compared to the vast amount of soil on the ground level. So you can see now, you are hearing this Dhamma now. You are coming to that tiny amount of soil which was on the nail of Lord Buddha. So, such a valuable opportunity that you and me have got. So, therefore, pluck up your courage, have the determination, uh, see how your interest in growing, and uh, taste this uh, delicious meal called this true Dhamma. Just have a taste, then you will not be able to leave it. So that I assure you. And we know that Dhamma is something applicable to everyday life. Uh, Dhamma means the events that are happening every day, because we are being manipulated, or uh, we go along the thought process. That is the truth. Everything that we use a word is a thought, and we are being flown along that current of the thoughts. Thoughts are changing, non-stop changing pattern is there, and the nature of the thoughts are such that uh, feeling that a change every moment, a change is expected, want to change. The changing pattern itself is the one which gives rise to that alive feeling. So just see now, take your day to day life practices. You don't like to wear the same frock or sari for several days in a row, isn't it? You feel like changing it, but you give the reason. People might think this one is wearing the same uh, sari every day for 3 days. You put that, project that to the outside world, isn't it? But is that the reason? No, it's not that the concern about outside people, because in Buddhism, Lord Buddha very precisely mentioned that world is created in the mind. So, in other words, that concept that shouldn't wear the same sari for 3 days is a thought within the system. So, all are actually thoughts. Everything is created in your mind. As a thought, you think that other people might laugh at me. So, other people means you assumed outside world. And forget what you wear. If you talk about the food, now if you have to eat the same curries Now in Sri Lanka, we are eating rice and curry mostly. And if you had to eat same curries for more than 2 servings, you want something different, isn't it? You say that sick of eating the same thing. Or maybe if you happen to walk by the side of the road and if you see some jackfruit or breadfruit, because these are generally seasonal things available. I'm just actually taking examples from Sri Lankan background. I'm sure you can find similar ones in your setup. So if you see something like jackfruit or breadfruit or maybe manioc, those things are not uh, seen every day to buy. You might suddenly stop. Oh, I didn't eat this for a long time. You will buy some and bring home. And at home, you might sometimes prepare it like for 2 days. By the end of the second day, you say that we have been eating this for two servings now. I don't want to eat anymore. Now, the same mind which was really craving to buy that 2 days back, now the same mind or the same thoughts are rejecting that, saying that I'm sick of eating this. So isn't this the pattern of the mind? Isn't this a pattern of the thoughts, the changing pattern? And another example that Aran Mahasi, our Nobel friend, gave was the confession made by people in the court sometimes. Sometimes a person who is accused of killing another person might say that I'm not a person of this type. I have been a very innocent person and he is my good friend also. I do not know what happened to me at that time. Just a force made me to kill him at that time. I lost my senses. So these are the ways that they confess sometimes in the courts. We know that in such situations, even the courts will have a kind, uh, well, you can't call it a kindness, but the the same level of imposing sentences might change a little bit because some consideration is given to the situations where there is sudden loss of patience, sudden loss of temperament, I mean, sudden changes in the level of the temperament. So, hadisi. So, such situations are considered from a different angle rather than planning uh, to kill a person and with all hatreds and anger. So, this is the nature of the mind, this is the nature of the thoughts. And the same person is now lamenting, why did I kill my friend? How did it happen from my hands? Why, what went through with my mind at that time? So those are the things that we hear now and then. These give a beautiful example, actually, metaphors, to show you the nature of the behavior of the nature of the mind, the way that the mind is behaving. So, in other words, a thought pattern. We know the mind means a fast flowing series of thoughts. So, the way that the thoughts are flowing is something unpredictable. So, as that man was lamenting, uh, I don't know what happened to me. And when he says that he was my good friend and I didn't have the intention of killing him, what happened to my senses? Now, those sentences itself indicates that the mind is not myself, isn't it? The myself is lamenting about my mind. So the mind is separate from the myself. So anyway, we have this self, we have this feeling called self, but you can't find it. Certainly, it is not in the mind, because that is the most difficult thing to find out. The mind is so complicated, so the strongest suspicion is directed to the mind. Is the myself hiding in the mind? So from that uh, description, and also from Lord Buddha's time, we know that about Angulimala Thero. His name was Ahinsaka before he became this rogue. Uh, the meaning of the Ahinsaka is innocence. So he was a very, actually, his behavior suited very well to his name. He was an innocent, intelligent uh, boy, and he was supposed to be the best in that group of pupils. But he, because of the request made by his teacher, he completely changed his pattern of thinking. He just wanted to uh, be obedient to his dear teacher, so that was his only intention. And then he started killing people to collect the fingers. So that is why he got this name Angulimala. Angulimala means the Anguli is the fingers, and Mala means a necklace. So he was wearing this necklace of the fingers just to count the number. So now here also you can see the mind is the one which has changed. The thought pattern is the one which has changed. So was it within his control? No, it was not within his control. So then the self, we can very clearly see that the self is different from the mind. And we know he became an arhat later on after becoming a monk. Again, because at the last moment he could understand the way that the thoughts are formed. And that process again was something unique to this human mind. Only the human beings can understand this pattern of changing. So clearly, the mind is not myself. If the mind is myself, that person who was accused of killing somebody should have been able to control and stop him, isn't it? And now he's lamenting because is he is accused of killing his own friend. So the thought pattern uh, varies fast. There's an evolution, a changing pattern. Uh, the evolution of the change thoughts, or the changing pattern of the vijnana, or the consciousness, mind consciousness, is because the perceptions are also evolving. Sanya, abhisankarana, and sanya vipariname. Evolution, changing pattern of the perceptions, and the the perceptions becoming strong and more powerful. That is abhisankarana. Actually, abhisankarana is also a form of evolving, a form of changing. So when the perceptions are changing, evolving, automatically the vijnana, or the consciousness, which is the result of the perception, also evolves or changes. So this thought pattern, changing pattern of thought, is due to that evolving nature. Evolving nature is not something that a person is doing. It is again the nature of the system, or the chitta niyamaya. the natural law of the mind is such that the pattern of the thoughts are changing. Non-stop changing pattern is there as long as this physical body is functioning. The physical body functioning means as long as the breathing is there, the five senses are functioning. And when the five senses are functioning, the thoughts are formed that we have explained and discussed earlier also. The five sensor functions will combine to form the thoughts. So the five sensor functions again is not myself, because again there is no controlling body there. The eye functions as long as the physical eye is there. That means non-stop photographing, non-stop videoing occurs, provided that the physical eye is normal. And it's a fast process. Because of the fast process, some pictures are created as if they are real. So what Aryan Maharshi explains is that even the light that is seen, the sound which is heard, the taste which is felt, smell which is felt, and the skin sensations felt, they are all creations. None of them are normal. None of them are normal, and they are all 100% creations. So when they combine these created things are combining and forming the thought, that becomes yet another creation only because of the speed. So the thoughts are not true actually, even though the thoughts are manipulative, because the thoughts have a current, a power. And when the thoughts occur repeatedly, that current is more powerful. And that is how even this physical body is manipulated with the current of the thought. Now you say that you want to uh, have a bath. That is a thought, isn't it? According to the thought, the body starts moving, and all the activities related to the bath occurs because there is a mental picture how to do it, and the different senses taking turns alternatively, and then complete the task of having a bath. And that bath is something uh, which came up as a mental picture or repetition of a previous thought. So accordingly, the things are happening. So that is how the physical body is manipulated with the power or the current of this thought. So why we want to change the things every moment? That is because of the nature, evolving pattern of these thoughts. Uh, Now we know that we talk quite often. Some of the common Pali words that are heard, dependent origination or paticca samuppada. Though it is written as 12 words lined up one after the other, and it is an important part of the Buddhist teaching also, because in one place, Lord Buddha has said that knowing paticca samuppada means knowing Dhamma. So basically, it is something uh, that has to be understood as a part of this Dhamma understanding. But remember, now uh, in the countries where Buddhism is taught as a subject, and also the monks who learn this paticca samuppada, they know the 12 components of the paticca samuppada or the dependent origination, but that is simply a knowledge. That is actually what happened to generations of our monks also, because they know it as a knowledge, but knowing as a knowledge is useless. This is actually what happened. This is what our RN Vahase is explaining, that uh, uh, when it is written in the books, uh, the, even the monks will by heart it, and that is how it comes down in the generations. Like RN Mahase very often explains, our noble friend, he explains that the moment it was started writing down in the books, the Arhant's era gradually came to an end, which is quite true actually, because people started depending on the knowledge from the books. During Lord Buddha's time, the only way was to remember the things and then have the deep understanding or the deep realization. But now that is a field level, isn't it? But now what is happening is that it is the uh, thought level. They are all taken as knowledge. Knowledge is always a thought. So the thoughts are uh, uh, given the priority. And as R.N. Mahasi explains, there's no nirvana in this pathway of thinking, no nirvana in the pathway of thoughts. It's simply because thoughts are not true. Thoughts are just manifestation due to the speed. So the things in front of you, a Buddha statue, a picture on the wall, chair, cushion, all these things are thoughts. And thoughts which are felt as real now, I feel as if those items are real, really existing. So the feeling of real existence means, in other words, myself is here experiencing them. So this is actually the story explained in Paticca or the dependent origination. It's not rattling down those 12 steps or the 12 names which are considered as parts of the Paticca or the dependent origination. Basically, what is meant by Paticca means, uh, well, the level of your understanding of dependent origination or Paticca parallelly equals to the feel that you are existing. So I can give you so many words actually. How strongly you feel that you are existing, how strongly you feel that the world is existing, equals to the level that you understand or you realize the Paticca or the dependent origination. Let me explain it a little bit more. Uh, if you feel that the thoughts are true to up to a certain level, I mean, if you do not feel that the thoughts are not true at all, if you can transcend it and then understand 100% that thoughts are not true, then you should be an arahant, because that is a level that up to the maximum that a person or a system has understood the dependent origination or the Paticca. But there will be certain levels, of course. A person who feels that complete understanding with a deep realization that world is true and in that world I am living and the things are there. I am communicating with this outside world. Now that is mundane world. Isn't that where we were? Most of us were. So mundane world is 100% true world, including myself. And however much you can rattle down the 12 steps of the Paticca you are nowhere in the understanding of that. So that is one level, one extreme end. On the other hand, the Arhant level, the Arhant's mind know 100% that there is nothing called outside world. It is something in each and every moment created as a thought. And that thought is also fast changing. And this is just a system. Some sensors are functioning alternatively, and 100% there's no person here. And everything is happening as a part of this system as long as this physical body is there. So, in that state, what the Arhan's mind experiences is the Sukhaya only. Sukhaya means the deep seated stillness with a relaxed and calm nature. So that is not changing. Whatever the stimulus that he is facing, that Arhan's system is facing, this stillness is not going to change at all. So that is the other extreme end. Then we say that Arhant, Arhant understands or has the deep realization, deep understanding, and deep realization of the dependent origination of Paticca. So that is the other extreme end, which we label or which we call nirvana. Where there is no fire, fire is zero. So in between these two extreme ends, there are various levels actually. Uh, the the feeling of self existence, the degree of feeling of self existence is equal or is parallel to the degree of understanding of the dependent origination. Also, you can say, I mean, this can be explained in different ways. The level of things getting tied up, paticca. Paticca means tying up. So the level of that thoughts uh, are getting entangled or getting tied up. That level again equals to the level that the understanding of the Paticca. How up to what level do you feel that the thoughts are felt as real? That again is parallel or equal to the level of understanding the Paticca. Now, these are various ways that you can interpret. So, basically, uh, the Paticca, even if it is uh, written as 12 steps, it is something that happens in each and every stimulus, each and every thought at this moment. So, actually speaking, the 12 steps, none of them can exist without the others. So, it's all 12 steps are occurring at the same time. I remember one example I heard talking about the football, which has several sort of uh, pieces. I don't know whether I'm using the correct term. If you remember the nature of the football, uh, there are some black pieces, there are some white pieces. All are carefully knitted or stitched together to form the ball. So if one piece is missing, you can't actually form the ball, isn't it? All 12 pieces are equally important to form the ball. So it's something like that. It's not something that this is happening after this is happening after this, like that. Uh, we can't divide anything happening before and happening after. Uh, actually, uh, uh, as a knowledge. This is how we knew it. So that is why the knowledge has actually uh, misled you. Uh, so, as Anand Vahansi very clearly says, Paticca Samuppada or the dependent origination is not something that you can write in a book. What is meant by the ignorance or avidya? If you feel the things as real, that is the simplest way I can see. Devalse Danima. Devalse Danima means something which has a value. So if the book is felt as a thing, if the jack tree is felt as real thing, if the banana tree is felt as a real thing, that is where the avijja is. That is where the uh, ignorance is. So the ignorance is there throughout this mechanism. What is explained in Paticca is that how the thoughts become real. So the moving forward or the anuloma means how the thoughts are formed and how the thought is felt real. That is where the birth of the self is. That is where the jati is. So each time in each and every thought, the self is born, and there is a death eventually. When there is a birth, always birth is associated with the death. So we talk about the birth and death in each and every thought. Actually speaking, uh, uh, the constructs or the sankhara, when the constructs are there, that means construct is the one which leads to consciousness. Sankhara leads to, or sankhara is the cause for the consciousness or the vinyana. Sankhara my vinyana, that is how our Arhanhans is explaining. Actually, you can't see a time gap between the two. Sankhara is the one which is felt as really existing. That is your vinyana. So, sankhara or the sakasvima or the construct means there is avijja, means there is ignorance. And when the ignorance is there, the construct or the sakasvima occurs. So they are actually going hand in hand, isn't it? It's not this is causing that, but they coexist. When the ignorance is there, the things are constructed. The things are constructing means that is where the ignorance is. Uh, so even though the 12 names, 12 levels are explained, basically it happens at the same way, same time, same point, right now in this moment. So uh, these are sometimes explained in very serious manners. But what Aryan Mahanse tells is that even though many Pali words or many Sinhala words have been used to explain these things, the most important fact is not coming to light, is not highlighted. What is it? Uh, Everything is in this moment. Everything happens right now in this thought. So that fact has to be highlighted. Then the person who is trying to understand this Dhamma will not go behind orders or will not try to understand or by heart things. This is happening after this is happening after this. That is the problem of writing these things in the book. Because when you are writing anyway, lately. So This is the important message about the dependent origination. The feeling, how heavily do you feel that you are existing? Uh, that means the level of understanding about the dependent origination is less. So, in other words, there can't be a person who understands Paticca Samuppada. That's a very beautiful phrase, actually, mentioned by one of our Dharma friends. There can't be a person who understood Paticca Samuppada. Now, that gives a beautiful meaning, isn't it? Because when there is a person, when myself is there, you can't talk about the understanding of the Paticca Samuppada or the dependent origination. It's something that you have to penetrate deep and understand these things. Uh, Telling can be very superficial, and trying to remember those things also can be very superficial. And without realizing, it comes as another fact in your knowledge. But knowledge is always going to block your pathway. So always RN Vasi reminds us go by the feel, awaken to the feel always. You cannot keep the feel aside and then go on this path. So it's very important to understand the difference between the feel and the mind. Uh, the mind means this flowing of the thoughts, that the thoughts means always that is your sakkaya ditthhiya or your self view. The self view or the thoughts always cover that more sensitive feel level. Now, suddenly you uh, mm, I'm trying to take an example, something very simple which happens. Uh, okay, just we will take an incident of just accidentally cutting your finger when you were chopping some vegetables. Uh, so, initial thing is sensor functions, isn't it? The body sensor, eye sensor involved, and the mechanism or the technique of cutting vegetable is occurring, and suddenly the body sensor experiences a pain, and the eye sensor will pick up the bleeding, and the mind sensor conclusion, the cut the finger and it's bleeding. And just with that incident, do you feel that there is a burn within yourself? Just instantly, the moment you feel the pain, the moment you feel the blood coming out from there, even though those occurred at the level of the senses, you feel something, isn't it? You can't explain it in words, but that's not actually a happy feel, of course. It is a feel that is that can be labeled as anxiousness or sadness or a little bit of anger or something like that. So you can give some label to that current like feel that you experience immediately along with the other sensor functions. And the see the thoughts immediately coming after that. Now the feel is there, the other thoughts were there. Now the thoughts have come up, finger got cut. Now, what are the thoughts which are coming? Need to put some medicines to this. Should uh, properly bandage this one. And then how am I to do the rest of the cooking? It's difficult to do any cooking now. Maybe I'll have to get some food from outside. Now, consequence of those are the thoughts which come subsequent to this initial thought. And as a part of this system, that uh, the current was created, and along with that, lots of thoughts came up. I cut my finger, and that is a thought. And along with that, there are many other thoughts which are coming along with this one. So you are taken away, you are getting flown away in that uh, series of thoughts, isn't it? So that feel is nowhere to be identified now. It is the thoughts which are flowing very fast. Uh, Now I remember about an incident which was explained in one of the Zoom discussions. One gentleman mentioned. Now, as I said, it is actually nice if we can discuss some incidents because that opens up the passage to do lots of other explanations. So, just I remember about an incident that was mentioned by one of our coordinating Dharma friends. He felt that when they were having a discussion, it's a serious and very good Dhamma discussion. And while it is happening, the phones of some people were ringing, which led to some disturbance of the to the hearing. So the outcomes actually were explained by R.N. Mahansi very beautifully. This has been actually explained even earlier in different ways. But the beauty of this Dhamma is actually you can explain the same fact from different angles. So it is uh, important that even though it is explained from different angles, we are coming to the same point at the end. So for a person who has never listened to this Dhamma will be angry. Now, this is not necessarily in the Dhamma discussions. Whatever the important event that you are taking part, and particularly if the people have been to uh, asked to put their phones to the silent mode, you can very often you can hear phones ringing here and there. So what is the sequence happens with that? Now from different levels we can talk about this. Actually these are the different levels of the Satara Samyak Pradhana Virya. This actually explains how a person who is in the Dhamma path take the efforts to understand this Dhamma from different levels. Uh, how four, these are the four levels, how the uh, courageous attempts are made to progress in this pathway. So for an ordinary person, it will be something like uh, uh, getting very angry, very annoyed. The things that are crossing the mind will be uh, it was announced before, and everybody were requested to switch off the phones or put it to the silent mode. Why can't these people do? Now I'm just telling you the flow of the possible thoughts that are going across in the mind of a person who has no understanding about this Dhamma, a person in the mundane world. So, what will be crossing his mind? Useless telling these people because we have been announcing this again and again. And some of them maybe they don't know how to switch it off, or they don't know how to put to the silent mode. And on the other hand, the phone is also not somewhere which is easy to find. This is very funny with the females, of course, because we have very obviously, very frequently we observe that they can't remember where the phone is. So they will be struggling to find out where the phone is by opening up all the components, which takes few times, and the phone is ringing loud, causing the disturbance to everybody in the audience. And finally, she will find it, and then again, she probably due to the inadequate knowledge about it, she will not make it silent, or she will not even switch off the phone, and then for the time being, she will disconnect the call and then put it to the bag again. So this is actually a funny situation that we see very often. And the other thoughts that are coming is that why didn't she make it silent? Doesn't she know these mechanisms? She should ask from somebody to help. So see the uh, drama which is going on in your mind. So turn the camera to the self and see the range of uh, acts with so many actors going in your mind. So that is the ordinary person, isn't it? Ordinary person who is in the full mundane world. Uh, Maybe another person who has been listening to Dhamma for some time. That time he may have felt angry. He may have had those thoughts in the similar way, but after a little while, maybe few minutes or few hours later on, it's like just that you wake up from your sleep. Oh, what happened? Why did I get angry at that time? And uh, this is what happened. Yes, it was something to do with the ears, ear vibration, and it was something to do with the eyes, eye vibration. And our friends have mentioned that uh, the combination of those two will form the thoughts. So that is how I got this thought. And as a part of the thought, I got an angry thought also. Now you're slowly undoing uh, what happened. And RN has explained actually that situation can be named as major level, whereas the previous level where the person was clueless and was blaming the outside world and blaming all kinds of people around that person concerned also, and that is the complete mundane world, means it is explained as Padaparama level. Those are things explained by Lord Buddha long ago. So the Padaparama person is useless, completely out of Dhamma. The world is real to him, and he's angry because of these things, disturbances happening. Even though he is listening to all these serious Dhamma facts, he's not in the Dhamma path at all, because he's completely uh, relying, or he's completely living with the outside true world. And the person whom I said the Nair takes a little while. He has listened to this Dhamma fact some time back, or maybe right now also he's listening. So with the time gap, sometimes even within few minutes, it can click. Oh my God, what happened? And it was the two senses which were functioning, and see the fire which came up within that short period, and I was burning. That shouldn't have happened.
Now, all kinds of postmortems are going on. He's analyzing the incident subsequently, and analyzing means he realizes where the things went wrong. And uh, once he understands where it went wrong, he feels that the burn which arose uh, gradually calming down within himself. So that is the second level. Now, these are actually the steps that our Dhamma friends who are following these Dhamma sermons will experience little by little. So do not worry, even if you were in the Padaparama level, even if you were in the level where you didn't feel anything about it, even at that time, even later, you are not going to be in the permanent Padaparama level. This is only applicable to this stimulus or this thought only. And uh, yet, some other people will have a different way of feeling it. They will see it as a system. The it's a system which is functioning. And yes, there was a current, there was a burning feeling at that time. The burning feeling is not myself. So that is an important turning point here. He has no self weave now. That thought called myself is no more there. He feels that this is just at the sensor levels, nothing to do with myself. There's no myself here. Part of the system. And as a part of the system, there's a fire also. And the fire means it's a kind of real burn. And that burn or that fire is also labeled as defilements and anger, patika, uh, or aversion, uh, being resentful. You can use any of those words. So the anger came up. Yes, it was a fire. But is there a person who is responsible for that? No, there's no person responsible that, but it happened as a part of the system. Now, that is a level which is appreciable. Now, as a thought, you know that the thoughts are not correct. You know that the thought called myself is completely an illusion. There is no self whatever. So, who cares about that burn? Who cares about that anger? Now, that is the level which is explained as Sotapanna level, where the things are happening. Even the anger is coming, even the patika is coming, even the cravings are coming, but just the system, no myself here. So that is another level, which is actually beautiful. And what happens next? Yet some other people who have been listening to this Dhamma for some time will realize that whenever that thought is coming, this is going to create some burn. Then and there, the moment that it starts working, the neutralizing occurs. It's something like a fire in the fire hearth. The moment you see some fire sparks, you put some water and just put it off. So it's something like that. There's no person who is doing it. That I have to remind you again and again. With the system itself, the fire which is going to be uh, active is neutralized then and there. So that is called Ugatitana. And that is a very advanced level actually. So this becomes more and more regular happening. Whatever the stimulus comes, it is just neutralized then and there. It's not allowed to proceed or progress. And finally, the last stage or the nature of the arhat's mind is such that uh, whatever happens, just the stillness or the coolness or the relaxed nature is there in the system. Uh, that is a sukhaya. But of course, because a system is experiencing the sukhaya, it doesn't mean that any person can do any stupid thing in the audience. Certainly not. You have the if you are one of the responsible persons, you will stand up or you will send the message to the person and say that please switch off your phone. Or if you can go up to that place and then quietly say that please make sure that your phone is not disturbing the others. So that sort of message can always be conveyed. But what is important is that without burning within yourself. So, talking about the same scenario, as I said, some of the people in the audience will be burning in anger. These people are really stupid. They do not know what to do with their phones. If they don't know, they should not be using these phones. They should keep them at home and come. All kinds of processions, peraharas are going in your mind, isn't it? And for some people, uh, they realize that there is a fire, but they are again not bothered because they know that it is not themselves. It is there's no self in here, but the fire has been created. Then another group of people, some more, will see it has the potential of causing fire and make sure that it is neutralized. They can't do it on purpose, of course. This is how, when the person is uh, having some degree of realization of this Dhamma, this occurs automatically. This happens without any any active things being done. So automatically the system feels that the fire which was trying to come up is neutralized then and there. And yet there will be people, even I mean like Aryan Vahanse, if he's there, our noble friend who is conducting the sermon, if he's there, he will continue to do whatever the sermon with that sukhaya within the system. And of course, if there are frequent disturbances, he will sometimes make even a very strong comment. Please switch off your phones. That might sound very strong and rough sometimes to a person who is listening, and maybe even interpreted as if the that uh, our noble friend Aryan Mahanse has got angry. He looks angry. He might look angry. He might look unhappy. But that is a very superficial thing. Within the system, he's very cool and very calm. But from outside, he will act accordingly to suit the situation. This we know that even Lord Buddha's time, this we frequently talk about it, about the Portiller monk. Uh, he was doing very serious meditations. He was doing concentration meditations and he was in a very high level of meditative state. But Lord Buddha knew that he was having his self perception or the self vibration well preserved. But he was experiencing very comfortable, uh, very comfortable level in his mind because of this long term meditation and the meditative states, the arupa dhyana or the formless level meditative states that he has reached, that he was experiencing. So Lord Buddha tried to explain to him, but he wouldn't accept. Actually, he was saying that no, I am experiencing the nirvana. And because he wouldn't listen, because Lord Buddha had this uh, kindness within the system, that Lord Buddha wanted to correct him, but Lord Buddha knew that sort of trying to be mild and soft towards him is not going to change him. So he used some very tough words, and kind of he chased him out of the temple, saying that go away. And that point, sometimes a person who is reading this part in the book, or when you hear this part of the story, a person might think that, oh, Lord Buddha also get angry. How can that be? No, it's not. Actually, that is something very superficial. That is simply a sensor function only. That is simply a mind sensor function only, and nothing beyond that. And it is just for that thought, just for that instant only. And that is changed the very next moment, and there is no lasting anger in the Arhat's mind or Lord Buddha's mind. So this is actually what is Aryan Mahansi, our noble friend, is explaining as anger which has become not a thing, anger which is not an anger, or various ways he's trying to explain. What he tries to explain is that simply it is a sensor function. It is something, the superficial layer only. The deeper layer is not going to change. The deeper layer is having the permanent stillness or the permanent sukha. So, another point that I want to bring up is that now sometimes these are some of the facts that we discuss in the Zoom discussion sometimes. People say that uh, they have various arguments or unpleasantries at home with the family members. They say that sometimes uh, there are even arguments, shouting, all that happens. So, in such situations, how to react to that was another discussion, if I remember correctly, few days back. Actually, I thought bringing up that also here because I felt that those are important things to discuss about uh, in these Zooms, because we face them almost every day. In some houses, we know that there will not be any kind of challenge, there will not be any kind of frictions among the members of the family. So, in such situations, the person will not be able to find out the degree of the current, the potential of the current that can come up within himself. So, it's actually good to have the challenges. It's good to have some disturbances faced. Then only you can realize what an amount of current is hiding within the system. Without knowing that level, it's uh, it's very difficult to uh, find the solution also. So first, understanding the own level of current is very important. So check yourself. Uh, Now, if the home front is very quiet and very calm sort of setup, see how the things are changing. If you happen to go to a hospital and wait in the queues for a long time, if you go to the bank and see that the people are bypassing the queue and getting their work done from at the counter while you all are waiting in the queue for a long time. And what happens if you are traveling in a bus? The way that the people are pushing and pulling, the way that the conductor is behaving, sometimes you don't get the balance of your money. I'm talking about these examples, taking the things that we see in Sri Lanka. Of course, this will be different in the other countries, and maybe a situation where you went to any other public place to get some work done. The way sometimes the youngsters are behaving in very unruly manner, uh, and maybe you end up having a serious illness yourself, or your spouse is down with a serious problem like cancer or something, or one of your friends or colleagues is down with a cancer, a sudden diagnosis. Now, these are actually good challenges for a person to identify the potential of the current which is hiding. So, don't be satisfied with a very calm and quiet setup at home and say that I don't have any fires now. Never try to put a correct mark in front of your name, saying that I have done everything. My job is done. That sort of impressions should never come actually. So, uh, when you have a challenge, such a challenge, you suddenly realize, oh my gosh, what the current did I have? And if you try to suppress this current, where you explain it as I patiently waited, I patiently tolerated, those are the words that you use. So the self was there and self was trying to control this, isn't it? And you sometimes you are happy also. You say that I'm happy that I could control the situation here. I could control the my feelings at that time. I could tolerate my feelings at that time. So these are some of the words that you use sometimes. You are happy that you could control your feelings. But is there any Dhamma there? No, there's no Dhamma at all. Yourself is there. Yourself is trying to control something, isn't it? So the world also is true. The true yourself is also there. And you are trying to suppress something which has become true. Now, see, when you try to do something like that, when you try to control some feelings like that, it actually increases the pressure within the system. So, I remember one of the Dhamma friends, Nilu from New Zealand, she once mentioned, let go that pressure. And also, our Dhamma friend Swarnamali also mentioned once, if you feel like crying to express yourself, do it. Let it go, let it be expressed. This is something that is even explained even during this counseling sometimes. The person is told to release the pressure, either maybe shouting or uh, shouting, screaming, crying, whatever the mechanism that is that the system feels that is most suitable. Anyway, the message is that let the pressure go. Do not try to forcibly control it, because the forcible control increases the tension, isn't it? It's like something that you are keeping compressed and trying to close the door, push everything inside a room, and then tightly close the door and the windows. So at one point, if the pressure exceeds, the door can burst open. So therefore, both of them, actually those two Dhamma friends that I mentioned, both of them mentioned that let the pressure go. You can see how much of pressure was there, isn't it? You can see how much of potential was there to come out as a current, as a power. So that way it is good because it gives some idea about your own current. And how does it help now? The moment you realize that this is the strength of the power that this system is having, you know that equally that is your defilements, that is yourself. So if you had such a pressure to release, strongly that is myself. So you can see how thick your self view was or your self perception was. So the thickness equals to the way that you are reacting to that situation. So what should be the solution then? Now, crying or releasing the pressure is just going to be temporary for that moment only. If it occurs again, the same type of pressure can be built up. So, only ways to find out how this pressure is created, how this thought is formed, how was this power built up here. So, once you recognize the system, once you really see how these thoughts are formed, how these thoughts are infused with a very strong current. So when you understand this mechanism, that helps you to get that strength lower and lower. So as in the previous example, what you have to first understand is this pressure also came up as a part of the sensor functions, as a part of the system. It is a product of the system itself. So if it is a part of the system itself, is there anything that you can do? So that is the most important thing that you have to find out. No. Uh, so finding out how it happens actually when you realize this is part of the system, then there is no owner to this system. That let go type of concept comes. Okay, the current was created. What to do? There's no person to take the responsibility. And the system is functioning. So now the the fire is coming, of course, yes. But the system feels more comfortable because it's not my job. There's no myself here. That is understanding. And that is the next step actually. That means that is a level where the self weave is broken. Things are happening. Current is also forming. And the current is happening, but it's not my current. Like the previous instances, it's not my current, but the current is forming. And let the current go. So that is the next step. And from then onwards, the system feels that the current is becoming less and less powerful. So this is actually asavakya or the wisdom of getting rid of the defilements little by little. The system feels that uh, purposely you do not have to get rid of that power. Automatically, the power is coming down. So it's not that you are purposely doing anything. It's not that system which is doing anything automatically. The power is getting less and less. Asavakya or the wisdom of getting the defilements fading off. For that, you need the two other wisdoms that we have explained earlier. The uh, the wisdom of seeing the past perceptions, ubbe nivasanussati jnane. So, wisdom of seeing the past perceptions and wisdom of seeing the present thought means the chutupapata jnane. So, when you see the past perceptions wisely, analyzing, uh, the person or the system feels that the present thought is also without any value. So when you realize that the present thought is also no value, eventually whatever the thoughts which are coming are felt in the same way, or whatever the thoughts which are coming are also analyzed in the same way. So each time when the thoughts are felt that they have no value, that means, in other words, the keles or your defilements will get less and less. So actually the three wisdoms, the Pubbē Nivasanusati Jnane, Chutupapata Jnane, and Asavakya Jnane, all three combine together. They are helping each other. And what you experience is gradual declining of that current. The current will become less and less. Now you don't have to do anything actively. You don't have to analyze it. Each time you feel that the value of that argument is not worth. Of course, when you are living in a setup where the others haven't uh, come along this Dhamma path, or the others who have no idea about these Dhamma facts, you have to balance the things when you are living. So in such situations, you have to be tactful, isn't it? It's always good if you can introduce this Dhamma to your family members, but it's not possible always. And even if they turn to Dhamma path, they may not be able to understand what you are trying to say. They may be at a different level. So, what should be the basic rule? You have to behave to their requirements. You have to indicate that you are matching with their levels. So uh, uh, a person might sort of create a havoc in the at home, a family member, maybe blaming somebody, shouting somebody after an argument with another person. What should you do? I mean, you can't be trying to explain Dhamma at that time, isn't it? You can softly agree with the person. You can softly agree and say, oh, yes, yes, I can understand your problem. I can understand how bad the situation that you faced is. Now, that person then have a sort of softer thinking now. Oh, yes, he's also agreeing with me. They are also agreeing with me. So, my situation is justifiable. Now, these facts are the extracts of the true Dhamma things. These facts, I mean, what I am explaining, these are the things that how you apply the Dhamma knowledge or Dhamma understanding to day activities. So, whatever the setup that you are living, it may be the house that you are having lots of problems, or it may be something to do with your workplace, neighborhood. So you have to live with those people, isn't it? You have to have a peaceful survival with them until as long as you are living. As long as this physical body is there, you have to uh, survive with them. So therefore, the best thing is to be very tactful. Best thing is to indicate that uh, you are with them. So that makes them feel comfortable. So when there is such a situation, you can just talk to them. Yes, I can see your situation. I can see the problem that you had to face. And uh, I agree, it's very uncomfortable. I agree that you may have had to go through lots of difficulties at that time. And you didn't have anybody to help you at that time. Now you are trying to get into the shoe of that person, isn't it? Empathy. So that person even will be calmed down with that. And then you can slowly say that it's in your mind, isn't it? The what created that anger was created in your mind. And do you realize that you are having a fight with your own mind? Now that person might start thinking a bit. What does this person says? He says that I am arguing or I'm angry with my own mind. He will take a step back and try to understand. Now these things actually, when you use these tactics, depending on the person's nature, depending on the problem, depending on the environment, you will have to change. And uh, always uh, use your wisdom, use the experience, use the data that you are already having to give the best uh, solution to the person. Now, if there are things that you need to do to help, always make sure that you attend to those things. Now, if it is something like an accident, uh, that you are also going in the same vehicle and you are not driving, but you meet with an accident, and immediately, I mean, if it was uh, your side problem, not the oncoming vehicle, there's no point of trying to put the blame on the person who was on the driving seat and trying to explain anything at that moment. You can have a little sympathetic word. Oh, what happened? Were you sleepy or tired? Did you slip your foot from the accelerator? So, a kind word, something like that, which will help to bring down the anxiety and the fire within the system of that person. And then, of course, you might be able to try and see what can be uh, done for the person uh, who who is in the other vehicle. Maybe again you can talk sort of some words or sentences to calm him down. And it is always good to accept uh, the fact that something went wrong, maybe from our side. So I'm not saying that for you to use exactly the same words, but always being humble. That is a better word, I think. Being humble is always helpful. If you try to be arrogant and if you try to argue with people in such situations, always it makes it worse. So be humble, talk in a nice manner, and just see what should be the justice which has to be done to both parties. And apologizing, particularly if it looks that your side the fault is lying, always make sure that you apologize and be humble enough to accept the uh, fault from your side. So these I'm just giving as an example, but it might vary with the situation. Anyway, being arrogant and trying to argue whoever the fault is going to make the situations worse. Now you have to understand the vibrations of that person, and uh, if that person is burning in anger, sometimes you feel that your fire is also going up, isn't it? Just identify that fire within going up. Now, a person sometimes after an accident will get out of the vehicle screaming and shouting and scolding the other party. And you will feel that that current is synchronizing to your system also. That is a natural way. That is how the systems are functioning. So if that vibration is felt within your system also, make sure that to uh, understand that it is not you. I didn't get angry. This vibration occurred in the system, and as a result, the fire came up within this system. And at the same time, if your vibrations are calmed down, if your vibrations are uh, at very light level, that effect can be transmitted to the other system also. So it's happening vice versa as well. If one party, if one system is with a very low vibrations, very calm down level, that vibrations can be synchronized to the other system also, and that helps in eventually. So you can't expect the other person to behave in this Dhamma way. But if you are a person who is listening to this Buddhothpada, certainly you can do something like that. Always. Now, these things cannot be uh, applied in a situation like that. That has to be practiced. So, when you practice it more and more, it starts automatically coming up. And always, when it is familiar with the system, it automatically comes as a feeling. You do not have to pre plan, think, and do the things. So, that is the beauty of it. And what Lord Buddha said was that uh, I'm sorry, uh, yeah, Tatra Tatra Vipassati was the sentence used by Lord Buddha. What is meant by Tatra Tatra Vipassati is then and there, in each and every moment, practice it or watch it. So, what to watch then and there? That is your no self nature. The fact that there is no self, that has to be practiced again and again, because we have been practicing the self. We have been practicing that self is there in each and every stimulus for many unaccountable number of births. That is why we are born here today. So Tatra Tatra Vipassati means uh, doing it in an active thought that there is no self here. So, with whatever the stimulus that is felt uh, to the system as significant, actively think first it is as a thought, think that there is no self. This is a part of the system only. More you do it, that means a tatra tatra vipassati, every moment, whatever is significantly felt, the reminder should come that there is no self here. And when it is happening again and again, subsequently the system will feel that active thinking is not necessary. Passively it comes as a thought. There's no self. Okay, there's no self here. It's a system. Whether you get angry, happy, sad, whatever the topic, whatever the name is given, there's no self. It is simply the system. Now, what happens? The beauty is that even further, when it is happening like this, even that passive thinking is not necessary. It comes as a feel. Now, the fact that there is no self here, there is only a system functioning, that comes as a feel. So, it actually helps in a great way in a situation like the one that I mentioned, and you meet with a bad accident, and it is uh, either you have been driving or somebody else next to you were driving. Whoever the fault is, you can act in this calm manner because you realize that this is simply a system. There's no self doing anything here. So in such situations, you don't need any specific thinking. You do not need any specific attempts to remind that there is no self here. Automatically, that feel comes. There is no self here. If there is no self, that means there is no power, no current or no power. And no power means everything is very calm and quiet. You experience in the sukha. At the same time, while having this sukha feeling, whatever is necessary to sort out the situation at that moment can be done. So you will calmly, you will even get down from the vehicle, check how much of damage occurs, and you will calm down the person who is in the driving seat also. You will be able to calm down the person of the opposite vehicle also. You will have the empathy to understand their situations. I'm not talking about the empathy having a person here. It is something much deeper than that. You can also have the empathy while yourself is here. That is just the mundane world, isn't it? Being myself here, and I am having empathy towards the other vehicle driver or the person beside me in the driving seat. It's not the same empathy that I am talking about. The vibrations of this side is much less now, and that low vibration level, the low current, definitely will synchronize to the other systems also. So the surrounding and the environment will be calm and cool, whatever the damage has occurred. And of course, things like that, that sort of a calm down situation will help you to sometimes come to certain agreements, which actually leads to very minimal trouble to everybody. Uh, so, if these practices can be introduced to the public, actually, how beautiful will it be in the day to day life? Wherever you go, the people should be able to realize that this is a system, that I'm not trying to overtake the other person, and I'm not trying to be selfish. So these things will eventually beautifully change into a much better situation, much better society. So Dhamma should go to the society. Dhamma should go to each and every child, actually. Dhamma should go to all the monks and nuns. Uh, so, giving it to the children is actually it's easier because they do not have much justice, they do not have much misconceptions. And I remember one of our Dhamma friends who did a Dhamma discussion for children who observed SIL from grade 1 to 5. She said she had some beautiful experiences and she was discussing how the mind is formed, and they were very eager to answer, and also the answers they gave also were correct. So for an adult it may not be as easy as it is to the child. So anyway, whatever the level, this Dhamma should go to everybody. This is what our noble friend Aryan Mahasi is trying to do now. And he also mentions about the prisoners in the prison. They have done something wrong and they are undergoing the punishment. We can imagine how their thought process is, the way that they are feeling guilty, the way that they are feeling desperate, the way that they are scared of their death or their future. They all those things can be explained by Dhamma. Actually, Aranhase did an attempt by sending sets of books to each and every prison in the country. It's important that the administrators there encourage them to read those because uh, even fighting among themselves is due to the very high vibrational levels of different systems. So we have to understand how it is happening, how this system is functioning. And we know that when the vibrational levels are very high, it means always it is synchronizing with the lower realm. So if there is any incident which leads to death of a person with that high vibration, we know that the outcome or the result is going to be very uh, poor because the high vibrations dying with anger, dying with severe pain, all these things can create high vibrations. For a person who is having an illness with severe pain, uh, having a deep understanding about this Dhamma is going to be very helpful because pain is always just a part of the mind sensor, sorry, the body sensor. Uh, but the mind sensor associated with that, if it dissociates myself from this pain, that helps with the uh, person's vibrations. The vibrational level will be low. But if there's a myself who is suffering from the pain, certainly the vibrational level will be high. So Arun Mas is trying to give this message to all the levels. He's going to schools sometimes. He's going to various villages, remote villages from one to the other he's visiting. And he has distributed these books to the prisons. Hopefully, at least some of them will read them. So this is how the Dhamma message can be sent to the society. If one person can be changed, along with that one person, with whom that he is having the relationships or communications, that will help for the others also to feel these low vibrational levels. We know that level of vibrations is also something that is synchronizing always. So the low vibrations of the system is always helpful by synchronizing to the people around him. And it's important, even though these Dhamma sermons are done, they keep on practicing it. So having the programs regularly in those areas is very important to continue this Dhamma message, because listening once may not be helpful. Listening again and again and making that understanding more stronger, more hard, is going to be helpful. Uh, so, if you are happy with these messages, if you are happy with these sermons, if you feel that you studied, if you feel that you learned something or understood something, this hopefully will be a reason to build up the curiosity to find out more. More you turn to this side means more interest will come up to find out the more Dhamma facts. And that is how it will help you to move along this Dhamma path. So listening more sermons and joining the discussion sessions from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. will be helpful. And if possible, you can get down some radios which has the sermons, about 290, I think. So you can listen to them even while walking, while working at home, or even when you are traveling, you can do that. So in some way, make use of this time maximally. We don't know how long our lifespan is. We know that the tender leaves are falling from the trees. The medium-sized mature leaves are sometimes falling from the trees, and the dried old leaves are also falling from the trees. There's no assurance which level of the leaves are going to be there in the tree. So our lives are also like that. We don't know what time the full stop will come to our life story. So therefore, I feel that you must make an interest to find more about this Dhamma, the pure true Dhamma that has been declared, disclosed by Lord Buddha nearly 2600 years ago. He is coming back to you with some very simple explanations. So join us. So I will conclude the session here. I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Wahanse at his feet. Aryan Wahanse Theruvan Saranai. And may all our friends be blessed by Triple Gem. May all our friends, Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology eternally be blessed by Triple Gem. Theruvan Saranai.
Good morning, everyone. Everyone, Sanai Aryan Wahanse. Everyone, Sanai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 28. The only time the igniting of the spark in our mind consciousness would stop is when we stop breathing. Upasika, the sparks would stop. Aryan Wahanse. Actually, a spark never took place at all, and life never existed, and none of the six senses ever existed. The mind consciousness has never experienced anything outside. Sound and color do not exist outside. It is all alive. Upasika. Yes, they are all lies. Ardhan Vahanse. Then has there ever been anything outside? There's nothing as sound and there is nothing as color outside. There are such things. Therefore, the Buddha said, Shunya, nothing exists. Unlimited, there is nothing outside. No senses, no stimuli. Aprennital, meaning that there is nothing to experience. No happiness, no sorrow. This moment of realization is called Chitta Vimuktiya, the realization of the pure truth. There is no thought formed at this moment. The mind consciousness cannot exist at this moment. Therefore, there is no thought. At this moment of awakening to the pure truth, you realize that there is nothing as the earth. There is nothing as your leg, your body, your child, your husband, your house. Whatever you saw before, they do not exist because there is no mind at this moment. At this moment of awakening, you become aware that when there is no thought, there are no things, that nothing exists. This realization is the pure truth. When there are thoughts, there are things. After you realize the pure truth, you realize that even though our mind consciousness said it was thirsty, it had never drunk any water. When the mind said it was hungry, it had never had food. When the mind consciousness thought that it went for a walk, it had never walked. Even though the mind consciousness thought that this body is owned by the mind never owned a body. Even though the mind consciousness thought that the mind has children, the mind never had children. The mind thought that the mind had a house, but the mind never had a house. The thought is only a spark made from a sound and a color. Is there a thing in a sound? Is there a thing in a color? Even if you hear that the heat of the sun would increase and turn this earth into ashes, it would no matter to us. Why? Because we know that even the sun and the earth are lies. We know that they don't exist. Now only the empty space will remain. That is the truth. Whatever we thought never existed. Upasika, the pure truth. Yes, Honorable Sir, Aaron Maharaj. The non-existence, Shunyatara, is very complex. It is difficult to understand. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir, Aaron Maharaj. When you understand the pure truth, you cannot believe it. Can you? You feel like you die. You feel like death of all your senses, don't you? You feel like you died. You feel like everything is non-existent and that only the universal space is left. You feel like everything has been demolished. We demolish the concept of children, the husband. We demolish the concept of me, the concept of our body, and the concept of the earth. Now it's just an empty universe. Upasika, yes, Honorable Sir. Therwan everybody.
Everyone Sarnai Shane. Yes, I just joined. Can you tell me the pages you just read?
Pages 28 and 29.
28 and 29.
Yes.
We spoke of mind consciousness. Yeah. We will continue from the place where we stopped yesterday. So yesterday we discussed about how mind consciousness work and how our faculties function, and how the things outside world is get created, and how I am created, the existence. So the most crucial point here is we always emphasize to look at just one thought, detect one thought, consider one thought, investigate one thought, explore one thought. So then we can understand how the mind works, because mind is always filled with thoughts. The thoughts instantaneously changes. It's momentary thing. It changes. There is nothing called mind, because it changes so fast. So if we consider one thought, in one thought, do we find a person there? Now, how do we feel that I am existing, I am living there, I am experiencing the world? Because of the vibration. The vibration takes place so fast. The rapid movement, the rapid movement, the rapid movement indicates that something is outside there. We feel something is outside there. Then and there it appears and disappears. So the sensation becomes a perception at the next step, and in that rapid sensation, rapid vibration, I'm sorry, rapid vibration, you feel something is outside there, as we told yesterday, something, a chair or tree or a cloud or whatever it is, the sound of a bird, the dog barking, or sound of a motor vehicle, whatever it is, then and there we hear instantaneously, and this next thought starts, and the next thought starts. So in one thought, if we consider one thought, there we see, uh, I am experiencing these things. I experience this sound. I experience this sensation. Oh, you feel, you think that, you perceive that I am the person who always experiencing these things. Actually, it is not the thing. That the faculties starts their mechanism, and in that mechanism you get the itta sanya. There you feel the something is outside there. Then you get the other feeling, the other kind, the next feeling is the existence. That is a kind of a charge. It's a kind of a power is there in that thought. Then it fades away. Then another thought comes into that place. Then that thought takes place and it disappears, and it goes like this, it continues like this. So we feel there is somebody called I am existing continuously. My existence is continuously uh, there. That is how we feel, but that is not the truth. Why? That charge in that particular, if we consider one thought, in that charge you feel that you get some feeling that I am here. That feeling is, then and there it fades away. Then the other thought comes into that place. So this is how it works. So there is no continuous me or I or there. So this is how the people get deceived, because they feel their existence is permanent. That is why Lord Buddha asked monks, is your vision, what you experience, the vision is permanent or impermanent. The priests uh, replies impermanent. Then is the soul or the existence or the I, we say I, is existent soul permanent? No, it is also not permanent. Why? That feeling, that charge, that power is always there in that thought. Then another thought get started, get created. Then another thought get created. But we feel a continuous a chain of experience. I am there, I am there. That feeling is there. That is a perception. We get a wrong misconception. That is a wrong notion, misconception. People get deceived here. They misunderstood. They misjudge that there is a person called me is there. In that thought, the charge is there. I am here. A kind of feeling is there that fades away. Then another thought come into play. That is the second one. Then the third thought. Then the next one. This one. The trillions of thought get created a day in a day. So we can't get rid of these thoughts. Are a natural phenomena. Because your mind sensor is there, it always function until your death. So we can't get rid of that. Thoughts is all right, but the problem is this: if the thought brings that you are there, you feel that you are there, and something outside there. If you get attachment, some kind of attachment to that particular thing, a flower. You just take an example for flower, jasmine flower, the fragrant flower. So you feel I like it, your likeness, you are fond of it, you are interested in it. So that is there you feel I get some attachment to this. So these attachment and hatred are the most dangerous parts in this process. When you feel something is attracting, you tend to attract it more and keep it forever. For example, your family members, your room, your job, whatever it is, you feel that I like it, I want it, I am attached to it, so I must protect it. At the same time, the other defilement is the hatred. If you don't like something, you say, I don't like, I hate it, hate it. The whatever you feel, whatever defilement you feel, that is an illusion. Why? The thoughts tells you, your faculties tells you that this is there. The spark is so speedy, so rapid, therefore we can't detect the permanence or impermanence there. So better to understand how the mind works and how I am created. Why are we emphasizing this fact? Because the people suffer. Why do people suffer? The world in the people always suffer in different ways, because they think they are living there. They are living there. I am. These things are happening to me. Now enough. Oh God, why did you select me? I have suffered enough. Oh, this is how it goes on. The people suffer. Why? They don't know that world is an illusory world. Why is it illusion? So in order to understand that, we come to understand our mind. The mind is always filled with thoughts. Then we try to understand the thought. What are the components of the thought? The components are, you get some kind of sensation. For example, eye, the vision, ear, the sound. So in that, the nose, the smell, the tongue, the taste, the skin, the touch, the mind, the thoughts. So these faculties function, always they function. That is the duty of their faculty. They won't stop until your death. So you can't say I don't want to taste anything, so I'm going to stop this sensation. You can't do it. This is how the people in the past try to get away from this attachment. That is not the way. You have to understand the thoughts are the most important thing. So the mind always get filled with thoughts. We always emphasize to take only one thought at once. When you understand one thought, you know how the mind sensor function work, or the mechanism of the mind sensor. So the ultimate problem is whatever you experience, you suffer. The people suffer. Why do they suffer? They think the world is real and I am here. I suffer. This is the major problem. This is the very important point. People suffer. Suffer means they think the outside world is real. They think it is real. At the same time, I am here, and when I am here, I experience these things, and I suffer. So how can I get rid of this suffer? How I am going to experience the liberation, the freedom? So in order to understand, you have to understand the function of the mind, the process of the mind, the mechanism of the mind. Until you find it, you can't get rid of suffering. Suffering occurs due to defilements. How do you defilement arise? Defilement arise because of your attachment or hatred. Why do you hate, or why do you like something? Because the function of the eye or the ear or the other faculties, they bring always sensation, some kind of sensation. You feel that eye brings always, I focus on pictures, images, the ear sound images. So we always associated the mental formation. The mental formation ultimately brings you some kind of perception. You build, I am here, and some kind of world is outside there. I am experiencing, I am uh, living in this world. I am doing some kind of interaction with this. I have some thoughts about this, attitudes about the world, and about the people and everything. But how they were created? They were created with the help of the thoughts. Thoughts were created in the mind. So mind is always filled with thoughts. The thoughts brings you the outside world and inside you. So this is due to manifestation of vibration. You understand this is what it is. How? With the previous memory, which was given from the childhood in the kindergarten. So therefore, you can't get away from this. As we all know, the child has at the beginning the radiant mind. Have you heard it, Shani? Terulan Sarnai? Yeah, the radiant mind. We always experience radiant mind. The child responds to sound, taste, touch, smell, and everything. But he didn't have any kind of the powerful attachment to these things because his mind is still radiant. So there is some kind of attachment, but not that way, not in the way that is powerful. So the one may suggest that if we continue, if we can go past uh, to the childhood and get the radiant mind, is it all right? No, that is not the way. That is the wrong uh, attitude. You can't go to childhood and again you can experience the radiant mind. No? So how are you going to solve this problem? Because I am suffering, the people are suffering. You know how much we suffer. The people try to commit suicide. People try to kill other people. They do different kind of crime and violence. Why? Because they feel I am there. So why is I am here? Because the thought itself create some kind of power in that mechanism. You feel something outside there. At the same time, you feel I am here. That power, that charge is there. When that charge is there, that you try to develop a kind of concept, a kind of the deep rooted uh, education or the deep rooted concept that myself is there. The self concept will get established there. So gradually it reinforced with your day-to-day experience. So now the charge in one thought will play a small part there. Then another thought comes into your mind. Then there also you feel that charge. I. A chain of thoughts are there. And ultimately you feel continuous me or continuous existence was there or have been there. The I am. I started living at this stage and still I am living. So this is the nature of the phenomenon of the process of the mechanism of the mind. So how are you going to solve? Because you are not going to change the world or the uh, what you experience, the vision or whatever it is just a spark. It is not true. It is an illusion. The illusion goes on. Illusion dominates unless you understand this true Dhamma and practice it. You have to practice it. These two are very important. Listen to true Dhamma, concentrate about it, and practice. This is how you develop your life. When you develop in this way, you will definitely feel some kind of transformation. So I am not that much attached to now these things now. I am not going to hate that person so much because the defilements get fades away. They fade. Why do they fade? Because you have the thorough you understand the reality of this world, what the world is, who I am. So this is how you solve this problem. You are suffering. Suffer brings, because of sufferings occur due to your ignorance. What is ignorance? You take this world as real. Actually, it is an illusion. It is just a spark. It is a manifestation of vibration. The vibration is so fast, it is unimaginable, and the fast cannot be measured. That is so beyond our imagination. So that is why we can't understand this reality. The people in the world tried hard, they endeavored to find this truth, but nobody can. Only Lord Buddha explained this. The world is an illusion. What you experience is just a fantasy. It is not a dream world. You are in a dream world and you are a dreamer. Even though you are awake, you are a dreamer. We are dreamers. And we continue these things in this mundane world and we suffer. The suffering never end. Why? Because we don't know what the reality is. The reality is world is an illusion. Your existence is also an illusion. It is a power created in that thought because of the spark manifestation of vibration. Now we know how the function of the what is the function of the thought, how they get created, how the mind sensor works, how the other sensors work. The sensors never stop their role. They always sensor different things and brings you to your mind sensor, and with the help of telepathization, and the world is created. Nobody can stop this until you understand the reality. There one Sarnai Shani. Yes, we continue. A person.
Sarvasana, Mr. Yes, okay. Please do go ahead.
Yeah, yeah, Dr. Sakuta. Uh, the people suffer due to their ignorance. They don't know what ignorance is. Ignorance is an illusion. What is an illusion? Just whenever you catches something into eyes, when your eye sensor function, there you get the world, and you and the world itself is there in that particular thought. So nobody can get away from this, get rid of this until they understand the to them. Yes, Doctor. Can you continue? Yes.
Yes, Sarvasana. I pay my homage at Aryan's feet. Sarvasana, all the friends, including Mr. Johnson Bernard. Yes, you were sort of giving a very detailed description about how the self is created as a part of the illusion of the world. Actually, when you say uh, the world, uh, the myself or the self is also a part of that. You can't separate out the world from the self. It's just a part of that. So, as you mentioned very clearly, how the world is created, which includes me, how the world is created, you have to think back. Now, this is what is explained in the dependent origination explanation. That means Paticca Samuppada, how the uh, thoughts are formed and the thoughts are taken as real. And when you take it as real, when you give a value to that, automatically the sorrow and death, all that are tagged into that. So this is the cause and effect part of the Dhamma also. Same thing is given in different names. So in the dependent origination, what we explain is that for each effect there is a cause, and when the cause is not there, the effect is not there. When the cause disappears, the effect also automatically disappears. Actually, this doesn't happen as a chain that the way that is described in the books, but it is something that happens instantly right at this moment in this uh, uh, sensor faculty function itself. So what happens is that there is a there's vibration. Vibration also doesn't mean that vibrations are everlasting ones or persisting ones. And the vibration means that is the creation of the sensor faculty. Now here the sensor faculty doesn't mean that the physical organ. Sensor faculty is a function. So function of seeing, hearing, feeling the taste, smell, and the sensation of the skin. So the sensor faculty means equals to the function, and that is where light is originated, sound is originated, taste, smell, and for the skin, warm, cold, and the hardness is felt. So this is where the origin is actually, and because of these vibrations happening in such a fast speed, you feel as if there is a light, existing light. You feel that means the system feels that there is an existing sound, there is an existing taste, smell, but doesn't know what it is actually. There is no naming at that level, but there is something. That is what is described as eye consciousness, ear consciousness, taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and the body consciousness or skin consciousness. These are actually in Pali, it is the Chakku Viññāne, Sota Viññāne, Ghana Viññāne, Jivha Viññāne, and Kaya Viññāne. So in other words, several words are used for the same thing. That means the creation of the faculty, creation of the sound, and the ability to see something, ability to hear something. So all these are actually words used for the same function. When there is no creation of the sensor function, you cannot talk about seeing anything. Particularly now, if a person doesn't have the eyes, you can't talk about the creation of the eye faculty. You can't talk about seeing anything. So the presence of the creation of the faculty is essential. Now there are instances where you might maybe you are watching the TV, you are engrossed watching something which is very interesting, and somebody walks past you, or maybe even somebody walks across the screen even in front of you, and you don't see it. But in that, if you try to explain that situation, the physical eye was there, and something happened outside, but you didn't see. So what happened in that situation? That means your sensor faculty in relation to that person didn't vibrate, but your eye faculty, will take it as eye. So eye faculty didn't vibrate in relation to that, but the eye faculty vibrated in relation to what was on the screen, TV screen. So then you can very clearly see that the vibration, appropriate vibration, should happen for a person to see. Now, similarly, I think when you take the hearing, it's more obvious. Now, there are instances where we are listening to this Dhamma discussion, and there are so many sounds around, but you didn't hear. Then you will interpret it as, yes, the sounds were there, I didn't hear. But what happens is that the ear vibration didn't happen in relation to that sound. Maybe the sound of a motor vehicle, maybe the sounds of birds chirping outside, or maybe sounds from a spirit sound from a temple. So you say that, yeah, sounds were there, I didn't hear. Then what happens? Your ear was functioning, and apparently that sound also may have been there, we don't know. But because the ear faculty didn't vibrate at that moment, the function called hearing in relation to that topic didn't happen. So therefore, it's very clear that it's solely a function of this sensor, or solely the creation of the sensor faculty must happen to receive that information. So you can apply this actually to all five sensor faculties and see how clearly it's you can see that always the sensor faculty function or creation of the sensor faculty is a must to experience something. Then it becomes more clearer that depending on the nature of the sensor, what is screened and shaped and cut and polished and given is accepted as something existing outside. So the different animals will have their own sensor inputs or their own sensor action. Now, we don't know how sensitive some of these insects are. The things that even a very mild blow of air or a very minimal vibration, they can feel and they will run away. But those sensors are not there for the human beings or the large animals. Even so many differences are there between the mammals. And even some differences are there between the persons or the animals of each species. So which world is correct? The one created for the ant, or the one created for the bee, or the one created for the human being, a butterfly? So which one is correct? No one knows. There is no way of finding out which world is correct. Therefore, you can very clearly see clinging onto something that is assumed to be outside is completely and utter foolishness. So you can work out on these things and see how the sense faculties are creating this. And now another good example is seeing in the night. Now we are under the impression that light is necessary to see. Then if you take the nocturnal animals who live in complete dark or very minimal light, they don't like to come out to the bright light. They are almost blind. They can't see anything in the bright light. But their sense of faculty is capable of vibrating at that environment. Therefore, they get some light created in that nocturnal environment. Now, similarly, we know that the American Army is using some form of special night vision spectacles or whatever, some form of equipment for them to wear so that they can see very well in the night. So in other words, you can see how clearly the sensors can be modified. And if I think there are some special spectacles formulated now for people who have the color blindness. So they can see something which is labeled as red by the normal, so-called normal person. So like that, these senses can be modified in some way. Therefore, it becomes more and more clearer that the senses create the world, and that world is taken as real. And that is the biggest illusion that is described by Lord Buddha. Now, in the radiant mind, in the child with the radiant mind, they have the ability to see a light. They have the ability to hear a sound, taste, smell, and the skin feeling. But there is no labeling or naming. Therefore, that interprets that there is no thought formation. So when the thought formation is not there, you can't call them actually defilements. But there is a very, very sort of fine clinging or attraction to this light. That is what is called the eye consciousness. Eye consciousness means the feeling that the light is there. And there's in a very, very subtle way, there is this self-feeling. So that is what is meant by consciousness. So self-feeling is there, and that self is seeing something. Now that is why even a small baby, when you show a very colorful, particularly red color, they like the red toys. So when you show a red color toy, the baby will sort of keep on looking at it. And when you try to take it out, sometimes the baby might cry. That is because there is a very subtle clinging or attachment to that color, that light. Similarly, when the baby feels cold, now the nature of these senses are that there is some clinging and aversion, both. Now, if the baby is felt cold, if the baby passes urine sometimes, when the nappy is wet, babies cry. And that is because the baby has some aversion to that consciousness, that feeling on the skin. There is a fine aversion. Similarly, when the mother comes close to the baby feels sort of delighted. There is some clinging to that feel. Maybe the smell of the mother, or the warm feeling of the mother, or talking to the baby and the sound vibration. So like that, in all five sense faculties, there is some form of clinging created at that point. That is because of the taints or the fine form of self-feeling, which is actually originally telepathized to the zygote. So these are some of the other points that I wanted to touch in addition to what Mr. Bernard described. Anything else to add, Mr. Bernard or Shani? Do you have any queries on what we discussed so far? Teruvan Saranai.
Tedwan Sarana, Dr. Sakuntala, the biggest problem people have is to
Yes.
understand that the myself, the self-existent, even though we say that is a charge in that, but one particular thought, that it's a charge and it is just a sensation, it's kind of a feel,
Yes.
but they can't understand that it is the separate thoughts, and it is they always assume, they consider that I am existing continuously so far.
Mm.
So how would you explain that?
Yes, actually, that is also created in the same way like the world is created. Now, the little baby doesn't have any idea about the self-feeling. That is because there are no thought formation at that point, because self-feeling is also a thought, simply a thought. So, the baby has no idea about the self-feeling, but the baby feels that there is some existing nature, but doesn't have that solid myself like thought, because myself or me is a pure thought. So how it happens is that uh, it's actually the data which is fed by the caregivers, the parents, the elder siblings, all that. When the baby is a little bit older, they tend to show that sometimes on the mirror. This is baby. Now we'll take baby, give a name, of course, baby Mali. Okay. So they show the baby on the mirror and say, this is baby Mali. And then sometimes you may have heard even the body parts. Show Baba's nose. Show baby's nose. Show baby's head. This is baby's gown or frock. This is baby's food. Now, little by little, the baby will start collecting all this. Well, it is not the baby is starting collecting. It is an automatic process. Actually, it is a part of the system where this information gather little by little as thoughts. So initially, the baby will tag that appearance on the mirror to the name and myself. This is called myself. This is called baby Mali. This is how she looks like. And then all the belongings will come little by little. The baby's cup, baby's plate, baby's food, the likes and dislikes of the baby. Now, these are actually in very subtle ways put in, fed by the world actually by the environment. Now, even things like now, if the baby refuses some food, then there will be a comment from somebody. Baby Mali doesn't like this food, but baby Mali likes this food. So when that food, what is called liked one, is offered, then there will be another comment. This is something you like. Baby Mali, you like this one. Now, like that, thousands, not thousands actually, millions and millions of data is fed on daily basis. So little by little, that feeling myself becomes stronger and stronger. And at different levels of ages, the likes and dislikes also changes. Requirements changes. And then over the years now, if the person is like 50 years by now, the data that sparks right now when you call myself, that huge amount of information is sparked right at this moment. The full character certificate of the person is sparked right at this point. This is how I am. This is something I like. These things I don't like. And this is my nature. This is why where I am working. I am so and so. And my family, my children, how rich I am. Now, all this information gathered. Now, this becomes a thought by now. What is called the Sakkaya Ditthhiya. Initially, or Atma Drushtiya, same thing is being used for the same, two words are used for the same meaning. Sakkaya Ditthhiya in Pali or Atma Drushtiya in Sinhalese. So these two indicate that the self-feeling is now fully covered with the thoughts, which the system gathered over a long period. Initially, actually, it was just a feeling of sensation. When it is the radiant mind, when the baby is small, just the feeling of existence. You cannot actually call it a thought, but just feeling. Because the baby feels that the light is there, automatically the self-feeling is created on the other side. Similarly, when the baby feels that the sound is existing, that is the sound consciousness, automatically the very subtle way self-feeling is there. That is because of the sasava nature or the tailments, taints. Now this will grow up further, and then by the time the thoughts are formed, when the thoughts surround this initial seed of self-feeling, it becomes very thick and very coarse. And the the Sakkaya Ditthya or the Atma Drishtiya means you always tag the word me. This is myself, my way of doing the things, my likes and my dislikes. So like that, the whole thing becomes more coarser, uh, more prominent and very powerful. And that is what should be initially understood, how these thoughts are formed. So that is the basis. Actually, it's something that grows up. The way that you build up the world, the way that the system builds up the world, this is actually an automatic function. There is no way of stopping it. You can't stop from the radiant mind level. It automatically, as a nature's law, it becomes progress to the level of the thoughts. And this me concept is also becoming stronger and stronger unless you hear this Dhamma and then try to uh, disentangle these facts and try to recognize what is this mechanism. You end up having the person, so-called person, who is living as a part of this world, and the level of ego or the self-perception will vary. Some people have it in very high levels, and it equals actually the ego or the self-feeling means the level of defilement. There's nothing different. It's the same thing is being described in different ways. And actually this self-feeling or the Sakkaya Drishtiya is a field. And on top of the field, you have all these thoughts coming up. So the radiant mind, the baby with radiant mind has this feel only, self-feeling, but it becomes a self-thought when it progresses, and that is what is called as the Sakkaya Ditthya or Atma Drishtiya. Mr. Bernard, did I answer everything that you wanted, or any comments or corrections?
Yeah, you gave a complete picture. Now anybody can understand it easily. Thank you. At the same time, we know, doctor, that the people all around the world, they suffer in different ways. We hear their agonies, we know their disappointment and their bitterness, and sometimes they try to commit suicide, knowing that their value, no more value is there in their lives. So they try to end up their life then and there. So they, without knowing that this world is an illusion. So
Yeah.
how can we help them in this to understand this cause and effect Dhamma?
Yes, actually, what main thing is how the mind is formed, how the thoughts are formed is something that you have to understand. And also, there is no doer in this process. It is a process that happens. Those two are very important facts. Also, the world is a creation of the sensor level. So these are the basics of the true Dhamma that is taught in our Darshana lessons. So how the world is created and that world is itself is an illusion and the feeling of myself is a part of that illusion. And this thought process is something which is not under control of anybody and there is no doer here. It's a mechanism. It's a nature's way of happening the things. And also they should understand that there is a current which is continuing. So even if they end up the physical body in this life, there is no guarantee that wherever that current is telepathized, it will restart from somewhere. It's like that the television set function that is described by our noble friend. Even if the television set on this side has a breakdown and has to be discarded, the same channel can be uh, seen or watched by another TV set from somewhere. So therefore, if they think that by ending up the physical body in this life ends up all the suffering, that is one of the biggest myths. So that is something that has to be understood. If the current is continuing, I mean, there is no way of stopping it from this end. If the current doesn't become zero, that means if you haven't had the complete inner transformation to a non-vibrant state, definitely with the present current, he or she might end up with the worst level of suffering. So it's actually the birth cycles or the samsara cycles are very extremely unimaginably dangerous. There is no way of having any kind of assurance. Whatever the meritorious things that you are doing, how much you are doing, there is no guarantee at all. And you never know where you will end up. And this has been happening for, we don't know, we can't tell it in numbers, maybe billions and billions of years. Because we cannot see the future and we cannot see the past, we don't know how dangerous this samsara cycle is. It is taught only by a person like Lord Buddha who could foresee all these things. So therefore, taking their life off is one of the foolish decisions that a person will do. Actually, the animals don't do it. It's only the so-called human being who is supposed to have a high level of advanced mind will commit suicide as a solution to some problems. I can see Ms. Lalana also has joined. Would you like to add some comments, Ms. Lalana? Therwan Saranai.
Tirasana, doctor. Tirasana, Aranwasa, Tirasana. Well, yes, doctor. The most critical part is to understand the creation of mind, doctor. That's why we are always dealing with our thoughts. So, and another thing, doctor, we are understanding of non-form world, that means arupa. That is also a difficult part because something is there, doctor. Even though we are liberated from the formless form world, the non-form world is another part to understand very carefully, doctor, because even though we know as a theory, as a knowledge, so we have to understand that very clearly something is there Aran also always emphasizing that concept in many sermons, Doctor. So
Yes.
Arupa is another critical thing to understand because our mind always entangle. Yeah,
Yes.
we don't know
Yes.
where it is. It happens automatically. That has to be understand little by little, Doctor. Something is there, even though we are saying that we are not going to deal with this thing and like earlier. That is true, but we don't know. Our mind always try to entangle with somewhere else without our knowledge, Doctor. That's the situation. That's the normal situation of my mind. We have to understand. Even the sorrow, even the happiness, that is also there. So we think when we are very sad, so we think we get into that thought deeply. But when you analyze your mind, the thoughts, that is also a sense of creation. When even though it happens, we cannot control over the sadness and happiness. But when we see that it is as a natural process, that also can be reduced, Doctor. That's what I want to say.
Yes, yes, Miss Lana, thank you very much. Yes, as you said, the Arupa is something, or the formless world, formless level is something a bit difficult to understand, isn't it? Actually,
Yes,
that
Doctor.
is, yeah, that is what is there in the radiant mind level. The
Yes,
radiant mind
yes,
baby, that they have this feeling of something is there existing, but cannot differentiate what it is. Yes, what
yes,
you said
Doctor. We
is,
cannot
yes.
differentiate, but
Mm,
our mind always get attached to that without knowing. It's a process. It is a
mm,
natural phenomena, yeah, in humans'
yes,
mind, Doctor.
yes.
So we have to understand that process little by little. Whenever you get attached to something, when you have sadness or happiness, you have to understand that is your sensor. That it is no control. No, we cannot
Mm,
control over that matter, Doctor. Little by little, that understanding comes within this path, Doctor. When you realize it, Doctor, gradually it happens
mm.
automatically. That test also created, Doctor.
Yes, exactly. Yes, actually, I mean, uh, what what should be done is to identify that own current. That is the end where you have to sort of catch, and then along that you have to trace and see how it happens. So when a person feels that current, that is the part of the field, that is how the field is described, uh, form of current, form of fire, form of burning. It could be named in different ways. It could be different as happiness. In some instances, it could be like enjoyment, or sometimes that current is described as sadness or anger, clinging, aversion, whatever name is given. They are all different phases of the same current. So this current is say it is described as defilements also, and it is also given the name as self-feeling, self-perception, or Sakkaya Ditthhiya. So as I said earlier, these are all different names given to the same nature. So if you recognize, if that means, that is why always we say that turn the camera towards you and then try to identify this current. The way when you train the system to look at the own current, that itself is the only way to get it get it less and less powerful. So when you are confronted with the same situation, you
tend to realize that the current which was created earlier becomes less significant subsequently. So identifying the own current means you are identifying the own defilements, also means identifying the level of self-perception. So that is a practical aspect of it. Anything else to add, Mr. Bernard or Shani? Any questions from Shani or anything to add, Mr. Bernard?
Yeah. In this non-form world, if one want to get rid of that gradually by understanding the Dhamma, is it only the true Dhamma to follow, or do you have to follow both practical part and the listen to true Dhamma?
Yes, you need
Oh,
both actually. Yes, you need both. First, you have to have a very, very clear understanding about how the thoughts are formed, how this world is created, what is meant by the self-perception of the self-feeling. So you have to have that very thorough knowledge by reading or listening to Dhamma disclosures. And this purification of this knowledge actually should continue, not stop from there, but it happens like sharpening a knife. You continue to have this purification by continuing to listening to Dhamma. And then, of course, when you come to know about these 4 steps of the practical experience, you can very clearly see that the knowledge you had gets automatically applied to that. And initially, it is experienced in a more like a more uniform type of activity, like walking, or even things like sweeping can be used. And then when you get into the track, and then when you realize this is the format, automatically it gets applied to the day-to-day activities. So little by little, that self-feeling gets dissolved and becomes less and less significant. And the fact that I am doing this thing, I am doing this work, that concept becomes fading, becomes faded away little by little. And then the system realizes there is only a system working here, and sensor faculties are functioning, taking turns, and there is no doer at the end. So both lines, actually both are necessary. Yes.
that's right. Thank you for this explanation. So, Lana, have you got anything to add?
Yes, Mr. Bernard and Doctor. The doctor correctly pointed out that one day the knowledge will be turned as wisdom. When you come, the knowledge will turn as wisdom, but not at once. That is also some portion.
Yes.
When your wisdom appears more than the knowledge, then you will experience. No one is experienced avadya. So knowledge is, you have to understand this thing because you have to listen Dhamma, because if we don't know this concept, we are not going to practice it. That's why the doctor correctly pointed out that. Isn't it, doctor?
Yes.
Both we have to do.
Mm.
So if listening, understanding, and you have to apply this thing into your day-to-day activities. Then the knowledge turn as wisdom little by little.
That is in Pali, it's jnana, isn't it?
Jnana, yes,
in
yes,
Pali
doctor.
and Sinhala both.
Yes, but it takes time, doctor. It doesn't matter.
Oh yes,
It doesn't matter.
yes.
According to the person to person, it differ, doctor.
Yes.
That's why Some are very knowledgeable, some are they have more wisdom, like that, rather than the other. It doesn't matter. One day, the realization comes within you. That is the most important part we have to understand when we are going on this path, Doctor.
Yes. I think Lord Buddha's time there was an example where in a pond where there are some lotus buds. So some buds are right at the bottom, some are sort of very close to the level of water, and some already bloomed fully. So like that, different levels, as you said very correctly, different people, different levels,
Yes, as an
understanding.
example, Lord Buddha
Yes.
has said so,
Yes.
Doctor. Yes, correct, Doctor. Yes, yes. We need time, Doctor, even.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
We need time. There's no competition between us.
Yes. Yes.
There's no competition.
If you try to have a competition, I think you move away from the track, you lose the track, isn't
Doctor,
it?
yes, that's true, Doctor. But before we heard this Tamil, Doctor, we had a competition. I'm actually telling
Oh,
the truth, Doctor.
yes. Yes.
To understand more and
Mm.
more
It,
concepts than the others, like
mm,
that, Doctor. We feel
yes.
happiness even that, I know something more than that person. Like that, that feeling came, no,
Mm,
Doctor. Honestly,
yes.
I'm telling, Doctor.
Yeah. Yes.
That means yourself. You
Mm,
are creating yourself more power and give more power to the yourself identification, Doctor. We didn't
yeah.
know about it. We didn't know we did everything like this, Doctor. That concept
Mm,
behind us.
mm,
Even
mm,
it doesn't come out within us, it has. It has, Doctor.
yes.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I'm
Okay. Thank
leaving now,
you.
Doctor.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you for joining. Thank you for the contribution.
Okay, Doctor. Thank you.
Okay.
Everyone.
Terwa Saranai. Okay, Mr. Bernard, if we do not have any more questions,
Yeah,
should we
yeah.
conclude the session?
Lalani emphasizes that the patience is needed. Patience is very
Oh,
important
yes.
here because some people want to attain Nibbana within 2-3 days. So that is not possible actually.
Yes.
So we
Okay,
have
then.
come to,
Yeah,
yeah,
yes. Please go
we
ahead.
have come to the end of today's program, today's forum. So we'll meet tomorrow. Tiruvan Sarnai Aryan answer. We pay homage to you and Tiruvan Sarnai everybody, all Dhamma friends. Tiruvan Sarnai.
Okay, Terwa Sarana, everybody. Terwa Sarana, Renhansu.
Sanayadhan sir. Sanay everybody. Let's continue with the book The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 25, second paragraph. At the end, everything is non-existent. Therefore, the teaching of the Buddha is called Shunya Patisanyutta Deshana, or the teaching of non-existence. The Buddha teaches the world something that no other has ever mentioned. Ye Dhamma Hetu Pabbhava, Tesang Hetun Tatavato. The Buddha teaches us about Hetupala. It is also known as cause and effect. The Buddha does not teach about karma as the cause for rebirth. The Buddha said, finally, disciples, if we say that a cycle of cause and effect exists, it is incorrect. If we say that a cycle of cause and effect does not exist,
That too is incorrect, because if a world does not exist, what is there to compare things with? Upasika. Yes, Honorable Sir. Adam Mahansa. You are fortunate to hear this pure truth even for one day. May you realize the pure truth and may you come out of suffering. තෙරුවන් සරණයි. උපාසිකාව. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආඩන් වහන්සේ. May the blessings of the noble triple gem be upon you. Aryan Mahanse, accomplished teacher. Madam, please think about this for a while. Please don't try to stop our conversation. You should not run away from the most important point. Please think well. Where are you? You think that this is my body. You think that this is my child. You think that this is my husband. You think that this is my house. Now where are you? Aren't you only a thought at this moment? You are only a thought. Now let us see where this thought comes from. A thought is also known as a sitta, Upasikava, lady. So there is no thought, Aryan Mahansi. A thought is a spark. A sound and a color comes together, it creates a spark. Upasika. Yes, it is only a spark. When a sound and a color comes together, it creates a spark. Aryan Mahanse. Is there a living thing in a spark? Upasika. Oh, I didn't understand, Honorable Sir. No, there isn't a life in it. Aryan Mahanse. Okay, let me make it much easier for you. Does this thought have a life? Upasika. No. Upasika. Where is the life? Upasika. But there is no life, isn't it? Aryan Mahanse. If you think that this is your child, it is only a thought of a child. If you think that this is your body, it is also only a thought. You think that this is your body. Upasika. Yes. Aryan Mahanse. If you think that this is your husband, it is only a thought of a husband. If you think that this is your house, it is only a thought. Now, is there a life in a thought? There is no life. You found the Anatma Dharma, meaning there is no life form at all. Life does not exist. Upasika. There is no life. It is only that we believe that there is life. Aryan Mahanse. We thought that there is a life. It is only a thought. Aryan Mahanse. We only associate with the thought. It is the thought that says that this is a book. It is the thought that says this is your child. It is only a thought. It is a chitta, a thought stimulus that comes from the mano center, mind consciousness. It is only a thought stimulus. Later you will understand that there is nothing as thoughts either. A thought arises and disappears, or ceases immediately. A spark or stimulus always takes place at any one of our six senses. The six senses are seeing, hearing, taste, touch, smell, and mind consciousness. The mind consciousness is formed by the stimuli coming from five senses. But remember, a newborn baby does not have anything formed in his mind consciousness. A newborn baby comes to this world with a pure mind, an absolutely blank mind. He does not have any data in his mind. The stimuli that we receive from seeing, hearing, smell sense, taste sense, and touch sense form our mind consciousness. The mind consciousness sparks repeatedly at all times. Everyone, everybody.
Devan Sarna Shani.
Therwan Sana, Mr. Bernard.
Devan Yeah. You read about the page. You read the page 25 and 26, and that's all.
Yes, 26 and 27.
Yeah.
Mr. Bernard, we can't
How
hear
the
you
thought
properly.
generates with the help of the mind sensor. So this is, as we always emphasize, this is very important point because we must. Can you? Hello.
There's a signal issue,
Devan
Mr.
Sarna.
Bernard. Therwan Sana, there's a signal issue. Right?
You- Yeah. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, Teran Samuel.
Shani, Sarai. Now you only here. Is that so?
We can hear you now.
Right. Yeah. So, so the people always experience that the world, there is something in the world, lot of things in the world. I experience this. This is how they perceive. But what the reality is, all what you experience from your childhood death is just understood at once. Even though keep on listening to them, listening to them only, you will get this puzzle solved. You have to understand how this sound or the vision or taste or your touch, the sensation starts. So just understanding one thought is enough to understand the process, how the mind works. That the mind consciousness produces thoughts. Ultimate, you feel something outside there. Actually, there isn't anything, but we assume, we perceive as things outside. They are real because we were introduced, we were given labels to each and every sound, each and every touch, each and every vision from our childhood when we had a radiant mind. Before that, we just felt something as it is. We didn't give labels. After that, when you when you are introducing the name and form, this is what you called to this particular thing. This is the sound of a bird. This is the sound of a motor vehicle, like that. That is what you see on the sky. That is a floating sky, floating this cloud in the sky. So in this way, the child is introduced different things. So later on, he perceives these things as real. How does this happen? So we'll take this in this way, in a easier way. The thought, the all your senses, you have six senses. The senses tells you, you see some object, just see, just for an example, a gate. You see an object, but you call it a gate. How does that object become a gate? Because you were introduced.
Mr. Bernard, we can't hear you.
Shane.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Yes, we are in a remote area and there is a signal issue here. But I'll try to continue as we discussed how the thought is created. The thought is very important because it is the main nutrient of the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness produced ultimately the thought. Uh, as we were explaining, you see an object. The object is, you recognize it as a gate, but how that gate comes into your mind, that was given, the label was given to your child at the beginning of the childhood. That is when he enters the kindergarten, the name and form is fed thoroughly into his mind, and he understands the world as slowly, gradually in that way. Then whenever he sees a gate, he doesn't understand it as an object. He sees a gate, then the gate has become real. The real gate is there, and I am here. That is how the world goes on. That is how the human mind experiences the world. So what Lord Buddha says, this thought is not real, it is an illusion, just a thought. How do you understand that is a gate? That is our perception. It is an object. The perception is given at the childhood. So you continue saying that this is the gate, and gate is always there, and I am here. So the thought, how did this thought came into being? How is it created? So we have to understand that. I'll explain slowly. So in short, uh, when you see something, there your eye catches something, then the spark starts. When a spark starts, you get just like a photo snap. Then with that, at that moment itself, the other faculties also uh, function. All the previous memories flood into mind. So what are these? Your touch sensation, smell, and the taste of it, and vision, the different kinds, and everything flood into your mind. So you with this vibration, when the vibration takes place, you get the previous memory telepathises, and you get that it as an gate. So actually there isn't a gate, there is an object outside. Your eye sees an object, but the mind consciousness with the telepathization, and you get the perception that there is a gate. Actually it is not a gate, it is an object, but you can't delete that data. Data is there, the data, trillions of data is there. So therefore you continue uh, coining these thoughts daily, day by day. So when as time passed, the child create his own world. Everybody in the world, all the people, all the population of the world, they create their own world with the help of these thoughts. But actually, the thoughts are not uh, real; they are illusions. We will take only one part, that is thought. Thought, thought plays an important part in this process, in this life, in our life experience. So we always associate, we consume thoughts. Thoughts are our food. So mind wants thought. It generates thoughts. Generates with the help of other senses, all five senses. And sometimes the mind sense itself reminds you certain things of your past things. With that sensation, it starts again to give another picture. Like this, the life goes on. So thought, when you see a gate there, as we said earlier, the gate, when you say gate, it has a value. See, just see that there is an valuable gate there, so expensive gate. So if somebody damages it, what happens? You feel that gate is damaged, so it is a crime. So there is a worth, there is some kind of value. Why we should destroy it? We should not damage it. So that is how you feel with the gate itself. You added some kind of a value is assumed. The value is assigned there. Value is always associated with that. So valuable. The value is there. When value is there, your defilement activates. You have some kind of attachment with that. So this sensation, this burning sensation, oh, my gate is damaged. Who has done this? So see how the thought works. So you always said it. So this is how it goes on and on. If something is not important to you, or if it is irritating you, there you feel, so this is not good, this is not important, I hate it. But you have to understand that is your hatred towards that, dislike. But we always, when we live, we always carry these two bags. What are these two bags? Your aversion and hatred. You always collect these things. You always uh, associate, and you have value for something, and you have hatred towards others. So these are the defilement, because these two arise because of the illusion. Illusion is there. What is the illusion? World is real. The perception is real. What mind consciousness produce, you we uh, we very eagerly, enthusiastically, we embrace it. We see world is very important to me. This is important to me, but at the same time, the things are outside there, and you get the value for it. At the same time, here you get some kind of feeling that I want this or I don't want this. So that is the where the existence starts. Existence generates vibration. When vibration takes place, you represent it. The mind represent it as this is this and this is this. So if that is not if that is not I mean, if somebody can't understand it this way, what we have to do is to just think of one sensor. Take one sensor. Yeah, take one eye or ear or nose. What? Then think, what kind of smell did you smell? I smell a perfume. Oh, you smell as perfume. Yeah. How did that smell become perfume? Because that label was given to you earlier. Then with all the sensation, all the data that is related to that particular perfume, that floods into your mind then and there, and you feel that particular perfume is there. At the same time, with with the speed vibration, there is another kind of thing take place that is existent. I feel it me, it happens to me, or my, or this feeling comes. All these things are natural phenomena, but actually nobody is there, but there's a feeling that we take it as real, and we continue creating a person here and assume that ev- everything is outside there, but actually nothing exists out there and nobody is here. But it you can't understand it at once. We have to solve this problem in a methodical, gradual way. Then
Thiruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard. I think there is a signal issue. Miss Shani, can you hear me?
Everyone silent is Dharma. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I think Mr. Bernard is having a signal issue. So he might join. So until then, we can look at what he was trying to explain. He was very effectively going into details in terms of the external world becoming real for all of us. I mean, a very important point was highlighted by Mr. Bernard that the 8.2 billion people of the world perceives the world in 8.2 billion ways. So that is very important because before we uh, came across or before we came across before we listened to this never before heard Dhamma, we used to believe, we even didn't think about perceiving the world. World was so real to us, and the existence of self was so real. We did not have doubts about our existence. If somebody even implied that you live in an illusionary world, oh, really? Are you crazy? That kind of thought, that kind of question might have come to our minds. But since our Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, after the demise of Gautama Buddha, rediscovered, re-explored what he found 2,500 years ago and revealed it to the people, we all, the moment we heard the first sermon itself, we all began to start kind of penetrative meditation. That's why he always mentions as this miraculous nature of sermons. He says it's so miraculous. Anybody who would listen to it for quite a time will come to certain realizations. And that happens, that's self-evident. So, as Mr. Bernard pointed out, seeing the world, experiencing the world in 8.2 billion ways by whatever the number who live in the world, it is the truth. It is the truth. It is the first realization that we make after listening to this Dhamma. That's where one gets the first kind of shock or first shaken by this Dhamma. Is that so? So when the person fully understand this mechanism of the six sensory organs, today also going into details, taking diverse examples, Mr. Bernard was explaining. Actually, he was using this olfactory sensation today because we always focus on the eye and the ear. So, what understanding this mechanism of the truth, then when we hear, do you think the bee also experiences the world in the same way as you do? Or do you think a cow sees the world as you see? Or not? Don't need to go to animal world. Do you think all the people, even the people in your family, your sister, your brother, your parents see the same world in the same way as we see? So that comes as a kind of first shocking news. We were listening to Dhamma and we were quite comfortable. We listen to Dhamma, we maintain our image, we accumulate wealth, we want to be the most educated or the richest person in the world, and at the same time, as part-time or just to as a kind of pastime, we used to listen to certain sermons, just like listening to songs by famous singers. We used to listen to sermons, right? But that internal transformation or some sort of diminishing of defilements or some relaxation, tranquility, we did not feel anything like that. But for the short period that we listen to those sermons, we get some sort of temporary peace. So that is the life that we had, and before we understood this science. So the penetrative meditation, it is not only these Aryan Mahanse's very words, it's not only just trying to analyze the thought as sound and color, or just to, involve in walking meditation, taking it as another kind of strict plan for us to get rid of the suffering. What he mostly encourages is to see the Dhamma through yourself, exploit yourself, just take time to think about how we perceive the world, how others perceive the world, how a colorblind person perceives the world. If you see the shoe flower as red, the belief we had was, okay, I see the red shoe flower, so the entire world sees the red shoe flower. That is the illusionary world. But sometimes I actually have personal experience. On one sports meet in the school, people were wearing saris of different colors. So I was telling from a distance that sari is pink. It's actually pink. So another person was telling, no, it's maroon. And another person was telling it's magenta. So you all, how does it happen? So we used to argue ignorantly. let's go closer and see, let's try to get a better view of it, so on and so forth. But now we know that is the truth. That is the truth. It is truly magenta for someone else. It's truly maroon for another. It's pink or reddish pink for someone else. And going beyond the human world. Now, as we know, cow also has the sensory organs. A cow also experiences its world. So it's not multicolored, it's just red. And Aryan Mahanse takes examples like owl, these nocturnal animals. They have a proper eyesight during the night, those nocturnal birds and creatures. But we see it as dark, and the humans do not have the power to see through that dark. And the commonest example used by Aryan Mahanse to explain that the world is not real is the world of termite, how it deals with mud and how it builds this ant hill. Is it the same world? Now in a wet season, for example, when there are floods, do these insects, do these creatures experience the world in the same way as others do? So these are little things that helps us to understand or to liberate ourselves from this unreal world. And very recently, I think Miss Harshi has shared a beautiful post in the group, how the bee and the human perceives the same scenery, some flower. The bee's actually vision is the flower is of ultraviolet color, so bright, luminous. But to the human eye, it's white and yellow. So these are the real points, kind of eye openers for us to whoever is engaging in this insight meditation, penetrative meditation. It's not just sitting somewhere and keeping your eyes closed and experience the perfect silence always and kind of get rid of the surrounding, get rid of your family, get rid of your society, and to have peace. You definitely, in concentration meditation also, we have the peace when everybody's away from you. There is not to grow, as Mr. Bernard mentioned, this aversion and attachment. Nothing to attach to, nothing to be kind of grows aversion towards. So you think you have liberated. Now we are not getting angry, we are not jealous, we are not competitive, because there is no one to compete with. There is no one to be envious or jealous of. So this practical approach, practical path recommended by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is to involve in insightful meditation, being in this world, living your normal life. Don't live your day-to-day life, because every incident, every day-to-day incident becomes a point to contemplate. Although I say contemplate, it's a kamatahana, it's a meditative point, kind of. It's actually yesterday Dr. Kokila said it's a gem. Take them as gems, treasures when you encounter problems like that. So that's the best moment to look at your own mind, understand how the thoughts flow, understand how they lead to certain actions, how the mental formations, verbal formations, and bodily formations arise. So for that, that is the real penetrative meditation or insightful meditation. Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
Teruvan Saranai, yes.
Are
You
you in a
clearly
position?
yeah, yeah,
Teruvan
yeah.
Saranai, are you in a position to continue, Mr. Bernard? Since I have to log out, is it all right? Hopefully,
Yes,
you have a
yes,
signal issue,
yes.
isn't it? You have a signal issue, isn't it?
So this yeah, yes, there is.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Bernard, let's see, probably others will also join. So until your problem, the signal issue settles, I'll try to continue, Mr. Bernard.
Teruvan Saranai, can you hear me?
Teruvan Saranai. Yes. Teruvan Saranai. Now it's clear. Now it's clear, Mr.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Please go ahead,
Yeah, yeah.
Mr. Bernard. Teruvan
Thank you very much,
Saranai.
Mr. Yeah, Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan
So, yes, as she clearly explained that how our defilement arise and how the concentration meditation helps and how the penetrative or insight meditation helps for this particular uh, problem. So what is the problem? We have some kind of suffering. We suffers. The people suffer in the world. Why do we suffer? Because of aversion and attachment and disattachment, over the aversion and hatred, because of the illusion. The illusion takes place always. In every thought, the illusion is involved. We can't get rid of that. We live in an illusory world, and the thoughts are coined and chained all together, one by one after another. So therefore, we never understand it unless a noble teacher, a noble friend reveals it. So that is why everyone in this forum emphasizes that analyze a thought, just one thought, then you understand all the thoughts, how all thoughts work. Then you understand how your mind works. There is nothing called mind. The mind is always flooded with thoughts, then and there, momentarily get it and fades itself there itself. This is how it happens. Everyone, Sarna Shani, have you got any problem with you?
Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard.
Mm.
So, in that book, it said a thought is a spark. When a sound and a color comes together, it creates a spark. So then Aryan Vansi has asked, is there a living thing in a spark? So can you explain it a bit
That
more?
is what that you just can't understand the vibration easily, because that is the the manifestation of vibration. The vibration takes place so fast because of the rapidness. We are not in a position to understand one particular thought. We can't analyze and investigate or detect one thought at once. all the whole process must be understood as the Aryanansi explains. One spark takes place. Just you feel a sensation of say a pillow, a soft pillow. Uh, you feel that sensation. Now it is soothing. It's comfort me. So how did this thought come into your mind? You just touch on your skin felt it, but the perception is the pillow. The pillow is so comfortable. The touch is so soothing. So how did this happen? Because you you felt the sensation of your skin. Something felt you, but all the previous memories with regard to that particular object, what is that? The pillow, the soft pillow. All these things flood into one previous memory flood, telepathizes. That is why we call it telepathizes. So then you feel something is there. I felt the touch of a pillow, the soothing touch. Oh, it comforts me. I like it. So something is outside there. Then and there, the other thing get starts with the rapid movement. I will say we say the vibration, manifestation of vibration so fast. Then you feel there itself. The other thing you experience is I feel. That is generally automatically produce itself there. That is the nature of your mind sensor. That is my mind sensor. Then you feel I am here, which I who lived who have been who has been living for such a long time. That person is still here. I feel that sensation is there. That perception you get then and there. The whole picture is given. What is the whole picture? I felt a pillow, the touch of a pillow. It is so soothing, and who felt it? I felt it. Then the thought is over. Then and the other thought is over. That's all. What we understand, only one thought. Then another thought uh, take place. Then another one will come. Another one. That is how it goes on and on and on. Do you want any further clarification or explanation for this? Tirwan Sarnai?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. It's better if you can give another example.
Another example. Yeah. Okay. Just to see you are walking. You are walking on a meadow, grassland. When you walk early in the morning, you feel the dews on the blade of grass touches you. The cool dews. Can you understand the example now?
Yes.
Yeah. Now you feel that. You feel your feet touches the ground. Then you feel, I feel the cool dews. That is, you felt something. Something is there. You felt it in the feet, but you take it as dews. I felt dews. How did it happen? Who told you that you felt dews or you felt grass? You are touching grass. Your feet is touching grass. Nobody told this. How did this come? Previous thoughts, we said previous memory, telepathizes then and there. That is why we say all the mind create mental formation. We are associated mental formation. When we touches the ground, you feel grass. How did it feel? You that it just felt. You felt your feet, but you say grass. How did it happen? That telepathizes then and there. That telepathization brings you previous memory, and you call it, I feel grass. I feel dews on the grass. Are given to you. You all are this learned thing. You learned this. The world is learned. Learned. You are given lot of words, labels, name and form. We associate in them. We call them mental fabrication or mental formation of your mind. Whatever we think, whatever we do, we associate mental formations. Those are created things, fabricated things, made up things, labeled things, given data in the kindergarten. And you kept on educating your life. You are experiencing life in this way. This is how it goes on. Do you hear something now? What do you hear, Shani, at the moment? Teran Sarnai,
Everyone, Sunlight.
what do you hear?
I hear birds chirping.
Yeah. Now you hear a sound, then you perceive it as did your eardrum sound how it produces? It must touches the vibration must touches the eardrum. So did the eardrum said that it was chirping of words?
No,
So did the birds say it?
no,
How do you say the birds chirping? How did this
because
bird chirp? Birds
because
and chirping, the thing, the animal and the action is there. So how did these two things come into your mind? How did this come?
because we learned it before.
Yes, we learned it before. Not only that, when we hear a sound of a bird, the chirping, all the related sensation, your eye, your ear, or when if you have ever touched a bird, those things, and if you have ever smell a bird, that thing, you don't taste the bird, so that won't come. All the possible things, all the past experiences associated with the birds and what you have seen in the pictures, in the cartoons and in the movies, all those things telepathizes. That is a natural phenomenon, natural process, natural mechanism. So that is why we can't understand it then and there. Mind is so fast, working mechanism, the process is so fast. Because of this rapidness, we can't take each thought by each one separately. So that is generated then and there. Now it is not there. Is it there now? Now you are listening to my voice. Now it is there. Then it is also faded. Then again you hear a sound of a tractor. Then it fades there. So how it goes on and on. But you feel that I was there. I was listening to birds, and then I listened to sound of a bird, tractor, then the voice of that particular person. But one always, how it happens, one thought at a time. One thought at a time. That generates there, it gives some sensation, and you perceive it as this particular thing is there, and you experience the world. At the same time, in that process, the self evidence or the I am there, the feeling of I am here is also generated. That is a feeling. So that is not true. And then that thought is over. That thought is over, and you are no more there, and that particular thing is no more there. This is an illusion. Just generates then and there, it fades away. Generates then and there, and it fades. Can you understand one thought at least today? How one thought works, how one thought manifesto, how one the process of one thought. Did you get it?
Yes.
Did you? I yes said that. Did you hear say? You see, those are birds chirping. Now, Shani, tell birds. I tell you, these are birds. Okay, is that the way? Is that the way your mind works?
No.
No, because we label it. We said label. How did you get that birds chirping? Because of the previous memory. Do we think it? No, no, it automatically happened. That is telepathization. Telepathization take place then and there in every thought. Then you feel something is the itta sanya, there something is there, then something is there, someone, the existence of yourself is there. This is how it works. It start, your ear is silent there, no movement, but you hear a chirping sound, then it gets started. Okay, one organ, one faculty starts, so it generates sound, the sensation of sound. Then the mind sensor starts. When the mind sensor starts, it generates ultimately not the sound, not a sound, but a sound of birds, the chirping of birds. So ultimately you come a fabricated thing, not a sound. Every sound, every noise, every voice is a sound. Isn't that so?
Yes.
Yeah. Ultimately, we are taken to this particular point. So when here the problem is, I hear chirping of birds. So what is the problem? Okay, so you feel is chirping of bird soothe into your ear? Is it very interesting? Do you like it? Yes or no?
Yes.
I like to hear the chirping of birds early in the morning. I am fond of it. I love it very much. So what does it mean? Defilement, aversion starts. Aversion is there. When aversion is there, that means you are attached to this one. You have some kind of inside burning. Did you get the point here? Inside burning. I like it. If somebody goes to hunt those birds, bird hunting, do you like it then? Do you like it that action? Do you like that person's attitude?
No.
No, why? Because you are attached to these birds. They are innocent creatures, and everything telepathizes. And your world is created. Ah. Now, think you have got a brother or a sister, hates animals, hate especially birds chirping in the morning. He said, disturbing my peace. I don't like chirping of birds. So he has some kind of hatred against that. So he also has some kind of burning there. It is a like bird. There's hatred. The totally other side, opposite. So both you and your brother, that's your brother. Think of listen to the same chirping, but you have different feelings, aversion and hatred. But these two are in the same boat. That means it is defilement. They are defilement. Why this defilement starts? Because you perceive it as birds chirping. There isn't a bird. Who told you that these are birds that were given data, that were fed data into your mind? The chirping, the sound of chirping. Who bird didn't tell? Who told this? You learned it as this is the sound of bird chirping. So this telepathization, the previous memory plays a crucial role here. And they always keep on process like this. In every thought, this is how it happens. Nobody can get rid of it. This is how mind works. This is how we live. It is a dream world, isn't that so? We are talking about just a thought. This is how all the thoughts are. The same way it happens. Ultimately, you gave some perception, not a sensation, but a perception. Isn't that so?
Yes.
You hear a sound. Did you consider it as a sound and let go the other things? No. You try to you analyze it sometimes. Now sound, but it has become sound of birds, chirping of birds. You some kind of sensation. You felt some kind of sensation, and you are given labels to them. Name, what is it? Sound, chirping, sound. That is sound. The name, the form. This is how the mind works. This is one thought. The mind produces, mind consciousness produces mental images. So this chirping birds of this particular area also will get recorded in the memory. And you will again, when you hear the chirping, that new data also will telepathize us. So how is it a dream world, or is it a fantasy, or is it an illusion? What is it? How do you feel it? How do you understand it? Yes.
So after the explanation, it feels like an illusion.
Yeah. Still not deeply, profoundly understood. But you just feel this is a kind of a nonsense, isn't that so? Sound, but you see a bird. Sound, you say it is a chirping. All these are telepathization, and we kept on living in this world, thinking this world is real, but actually it is not real. Why? Only a spark generates, and we experience a spark. Then and there, the starts and finishes, fades away. Then another one, then another one. So we feel it as a continuous process, a continuous life experience. When something is there, when you say bird, the bird, uh, the birds that I hear now, the bird that I heard earlier, and tomorrow also I will hear the bird. All three senses come into life. You experience all these three. So this is a continuation of illusion. But that is why we have to understand only one thought, one thought. Just an example, if there are 100 eggs, you just break one egg and see what it. You see some kind of yellow part is there, yolk and other thing. So do you want to break all the eggs, 100 eggs, to understand how the what the ingredients of, or what are the parts of this eggs are? Did you get the
No.
point?
Yeah.
No. You would just,
Yeah.
that is what Lord Buddha, just understand one thought, one thought. Then when you understand one thought, you understand, this is how all the thoughts were generated. This natural phenomena is take place in this way. So life goes on without understanding this illusion. So we are wasting life. So generation and generation, they just died without understanding this illusion. They couldn't understand by themselves. This must be revealed only by a true, genuine, a noble friend. Then only we can understand. But it is not, everybody can't do it. Only a noble friend should explain it. We have never heard this. That is what Lord Buddha says. This is never heard Dhamma, because nobody in the world has ever told this type of thing. They explain everything. They try to escape from the suffering, from finding solution in the illusory world. So they don't understand the world itself. What they see, all the senses they get with their faculties, they are not true. That has not been revealed by anyone except Lord Buddha, and at the present time are announced. Yes. And the other important thoughts, whatever the thoughts we generate, we feel, we perceive, but you know that defilements are involved here. You see a cat, I am fond of cats, but when someone hurts it, when a cat meets it an accident, so I can't bear it. Why can't I bear it? Because I have some attachment to that particular object, particular animal. Why? Because that previous memory and the defilement you have created in your mind, fondness, aversion, hurts you. So this will gradually, slowly diminish. This will fades away as you understand true Dhamma. So what everyone has to do is to listen to true Dhamma, and practice. In the practice part, we have different objects: object 1, object 2, object 3, and object 4. There are 4 karmasthanas. So we call them in Sinhalese in karmasthana. So in first karmasthana, you try to understand this. You analyze and you examine, investigate your mind by yourself. This is your own experiment, own exploration. You explore by yourself. Nobody is helping. No one is coming to help you to understand your mind. What we have to do is to understand our mind by ourselves. So it is not difficult at present, because Aryan's advice, his guidance, his explanation is always with us. So it is very easy, everybody, to get rid of, say goodbye to this cycle of suffering, cycle of birth. We suffer. Why do we suffer? Everybody suffer. Why do we suffer? Because we have aversion and hatred. We cultivate these things, so they will get accumulated day by day. We collect them. Our likeness and our dislikes, day by day, piled up. So here Lord Buddha explained, understand your mind. Chitte niyat loke, you say. So all the things, what we think, what we assume, why do you cry? Why do you mourn? Why do you fight? Why do we have quarrel? Because we have defilements. We think these mental formation are real. The reality cannot be understood. It cannot be understood so easily, because they are chained, coined with each other, and that process is so fast. The manifestation of vibration, the vibrational function, vibrational mechanism is so fast. So the human mind, it is very difficult to catch this particular phenomena. So only a supreme uh, person, a person with supreme wisdom only can understand and reveal it to the world and guide the people. So listen to True Dharma is very important, because there we get the how this mind works, the process, the mechanism, and how we have suffered so far. So this is how we suffer. The explanation is given in this True Dharma. Then when you come to practice part, you understand how our defilement fades, and how we feel our transformation. Transformation means the sensation of burning inside, how it get fades away. It doesn't happen overnight. It will take some time. It take, usually gradually, it's a gradual process, and slowly when you follow this practical part, the practical sessions, when you participate practical session, you will gradually you will feel that your attachment and your hatred towards the things will diminish. It fades away. Why? You have the knowledge of true Dhamma, and you concentrate about it. You use insight meditation or penetrative meditation in the practical part. How our mind works. For example, when you take first object, first karmasthana, first part, we while we walk, for example, when we walk, you hear something, you feel something, you hear something. So you take one, you move forward, and just for an example, I feel the sensation of sunlight. So in the morning, it is comfortable, it is soothing, I like it. And it helps to generate vitamin D early in the morning. So all these things come into your mind. But what you do here is, I felt sunlight. The sunlight sensation is felt. How do you feel it? To your skin. To your skin, you feel it. That only. You hear a sound. You, I hear my ear tells me what? My ear tells me that it is a bird, not you. So this is how you goes on. You understand how your faculties work in the first part. In the first uh, practice part, you understand how your faculties work at a time. So you are concentrate about the thoughts. What you feel, the sensation, then they tell, uh, not the perception. Here you feel, I felt something, I hear something. This is what, that's what. Not I. You don't say I hear. You say my ear catches. The chirping of bird is heard. Did I hear it? No. The ear. The chirping of bird is heard. The sensation of light is felt. The smell of flowers is felt. So concentrate. This is here you concentrate your yourself. Later on, when you come to certain stand, you understand. So this perception is illusion. So what I have uh, been experienced so far is an illusion. It is a gradual process. That is that is the first karma sthana. Then you can come to the second object, then the third, and any question regarding that? තෙරුවන් සරණයි ශානි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Any question regarding to this?
No.
Did you understand how the illusion take place? Not you don't get the clear picture at once. That is what a continuation of listen to true Dhamma is very important.
Yes.
You can't solve this puzzle at once because there are certain gaps. So gap will be filled when you listen to Dhamma continuously.
Yes.
Yeah. So how do you see the world now? Can you explain thought? How thought is generated and is it an illusion or not? Yes. Just use your own words. Use your own words.
So I have heard it's illusion, but I haven't like experienced it myself yet. Like
That's true. Yes, you have not experienced.
yeah.
Have you ever participated in practical sessions?
Yes, just two.
Two times. You have done. It won't. Result won't come when you take only 2 sessions. You have to. It depends on how we have got piles and piles of this hatred and aversion, defilements. So it depends on the defilements. The volume of the defilement, the strength of the defilement affects this.
Mr. Bernard, we can't hear you properly.
Font everybody in the world, in the mundane world, they are fond of something and they hate because of the illusion. They don't understand the world. Yeah. People have defilements in the mundane world. Can you hear?
Yes.
You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Therun Sarna, Dr. Ravi. Take part in participating in the practical sessions. Yes, we are talking about this, how the thought is generated, and we were discussing about the first karmasthana.
Yeah, I was listening to your explanation. That was great. So one little addition to that, what I thought I should make. So, what is the whole purpose of seeing this thought? So, what was the Buddha's message? Buddha's message is the message that he is the only one who announced this world that there is no person anywhere, no living being here. So, but we still feel that we are living. So even though we how much tell there is no person here, so we tend to feel that we are living. So Shani is there on the other side of the phone, and Mr. Bernard is at the other end. So I myself speaking from this side. So we feel like that we are living. So that is the problem. So in order to do so, in order to understand that there is no person here, you have to understand the thought first. So thought is the main thing that brings about the feeling of the existence. So otherwise, without understanding this thought properly, we won't be able to get the proper message that is conveyed by Lord Buddha. So what Lord Buddha said was, there is no person here. So even though we tell it straight away, we won't be able to understand that. But in order to understand, there should be a kind of a gradual process of understanding. So one by one, we have to understand. So in order to do so, we have to understand the thought. So that's why we have to understand how the anatomy of the thought, how it is made, how it is built up, how it is get created. So in that, if the thought becomes a real thing for you, that means involuntarily there is a person who is building up from the other side. So other than that, there will not be a person there. So if you assign any kind of a value to that thought in the sense that Ponant was talking about a bird chirping and all these things. So if you feel at any instance the sound I heard from that bird is real, that is the very moment that you feel that you are the one who is hearing that. So involuntarily the yourself has been built, is getting built up. It is it is getting created. So it is a process. So it happens spontaneously. So if you understand the thought as the creation of the thought as a natural phenomena, so it is not under control of anybody else, not done by someone else or not done either by you. So then of course you will understand. So it's a natural phenomena. So creation of the self is also natural phenomena. So why should I bother about it? So let it happen. Let it go. So you don't feel like putting any kind of value to that thought. So yes, you can hear this sound. That's all right. So that is the moment your sound faculty got created. So that's all right. It is not. There is no you there. It's just a sensation. It's just a feeling. So we are the one who is assigning a word called sound. So there is no kind of sound either. So it is a creation of the faculty, ear faculty. So there is no person here. So what? So then, if you don't feel like exerting putting some kind of value to that sound, so then what you do is just let the sound go. So the thoughts are not valuable and it is not done by you as well. It is a natural phenomena. So what you do is you just let them go. Then nothing to there would be no person to perceive that sound. So that is the message. That is the message that is given by Lord Buddha. There is no doer here. So we have to be very skillful to see this truth. So just seeing there is nothing outside, then outside is an illusion is not enough. It is essential, but it is not enough. You should go beyond that to see, to understand that there is no person here as well. So the person who have already been assigned as self is also become a part of the external world as well. So same thing happens. So we have to very careful about that, and we have to. So I think all the things Bernard explained were very nice, and he explained it very clearly using that example. So I think for a beginner, so it is very important to uh, look at this Dhamm from that angle. So unless you see this Dhamma with that particular angle, you won't be able to grab that truth. So, but the truth is the no person here. It is not another kind of a knowledge. It should be felt, because we have been feeling that we are living for such a long period. So that is our samsaric cycle. That's why Lord Buddha said we have been roaming in this samsaric cycle for millions of years. That means, what does that mean? So we have been felt as existing for millions of years. But it is a fake feeling. It is a fake feeling. So we have to be awakened to the truth. Truth is the non-existence feel, a nothingness, feeling of the nothingness. So it is a feel, it is not a knowledge. So, but it does not come straight away. It has to come with the knowledge and the understanding. So from the understanding only you will be able to feel that the absolute truth. The truth is the nothingness. There is no person here. So that is the point that we have to see, we have to feel. That is the Dhamma. So Dhamma is concentrated in one single thought. So as Mr. Bernard said, all the three realms are there in one thought. The feeling of the I-ness, feeling of self. So in other words, as Bernard said, they are the defilements. So how much you feel that defilements are fading away, that much you feel that your I-ness, the notion of I is dissolving. That is the whole purpose of this entire activity, understanding that there is no person here. And also it will lead you to feel like there is no person here. Absolutely. That is the truth. That is the truth. So that's why we have been telling for these years and years. Also, Buddothpado say told these things for more than 5 years now. The truth is nothingness. There is no person here, no doer here, no so-called soul here. But we are not skillful enough to see this very quickly, grab this truth very quickly. It takes some time because we have been feeling a self for such a long time, not during this lifetime. For samsaric journey, we have been feeling that this existent field. That's why we are here. That's why you are struggling to overcome this field, the non-soul feeling. Yes, Shani, I think we are running out of time, the time allocated for this Zoom session, isn't it, Mr. Bernard? So, is
Yes, Dr. Ravi. Yes, Dr.
yeah, yeah.
Thank
Yes,
you
we can
for
continue, isn't it?
explaining that,
I think, Bernard, your voice, yeah,
continue we'll, continue this our forum tomorrow also. So today
yeah,
we conclude this. We pay homage to Aryanansi. Can you hear
yes,
me,
Bernard.
Dr. Ravi? Now,
Yes, now
Terasa,
we
right?
can hear you. Yes, we can hear
Yeah.
you, Mr. Bernard.
So we
Yeah.
pay homage to our Aryan Nancy today, and we who participated today. We pay homage to Aryan Nancy, and we conclude our program today. And we will meet tomorrow again. And thank you for everybody who participated today. And Tirwan Sarnai.
Everyone, Mr. Bernard. Everyone, Miss Shani. Everyone, Aryan Nasser. Everyone, everyone.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Today I'm going to talk about Nivana Oba Langamai, second sermon. Nibbana is near you, a Dhamma discourse Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has done before 6 years and uploaded to YouTube. In this Dhamma discourse, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is talking about the Majje Sutra, a great Dhamma discourse done by Lord Buddha. As usual, I want to mention that Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse of Sri Lanka, the wisdom of Sri Lanka, is the only spiritual master in this era. Only spiritual master in this era talking about the true teachings of Lord Buddha, because Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is a fully realized Arahant. Therefore, Aryan Vahanse has done a great revelation because there was no true Buddhist philosophy for the past 1,000 odd years, because so many unkind people destroyed Lord Buddha's true teachings. Therefore, 1,000 odd years, there was no Arahants arisen, because the true Dhamma was not there. Lord Buddha actually preached the timeless Dhamma. There's no time for that Dhamma. It is for each and every moment. There's no past, future, and present. All the time that Dhamma is valid. After a great struggle, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has revealed this Dhamma. After a long journey of 30 years in the year 2015, and started opening up the Dhamma from 2019 with so many difficulties, but still there are very selfish and pride people among this Buddhist clergy, also jealousy about the true Dhamma, because they are with the evil one. Their mind is covered with the evil thoughts. So after a great battle, Aryan Vahanse found this true Dhamma and true path to realization based on true Buddhist philosophy of Lord Gautama Buddha. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is doing a great job. Nowadays, Aryan Vahanse is going village to village, town to town, uh, talking to people, small gatherings like Lord Buddha, and showing them the Nibbana and giving them the light of wisdom by his power of sermons, Dhamma discourses. So, in this great Dhamma, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse has done more than 13,000 Dhamma discourses from the year 2019 up to now. Most of them are in the Sinhala language, but now there are so many Tamil and English sermons are also there. In this Buddothpado PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel, from any part of the world, you all are able to listen to the true message of Lord Buddha from the true teachings of Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse based on true Buddhist philosophy. Because Lord Buddha asked us to achieve 3 wisdoms to understand the true path to realization. First wisdom is wisdom of truth. That is the first one. Darshana Jnana. Second one is Krutya Jnana. And third one is Krutajnana. So have to have this Darshana Jnana. We should have to listen to true Buddhist philosophy. We have to listen to true Buddhist philosophy. Therefore, based on true Buddhist philosophy, each and every sermon Aryan Wahanse is doing for us to first listen to true Buddhist philosophy and slowly realize it. In short, we can say the message of true Buddhist philosophy is there is nothing outside, only the mind we see and hear and feel, only the mind. There's nothing in the mind also, because each and every stimuli appearing and disappearing in the same moment, at this very moment. And therefore, we are redeeming from the form and the name. This body, this human body is just a 6 sensor system, and there is no owner for this body. There's no me, there's no self, there's nobody here. This is a complete nature related activities are happening here. Here based on cause and effect law and our habits. So in this Nibbana, the sermon of Nivan Obalangamai, Nibbana is near you, second sermon, Aryan Wahanse is explaining. Nothing or nobody, we are not meeting anything, we are not meeting nobody. Because nothing is there outside. We are only seeing shadows and reflections. The seeing is only a seeing, as Lord Buddha clarified to Bahya Daruchiya Sannyas. Then he realized and became an Arahant. Bahya, Lord Buddha said, seeing is only a seeing. There's no person who is seeing. That means there is no seer here. Hearing is only a hearing. There is no hearer here. There is no feeling is only a feeling. There is no feeler here. Therefore, actually speaking, there's a very big meaning here. And also just thoughts are also appearing and disappearing. There's nobody here to control the thoughts, so there is nobody here to watch the thoughts. That is also a nature law. This is a very subtle thing. Very subtle seeing is here. Lord Buddha says, no, seeing is just a seeing. That means there is a very subtle seeing is here. Actually, there is a blank seeing here. Can't see anything. Can't see anything. That means when you close your eyes for a while, and if you at once if you open it, that means there is, but you can't see anything at first, because it's just a seeing only. Because we are understanding the seeing by thinking. No? So the time gap between seeing and thinking is very less. But sometimes if you close our eyes and at once we open it, the thinking is coming little late, like that. This seeing is very subtle. Actually, there is a blank seeing here. There is a blank seeing here. Can't see anything. Because we are not aiming at anything. We are just seeing without aiming. Just seeing without aiming. That is why we can't see anything. Look at the eye that is going out for a moment. Look at the eye going out for a moment. There is something here and someone is here. Our mundane mind nature is like that. Yes, we actually we are looking at that way because of our way of looking is become as a habit. Because of the habit, we think we are looking and there is something over there to look. Therefore, look at the eye that going out for a moment. There is something here and someone here. Our mundane mind's nature is like that. That is the wrong view. The wrong view of thinking is like that. We always think there is something here, there is something here to see, and there is the person who is seeing things. That is the way of looking at things from our early childhood. But it is not so. It is actually not correct. Lord Buddha is showing us the truth. That means Lord Buddha is showing us the truth of seeing, hearing, and feeling. Not as we practically doing it. Lord Buddha is showing a new way of looking, new way of hearing, and a new way of feeling. That is called the truth. Because Lord Buddha says that there is nothing here and nobody here. There is nothing here and nobody here. Your intelligence should catch this. You should see this process with your intelligence. Seeing this is the wisdom. Seeing this is the wisdom. This Dhamma can be seen only by wisdom. This Dhamma can be seen only by wisdom. That is how the suffering is loosening in a person with wisdom. Yes, this Dhamma can be seen only by wisdom because the way of thinking should turn around. Because we used to think, we used to see, hear and feel in a wrong way. Now we have to turn the way of thinking, hearing, seeing, hearing and feeling. That is how the suffering is loosening in a person with wisdom. When nothing can be meeting outside, then there is nothing inside. What is there to be happy or be unhappy? According to true Buddhist philosophy, we have described several times. There is no light out there, only light vibrations are there. When the eye vibration and the light vibration is equally vibrating, they become one. That means they are synchronizing. And then the light is, actually the light is occurring in the eye, on the eye. Then the stimuli around are also vibrating because each and everything in this cosmic nature is vibrating. Therefore, when the stimuli around are also vibrating and they become equal to the eye vibration and the light vibration, the synchronizing is happening there. Because of that, we used to see things. But actually, we are just seeing forms, hearing sounds, and feeling touches, feels. But there are a lot of data input from the early childhood. For each and every form, sound, and um, feel and activity, there are so many names input from the early childhood into a human uh, mind, human memory. So at once we see something in the mind, a wave is coming and showing a name. What you are seeing is a coconut tree, what you are seeing is a cloudy sky. Like that, it is always showing us. But if there is no light, the possibility is for seeing is not there. That is why a blind person can't see, a deaf person can't hear, because the seeing, hearing, and feeling is happening due to the possibility of these six sense system. If there is no possibility of seeing, because of the light is not there, that means we are unable to see anything. Therefore, actually with this Dhamma can be seen only by the wisdom. That is how the suffering is loosening in a person with wisdom, because the person with wisdom knows what we are seeing, what we are hearing, and what we are feeling is not true. When nothing can be meeting outside, then there is nothing inside. What is there to be happy or be unhappy? Yes, when nothing can be meeting outside and there's nothing inside. Yes, according to true Buddhist philosophy, we can't actually experience the outside because we are experiencing our senses only. Ability of the according to the ability of the sensor, we are experiencing experiencing only our only our uh, only the nature of the six senses. So there is nothing outside because we can't meet anything outside. We are seeing, hearing, and feeling everything through our mind. Mind images, mind forms, mind reflections. That is the way. And there is nothing out inside also. That means in our mind, actually, there's nothing called mind permanently existing. Mind means a vibratory procedure. That means vibratory nature of the uh, images, my vibratory thing, nature of the mental images. So they are also not permanent. Each and every moment there are millions of thoughts appearing and disappearing. They just appear, disappear. Then again another one. Like that only it's happening. That means there's nothing inside also. What is there to be happy or be unhappy? Yes. What is there to be happy or unhappy? There is nothing. Actually, there's nothing like that. Meeting something from outside means memorizing. Yes. Because without memorizing, we can't understand anything we see, hear, or feel. Because all the names are given by the mind according to the data input in the from the early childhood. That is why if we see some form, at once the mind thought power is very high and a thought is just coming and telling that you are seeing the sky full of clouds. Are seeing the sky full of clouds. So without memorizing, otherwise we are just seeing a blank sheet, something blank there. Mind is only coming and telling that you are seeing the sky full of covered by clouds. That is going in the sansaric journey by creating thoughts. Yes, because the memorizing thought processes meeting something from outside means memorizing. Memorizing is going in the sansaric journey by creating thoughts. Memorizing means creation of thoughts. Sansara means creating thoughts. Long ago we thought there is a sansara out there and after death we are going here and there like that. But actually speaking, the sansaric journey is inside our mind. Therefore, the sansaric journey is creating due to the past thoughts. Yes, because we live in the past all the time, we live in the past. Because the present moment of the mind, present moment of our mind is covered with thoughts, and therefore we can't see the present moment in our mind. But all the time thoughts are flowing due to the past perceptions, past stimuli. So seen so many things, heard so many things, feel so many things. It's like that. So therefore the samsaric journey is creating due to the past thoughts, because this each and every second is passing just now. That means going to the past. We are unable to catch. Not only that, mind cannot wait without stimuli. Yes, because the duty of the mind is actually pushing us through the samsaric journey. So to create thoughts, there should be stimuli come through six senses. So mind's job is collecting these stimuli. Mind cannot wait without stimuli. Based on thoughts, creation of stimuli happens inside the mind. Based on thoughts, creation of stimuli happens inside the mind. Because the stimuli coming through the eyes are creating as reflections in the mind. Stimuli coming through the ears are creating as sounds in the mind, and the feelings are also coming as, the touches are also coming as body touches, taste, smell, or other kind of body touches are also creating in the mind. So, planning the future with non-stop thought processes. Yes, mind is always doing that. Collecting stimuli, making thought processes, and planning the future with non-stop thought processes. Do that tomorrow you have to go there, day after tomorrow you have to go there, you have to do this, then you have to buy that, collect these items, and then come home. Like that all the time. The mind is giving instructions. That is what Aryan Mahansa is explaining here as planning the future with non-stop thought processes of the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is the biggest illusion. If there are no thoughts, there is no mind also. If there are no thoughts, there is no mind also. Mind and the thoughts are in the same nature. Mind and the thoughts are in the same nature. Yes. Because all the time gathering, collecting so many stimuli and making thought processes. If there are no thoughts, there is no mind also. That is why mind is trying to continue its journey. There is a gap between two thoughts in the mind. That is a seeing of intelligence. There are no thoughts. When you apply awareness and intelligence, the blankness, that brightness, that radiant mind without thoughts, that medium nature is there. Yes. Aryan Vahanse is telling something important here. As usual, you know, there is a thought creating, there's one thought creating at a time, one at a time, and just appearing and ceasing, arising and ceasing. But there is a gap between two thoughts in the mind, because when one thought is arising and ceasing, after a little while only another thought is appearing. Therefore, Aryan Vahanse is telling there is a gap between two thoughts in the mind, according to the true teachings of Lord Buddha. That is a seeing of intelligence. That is a seeing of intelligence. Yes, we have to see that gap with our intelligence. There are no thoughts. Yes, in that gap, there are no thoughts. When you apply awareness and intelligence, when you apply awareness and intelligence, that blankness, that brightness, that radiant mind without thoughts, that medium nature is there. Actually speaking, we are experiencing the radiant mind between two thoughts. That is what Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is describing here. In this, Nibbana is near you, second sermon. You have to recognize the radiant mind with intelligence. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is telling. You have to recognize the radiant mind with intelligence. Here, thoughts are hidden and blankness is obvious. Yes. Otherwise, all the time, thoughts are obvious, no? But in between two thoughts, thoughts are hidden and the blankness is obvious. Mind is continuously running by creating thoughts. Yes. Mind wants to exist anyhow. So mind can do only that. Yes. Because this gap between the two thoughts are a very important point. Because as Aryan Vahanse is telling, you have to recognize the radiant mind with intelligence. Where there is the radiant mind, because the thoughts are hidden. Here thoughts are hidden and blankness is obvious. Mind is continuously running by creating thoughts. Yes, because if there are no thoughts, mind cannot exist. When we realize there is nothing truly outside, there won't be a value for thoughts. Yes, all the time we are thinking that something is outside and thinking about it, no. But here, when we understand that Yes, mind is continuously running by creating thoughts, because without thoughts, mind cannot exist. When we realize there is nothing really, nothing out there won't, nothing truly outside, there won't be a value for thoughts. Yes, thoughts are creating based on the things see, hear, and feel. No, so when we understand, when we realize there is nothing truly outside, there won't be a value for thoughts. Catching thoughts and running for pleasure is pleasure is in this mind. Yes, mind is like that. No, it's catching thoughts and running around to fulfill its sensual pleasure. Finally, knowing this is an illusion. Yes, when trying to fulfill the pleasure for this sixth sense system, at one point, you will realize that there is no, you will realize that there's no pleasure out there. Nobody can have pleasure because we live in an illusion. We see, hear, and feel all are illusions, shadows. So we can't actually control shadows, control the so-called mind-based world, because world is not out there. World is creating inside the mind based on these six sense system. When we understand, when we realize that there is nothing truly outside, then there won't be a value for thoughts. Yes. What is the use of the value of the thoughts if there is nothing outside? There's no outside at all. Thoughts are useless. They are just flowing. We are not going to fooled by the thoughts. There won't be a value for thoughts. Yes. Catching thoughts and running for pleasure in this mind, finally knowing this is an illusion. There will be no attaching or liking towards thoughts, because we thought no, the thoughts are myself. You have, in a wrong way, you have applied the self into the thoughts, and you have believed the thoughts, and you went went with the thoughts to satisfy yourself, and finally understood that. So, catching thoughts and, yes, finally knowing this is an illusion. There will be no attaching or liking towards thoughts. Yes, thoughts are actually not true. Thoughts are misleading. We cannot control thoughts. We cannot control this system. It is like that. It is like that. Like this, lusty mind is dissolving slowly, and mind will arise free from lust attachments. Yes, when we understand there's nothing outside, and when we understand there's nothing in the mind also, then we know there's no value for thoughts. Therefore, we will be able to dissolve our lusty mind slowly, and mind will arise free from lust or attachment. Memorizing in this will dissolve මනස නැති සිතේ සිහිය පහළ වේ. Awareness will arise in the mental state where there is no mind. When the mental state is redeeming from the mind, awareness will bend into the truth. Yes, according to the true Buddhist philosophy, we really understand that Lord Buddha, based on Lord Buddha's true teachings, Buddothpado, Aryan Mahansa is doing a very great revelation about the true Buddhist philosophy. Because true Buddhist philosophy is our own story actually. True Buddhist philosophy is our own story. Because it shows what is this mind, how the mind creates, what is outside, what is inside. So there is nothing outside, nothing inside. This body is just a six sense system. And there's no owner for this body. To understand this, Buddothpado Aryan Mahansa has given us a very valuable 4 contemplations to each and every seeker to practice that. That is actually not difficult. That means the walking meditation. When you start to go to the walking meditation, you have to remind yourself that actually speaking, there is no self here. The self means a complete illusion made by ourselves. Our parents actually put this name of illusion. Yeah, because there is nobody here in this body. Lord Buddha very clearly shown this several times, and Aryan Mahansa also very clearly showing us. So Aryan Mahansa is doing a great job by taking new examples. That means blending the new science and Lord Buddha's teachings together, and in a very nice, very beautiful way, Aryan Mahansa is explaining this Dhamma. It's very easy to understand. Taken because actually speaking, this is a great science. Lord Buddha preached a very great science. Even for the scientists are unable to go that far. When you realize, something, Aryan Mahansa is clearly explaining it with new scientific similes, like water, like a ice cube. When we keep an ice cube outside from the fridge, it starts melting. After that, there is water. When we are keeping the water on the fire and when we are boiling the water, water is evaporating. That means the ice cube has gone somewhere. It is not there. Likewise, Aryan Vahanse is taking so many new examples. Actually, speaking, that ice cube is still there in another form, air form. When we see the ice cube, it was a hard cube. After boiling, after it's dissolving into the cube dissolved into the liquid form. Then boiling, it have changed into the air. So in the atmosphere, still the air is there. That means air is still there. That is how Aryan Vahanse is explaining the wisdom of truth through so many new similes. Thunder and lightning is also another one to understand this true Dhamma. When the thunder and lightning happening, our window sills are vibrating. That means that power out there is synchronized into this window sill. That lightning is very much equal to the light vibration because light is a vibration. That is the actual nature of it. That is why Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is telling so many things and showing the ultimate truth to the new generation. The tuning fork is also like that. When there are two tuning forks in a laboratory, physics lab, when we make a sound on one tuning fork, the other one is also vibrating. That means the vibration, both the vibrations have become one. That is called synchronization. That means the gap between them are gone. That is how the light is creating in our eyes. There are light vibrations out there, and when our eye is also vibrating, light vibration or eye vibration become equal, become one, then the synchronization happening. Gap between those two are still, it's not there. Gap is gone, vanished. Like that, after that, this vibration of each and every human being's vibration also synchronizing like that. So there's a big value for this all these talks because Aryan Vahanse is very nicely explaining those similes like that. The true Buddhist philosophy is the greatest uh, foundation of this path to Nibbana and the Buddhist dispensation. And the four great contemplations, first one is we should memorize the first one. There is nothing outside and we have to walk few rounds and then again remembering There's nothing inside in the mind also. And remembering that walking. And the third one is these body senses are just were activating due to cause and effect law and the habits, early habits. And the fourth one is there is nobody in this human body. Yes, if we take on this body as self, then only the suffering is high. Then only the suffering is high. Because if we are dissolving into the nature, there's no me here. There's no me here. Then what is the use of searching for a me here? My mind is just a thought due to coming again and again. It has become some hard thought. Density of the thought, that thought is high now. Or otherwise, there is no self here. Self means a complete illusion. So we actually ask you all, the English speaking people on this planet Earth, whatever religion is there for you doesn't matter. No matter whatever country you live, no matter whatever education you have, no matter whatever social background you have to come and hear this PeoTV, Buddothpado PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel, because this gives you the whole picture with the true Buddhist philosophy, and each and every member talking here is our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse's great revelations of Dhamma based on the true teachings of Gautama Buddha, Lord Gautama Buddha. Therefore, we should understand knowing the truth means knowing the actual truth is help you all to control that means will help you to understand the true nature of this mind-based world and live a peaceful life. Actually speaking, there is nothing for us to worry about if we understand we are seeing, hearing, and feeling a complete illusionary nature due to our wrong way of looking at it, and we are redeeming from the form. Then when we understand there's nothing inside the mind, all those are just appearing and disappearing, here you are redeeming from the name. The third contemplation is this body. This body is a six sense system activation due to cause and effect law and the habits, and there's no there's no owner for this. There is no owner for this body. There is no self. So we have created self without knowing. Now there's a big job for us to do to overcome the self, because then only we are entering into the stream of Nibbana. we can very easily understand there's nothing outside because we are always seeing shadows and reflections. That means if we can see a shaking of these coconut leaves, that means the shaking is your mind, not the coconut leaves. Your your mind is swaying actually, not the outside. Everything you see, you feel, and you hear all are your mind only. Now, when a breeze comes in, that also like that. That means you are feeling, not you are feeling. The body sensor is feeling, and that feeling is understanding by the mind. That means nothing actually. We are unable to catch anything from outside. We are catching actually our own senses. Therefore, you should understand this very clearly and relax your mind, relieve your mind by listening this Dhamma. That is your main duty in this planet Earth. For today, I'm going to conclude this session. Teruan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Thiruvan Saranai Champa, you can start the discussion. Thiruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. I have listened to the last night's sermon, not somewhat.
Yeah, you can start in the formal way. Thiruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai. Actually,
Okay.
Doctor, discussion with that Korean boy, Janaka.
Yeah.
Because he is always thinking, no, Doctor, that all the when he's walking, when he was working in that factory, some kind of burning came to him, it seems.
Yeah,
So,
I think we will start as usual the worshipping and we'll start in that way, no?
okay.
You can start it, yes. Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, we bow down to you for your noble guidance. Teruvan Saranai, Triple Gem, Teruvan Saranai, all the Dhamma friends. Yes, Dr. Teruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai, yes.
And according to that his speech, Doctor, he thought he was established with that anger, like thought. When he was uplifting those some what do you say this butter I can't remember the name.
Yes, some pipes or something.
Pipes or something. And when there are two machines, two machineries were there, it seems. One, his friend was using one, and he got bit late, and due to that, some kind of anger has happened to him. Due to that, he thought it was that stimuli was established with him. But Aryan Mahanse said, though there are so many things happening, if we think only the self is actually arising there, Doctor.
Yes.
What about your explanation?
Yeah, simply wherever, if you think that there is self, the self is there. Now, really speaking, there is no self anywhere, isn't it?
Yes,
Always we take it as a thought. We think that there is a self. So, in any situation, if you think that is this self, is this
yes,
myself, it's self view or whatever, the way
yes,
if you're thinking, if you think, yes, that is then the self.
yes,
So, actually, what happened was now what he explained was that some situation where the senses may have functioned, and then as a thought, he got a bit of annoyance,
yes,
some form of anger or something. But
yes,
that can be just a product of the system, no? Now,
yes,
this is the step, like when a person is free of the self view, that
yes,
means he knows that by thoughts there is no one else, but the self perception is there.
yes,
Sanya is coming as self,
yes,
but
yes,
by thinking, there's no thinking that there is a self here. So
yes,
if he is not in that state, that means if he's still having this thought of myself, then
yes,
that will apply to wherever the things are happening. But in
yes.
this situation, as Aryan Mahase said, if you think that there is a self, yes, there is a self then. But
Here, Doctor,
yes.
Dr. Kokila gave a nice lesson one day, right? For
Mm,
me. Actually,
mm,
it's very much true, Doctor.
mm,
That means one day I was explaining something to her. She said, what are you doing? You are creating a self and you are trying to overcome the self through with another self.
yeah.
Right? That is
Yes.
very true, Doctor. After that, I never did it, right? I
Mm.
never thinking that my thinking is completely changed from that point.
Oh, that's
That
good.
is, yes, that is what this boy is having now.
Mm.
We should not think of self in any way.
Yes.
Yes.
That is what, because that is a very subtle way of looking at it, doctor.
Mm.
Because
Yeah. Yes.
checking whether there is self is very dangerous.
Yes,
Mm.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Long as you try to check, there is a self.
Yes.
Mm.
Yes,
So
doctor.
this boy also, if he was trying to find a self there, that means there is a self.
Yes, yes, that is what happened to him, doctor.
Mm.
I got I got I got a nice advice. Actually, it's very true, doctor. If
Mm.
we think, that means actually it's happening there.
Yeah.
Mhm. But Aryan Mans is continuously
Mm.
talking about it for somewhat lengthy discussion.
Mm.
And actually, when we are actually most of the seekers have this problem, no, doctor?
Yeah, the thing is, we are used to think that way. No, we are always, automatically that thought is coming up. Whether
Yes,
it is used in words or not is immaterial. Whether you use the word me, myself is not the problem.
yes,
Your thought is there as if it is happening to you.
yes.
So, so this boy also,
Mm-hmm.
uh, that anger or whatever the unhappiness or whatever the thought that he had, that
Yes,
feeling is
yes,
simply a part of the system.
yes,
Only
doctor.
thing
At
that
that
we have
point,
to do
according
is
to you, you told me that day, according to your advice, I
mm,
think that should we have to direct to a sensor, no, doctor?
system. Yeah,
System.
system is happening now. Yeah, sensor level, of course, yes. So the
Yes,
system is taking place. The
yes,
unhappiness is also a mind sensor function.
yes, yes. That is
So,
mind sensor. Yes,
yeah, that's a mind sensor.
yes,
So why do you want to have the ownership to that? Just
yes,
you can see from that corner, that angle,
yes,
that can be seen from that angle. This is happening.
yes,
As long as you are not convinced that this is a system
yes,
taken as for myself.
yes,
So when that convincing occurs that there is no self here, this is only a system, then
yes,
the fire will start going down. Until that time, the current will come.
yes.
Those are
It's
the requirements. So
yeah,
the fire will start go down only when that complete deep understanding or deep realization that this is simply a system only. There is no person there.
yes. It's easy for me to look at that way, as you said that day, doctor. Pushing a stimuli, if there is a burning, it's pushing to one of the system, one of the sensor. It's
Yeah, yeah.
yes,
Yeah, only a system there. So for her to do it as active thinking at the beginning.
yes, yes,
Actively, you have to go on reminding there's no self here. This is only the mind sensor. This is now because now what we feel is the mind sensor feel. No, we don't experience the feel of the eye, ear,
yes,
nose, those
yes,
things we don't feel separately now.
yes,
What
yes. Mind sensor, yes.
sensor feel? No?
Mm, mm. All the time we can see it as mind sensor.
Yeah, so it is always a thought. This is always the mind sensor function.
Yes, yes. Then the mind power is also become less, no, doctor?
Yeah, mind sensor. Keep on actively thinking that this is the mind sensor. So after some time, you will realize that you don't need to actively think like that. It
Yes,
automatically comes as a passive thinking. Yes, this is the thought. This is a mind sensor.
yes, doctor. It doesn't matter for the beginner. We are still like beginners, no. For it
Mm.
doesn't matter the active thinking, because it's actually the correct way, no, doctor. So
Mm.
active
Mm.
thinking is okay, I think, for the
Yeah, yeah.
beginners.
Yeah, that is how you have to do because now when you are reversing.
Mm.
You're reversing completely to the opposite direction, no? Because we
Yes.
were going down the river with that
Yes.
flow. It
Yes.
was always me, myself, and mine. That was thinking pattern. Now,
Yes.
when you are reversing, you have to take an active sort of role and then kind of reminding. Now,
Yes.
it's so even if you now if you are seeing a banana tree,
Yes.
uh, I mean, you can just remind us it's a seeing only. It's a function of the eye only.
Yes. Yes.
That
Yes,
way of
doctor.
there's nothing wrong with.
Yes, little things now we can do as
Mhm.
active thinking because it's we are putting a good foundation by doing it now, doctor.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Basically, it is a first step of for contemplations. No, this is a
Yes.
thought. This is a
Yes.
thought. So the
Yes.
thought means it is a product of the system.
Yes. Actually, doctor, if we are not doing it properly in the beginning, means it goes with that wrong view again and again for a long period.
Yeah, it's not easy actually now.
Mhm.
It's not only this life, no, all these lives we have
Yes.
been thinking that way. The
Yes.
subject has been there throughout that time.
Yes.
So reversing is not just simply easy also, but
Yes.
it's not something impossible.
Yes.
Hmm.
Because to that means to go to the some this Siripada even we have to start from one point, no?
Yeah, yeah. With each
Mm.
and step you are reaching there. So like that,
Yes.
active thinking is necessary at the beginning.
Yes.
Savitakka. No?
Yes. Yes.
Mm.
In the correct way. If we are going to see the self, that is over.
Mm.
Mm.
It may not be, I mean, each and every thought you will not be able to do it practically, but
Yes.
some heavy thoughts that you feel,
Yes.
the, those things you can quickly remind, what is
Yes.
this? Is this just a mind sensor?
Yes. Yes.
It could be a thought, or it
Yes,
was a picture
doctor.
to eye and a thought. So something like that. It's a
Yes.
system. Because, some form of reminding is necessary at the beginning.
Yes, doctor, some thoughts are actually coming now again and again, some useless thoughts sometimes
Yeah.
coming again and again. Then I have to remind this is
Yeah.
mindset. Yes.
Mm. Mm. Yes.
Without a burning, even some thoughts are just coming like there are things like that.
Actually,
Mm.
there is a burn we don't feel. Very
Uh-huh.
high burn is there. So
Uh-huh.
whatever the thought, if you feel real, now
Uh,
say some incident that happened at home, uh,
uh,
just think about it. I mean, it didn't give any particular burn to you. It didn't give rise to any particular patiga or dvesha or raga or anything. But just
yes.
the incident is coming to your mind.
Yes, yes.
But that is because you felt it as true.
Yes, yes. That
Thought
will,
has become a thing. That is why. That is why
yes.
it is coming again and again. So each and every time, if
Mm,
you sort of can see it as simply a thought,
mm,
mind is a product.
yes.
More you see it from that angle, only it will start coming less and less.
Yes, yes. It will
More,
dissolving. It is dissolving slowly. Yes.
more power to the thought means it keeps recurring.
Yes, yes, doctor.
Now that
Yes,
is why after certain incidents, uh,
yes,
it's really troublesome. You can feel that it is really harassing. No, that though that thought is coming up again and again, you feel really exhausted. No.
yes. If somebody there, that means if somebody we really help them and they used to that means ill treating us,
Hmm.
not so that kind of things are happening within our relations and some
Hmm.
that thoughts are uh, somewhat appearing. Then what I used to remind that.
Yeah, it's just
Mm.
a mind sensor because now when you keep the eyes open, you
Yes,
can't control the pictures which are formed. No, the
yes,
eye visions cannot be controlled. The
yes,
things you like, the things that you don't like that you can't separate out.
Yes.
It's also like that same way, mind sensor, if the person is not unconscious, the
Yes.
thought is formed.
Yes.
As long as other five senses are functioning, as long
Mind
as,
change.
yeah,
Yes.
the thoughts are coming non-stop.
Mm. Yes, doctor. We
But
actually from the beginning we didn't know how to look at this mind sense, and now only I am catching it actually.
uh, what you feel as if the thoughts are not coming is not that the thoughts have stopped coming, but that
Mm.
power of the thoughts are less. So that
Right.
you feel that weight. You don't
Ah.
feel exhausted with the thoughts.
Ah.
Then you feel as if the thoughts have slowed down. No, it's not
Yes.
slowing down. The
Yes.
value has gone down.
Yes. Value is gone down. Yes. That is what no Aryanvansi is telling. You all cannot see the moment that you all can't still see the awaken to the moment because of the thoughts. No, doctor.
Yes.
Mm.
Yesterday morning, Tisamaharamba one was not very clear, no?
Yes,
Um,
I didn't hear Dr. Kokila told it was not clear.
no, it
Later
was
they will put it, doctor.
afternoon was there one in the practical experience. I heard Aranwasi saying that there was a
Yes,
good
yes.
discussion in the
Good
afternoon.
one. Yes, that was somewhere else, doctor. Pannalo, Panamuri one. I didn't hear, but it's good it seems. Don't know
So where
whether
did you get it? Is it in that long 7 hours like block?
no, it should be separate. No, doctor. I'm not so sure about it.
Mm.
Did you check that practical Buddothpado, the practical thing?
No, I have saved couple of them, but I'm not sure whether it has the yesterday's one. Today one I saw, I again saved. I could actually listen.
Yesterday evening one, doctor. That is after 3.
Evening, yeah, Aryan Mahasi mentioned about yesterday evening one.
Uh,
Said that very good.
I don't know whether it is in our practical thing. 4 o'clock.
Oh, maybe. Mm-hmm.
That also we can check and see.
Mm.
It's very good it seems, but didn't have time to check about it.
Yeah.
Today morning also Aryan Mahanse was discussing about this last night thing.
Yeah.
To a certain extent only I heard. He said last night thing is very good for you all. Like that.
Morning he was mostly discussing with Asanti about her experiences. No, that was a beautiful discussion.
I didn't hear that part because I didn't have time. Just for a while I listened to it.
Yeah, I also didn't complete, but latter part I heard some part she was explaining about how she felt earlier and now how she's feeling, and so mainly she was expressing her views and how she feels, and Aryan was advising things.
That should we must listen it. I think that may be good. Yes. Now there are so many things to listen, doctor. No
Of course,
time on.
10 minutes. Uh, any particular topic, Champa, until the others join, we can talk on
Yes,
something.
I have taken some notes in that last night one, Doctor will see.
Uh-huh.
We are suffering due to thinking. Sometimes the seekers think that I am here, self is there. Due to thinking. Yes, thinking is the problem. No, yes. If we see Dhamma clearly, we cannot impose self here. We are imposing the self here.
So that is
That-
what that Korean boy also explained, no?
yes,
Imposing
yes,
to that story.
yes.
Hmm.
Thoughts may appear in different ways. If we think only establishing with the stimuli is happening.
Yes, Aryan Vansi is telling, no, doctor,
Hmm.
not all that. Though there are so many stimuli, think if we go to think only the establishing is happening.
Uh, is it Manasikara? That is what you.
No, no, I put that word for basaganwa. No, I don't know what to put that. I checked and I got that word. Basaganwa established, that means catching the stimuli like
Becoming a thing. Oh, yes, yes. Okay.
becoming a thing.
Hmm.
According to the places where we are talking loudly can happen. As a habit also, it might come. It is only a habit, not the self. But
Hmm.
self means also a habit, Aryan once said.
Yeah. Yes, self. Yeah, thinking as self is also another habit, no?
Yes, yes, doctor.
Hmm.
Because all the time we have actually done it no for so many years.
Yes, yes. No, that's what I said. Not only these number of years, you can't give
Yes.
it in numbers.
Yes. From
Yeah.
the beginning, from the early childhood, we were thinking that self is here. No?
Hmm. Yeah.
That become a habit, no, doctor.
Yeah. Thinking as self also becomes a habit. On the
Mm.
other hand, Tara Maharshi said that habits are not always a self.
Yes, yes, yes.
Happens as habits, which you can't label as habits. Terwa Sarnai Sudharma, you also can join us.
Theruvan Saranai,
Terwa
doctor.
Saranai.
I just joined. I will listen to you and join. Actually, what are you talking about? I had to attend a funeral and just
Ah,
came, doctor. Yeah.
no, two,
Mm.
three sentences from that discussion with last night
Korean.
discussion. Hmm.
Yes.
Last night discussion. I missed last night one and morning one both.
Ah,
Ah,
okay.
That's very good. Yeah. Okay, please
Yeah.
go ahead. I will listen and get. And Dr. Kokila will also join, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's yeah. Okay. Teruvan Saranai, Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahansiri Namaskar.
mainly this self view, Sudharma, we have discussed.
Self view, yeah. Now, actually, I attended the funeral, no, that funeral.
Ah,
So, they are doctor. Now, after coming home, when I was washing the hands, I felt that we slightly feel um, the inner tranquility. I mean, it's different. I mean, everything is there, not without thoughts. Even in such an event, it's nothing to do with me. It was just social etiquette, attending the funeral of colleagues. Old father will not necessarily be a thing for anyone. It
Mm.
is. I'm not talking about being sad for separation, no anything, but as an event also, it doesn't become a thing that we you must also be experiencing. So I also felt that, doctor. It's yeah. So
What
we
do you mean by
actually
tranquility
the
they are set up?
hmm, true, because there were several monks. Always I talk about the schools and all, representing Richmond College, then Sangamita College, uh, Vidyalok, all schools, and I personally know them. When they were leaving, even I didn't want to go and worship them and kind of a big show like thing. No, normally we do. Even some went, but I didn't really. I mean, had an urge to go and worship in the presence of the big crowd and such things we normally do. So that some kind of tranquility and calmness, especially I feel it. I am a person with Kadikulapuano all my life. So I am notorious for that. Yes, Dr. Thiruvan Saranai Champa, yes. Self view, yeah.
Last night, a boy from Korea spoke.
Ah, is that not Charmer, another boy? Yeah, Janaka.
Yes, Janaki.
Yeah. Hmm.
His experiences. He
Ah,
said while working in the factory, he felt some kind of burning, and he's asked whether it is self and like that. That's the story actually we were talking about.
yes.
And Parag
I
said,
started to listen to that. Ultimately, I have fallen asleep. I was bit upset thinking if Aryan had seen my name, whether he called my name also. I just forgotten what to do. Even if he has called, he would say, she must is busy with something or something. But still, I really thought hereafter, it's a risk to join the Zoom and go to sleep because it is the system. So,
Yes, yes, it is
yeah.
difficult. Yes, sleeping is coming. Yes, without knowing it's there.
that is a body exhaustion. No, that is the
Yeah,
body exhaustion.
exhaustion, doctor. Yesterday it was really hard here in Gaul. It was like, I don't know, very, very hot.
Ah,
Maybe Somalia, we
mm,
felt kind of uncomfortable.
mm.
So,
Temperature level, what about the temperature level, Sudharma?
Champa in the new phone, I don't know. I couldn't still adjust it.
Colombo
Um,
also a bit high, but not very much,
ah,
but a bit, today little
ah,
bit lesson. Yesterday it was high.
yeah, yesterday, even in Gaul, it was. There must have been a good discussion also, no? I
Yeah, actually, what Taran Mahase said was that he asked whether, I mean, the self is there. Then, as Champa earlier explained it, he said, if you think that the self is there, yes, self is there.
yeah, true.
That he has explained even earlier to different people, I think. And
Yeah, doctor, that's a very important thing. I mean, that should be the ground rule. I mean, that's what I reminded in that Zoom, even though somebody does not experience the self-free thing, um, we should always remember there was never a self, there is no self, there won't be a self. Only that feeling is taken mistakenly as a self. So that helps us to um, change because this is the view that we talk about. View is something that is augmented due to external factors. So we can, I mean, do such tricks also, as even Sarnamali suggests, uh, to tell the self that you are not there, kind of thing. It really worked for me. Yeah, self view.
yeah, actually, that is what
Perception.
we were discussing also, that active thinking, isn't it? Active
Active
thinking.
thinking, doctor.
Mm.
Yeah.
So that is how you should start, and
Hmm.
then it passively it comes as a thought, there's no self here, no
Hmm.
self.
Hmm. Hmm.
Then I
Even,
think,
yeah,
mm,
Asanti used to show that to me a lot. I mean, in the first few months, she
mhm,
was like shouting at me. Then, is that the self? Is that the self?
mm.
Now, Dr. Kokila also says, no. So what? So what? That is again asking, is that the self? So those reminders are important.
And it is a kind of a relief, isn't it, to feel that there is
Yeah.
no me here. I mean, things are happening.
Yes,
Maybe
doctor. It's very
anger,
true.
sadness, craving, whatever. So
Hmm.
what should be the response. So what? Not mine,
Yes.
not me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
And that is the first step. So
Hmm.
Yes.
once the self weave is broken, then only the defilements or that fire which is coming up with the thoughts starts gradually getting faded. faded, no?
Yeah.
And it's the Asavakya. The Asavakya will start activating, start functioning or being activated when that self weave is broken.
Hmm. Earlier, doctor, this inner feeling or inner burning or that thing was evident to us when really big things happen, no
Mm.
shocking things happen.
Yeah,
When the self view or the mind calms down, uh,
mm.
even the subtle changes within can be felt.
Yeah,
Yeah, very insignificant stimulations can be felt.
yeah.
Mm.
It becomes finer and finer. Now, today
Mm.
morning, the part that I listened the early morning one, 5 o'clock one. Asanti was explaining now. As we all know that she doesn't get the major burns now, so
Mm.
she was doing the finer ones now. This Sunday, that professor also has come for the Kurunagala session, and
Ah,
that is, I think, second or third visit.
right.
So yesterday, this Sunday, both of them were there. Asanti
Ah,
and Professor was there.
professor. Yeah.
End of the session, uh, the evening, just before winding up, they had a kind of a chat, and then she felt that they were more sort of focusing to him, and they were
Ah,
more towards him, and
participants. Yeah.
not participants. I mean that what the either the communication or they were focusing more towards professor and they were
Ah,
talking more
but the people.
yeah, people, the participants.
Right.
So
Okay.
she felt
Mm.
because now she has been doing it for a long time, very long
Mm.
time, and
Mm.
now the attention has gone to him. Just he
Mm.
has started coming only 2 3 days,
Mm.
and already the attention is gone to him. So
Mm.
she felt it. So those are fine places where now the defilements or the sasava nature is identified, no?
Yeah, that is there, and also that is the nature of the mind, not the participants.
Yeah, yeah.
Participants' minds always want the next one. No, now
Mm,
Asanti was the previous one. Now the next one is the professor. Now,
yeah.
if I go next week, or if what if Doctor Kokila comes down to Sri Lanka and goes?
Yes.
So that next one thing also affects, and the telepathization now is a professor, always Daryan Mahasi talks about him, his presentation is always new, so that is quite understood, no doctor,
Yeah.
easily understandable. Yeah, it is not the people's fault or whatever, that is the system. Even we would do the same, no, if a new teacher comes to the class, although that teacher is incompetent,
Mm,
after 1 hour they would say, but
mm.
initially they will never look at the old teacher and be attracted by the new teacher.
Yes, yes, yes. That
Mm.
is the
That
nature of
is again, we think till children are ungrateful. There are sayings like, මොනවාද මේ කියන්නේ නිතර දකින කුකුලගේ කරමලේ සුදුයි
Sudu.
kind of thing, but it is again nature, isn't it, doctor? And actually, when Aryan Wahanse was talking about vibrations, similar vibration is when how people get on well, when the frequencies are more or less the same.
Mm,
Now, the saying birds of a feather flock together.
mm. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So all, I mean, that's why it is clearly evident that Dhamma is life.
Mm,
Dhamma is nothing alien, no, nothing extraordinary. But the thing is, when it comes in the syllabus, that is why Aryan Mahase always, now he never let us talk about the facts and justify your, I mean, only if it is coming with the feeling, he would explain. Otherwise, facts per se, if we ask something, he would just reject.
yeah. Now
Mm.
that's the sanya vipariname, no? the evolution, can you say evolution of perceptions?
That
I
I
mean,
asked from Dr. Kokila also yesterday. Best person to discuss that with is, I think, either Surangika or Dr. Kokila. I also don't know what this Sanya Viparina. Is it changing?
yeah, changing pattern, yes.
Yeah,
Some-
that's what I asked from Dr. Kokila now.
Mm,
Uh, when we meet a lover, let's say somebody, so we think we feel we are one, no, that
mm,
kind of, that much similar frequency. But after 5 days, the total rejection may happen.
mm, mm.
So that is again something to do with this changing nature of frequencies and vibrations.
Yeah.
Although we think he has changed and I have changed.
Mm.
So
Yeah.
what is that called, doctor? That is that the sanya vipar changing?
Yeah, Sanya Vipariname, now it is described in two ways. One thing,
Uh,
in each and every sanya, each and every perception also changes from the time of it arising until the time it ceases to function, or birth and death of the sanya. That's
mm,
the words
mm,
I could use. Arising and cessation of the sanya, even though it happens within a fraction of second, even during that fraction of second, there is a change in the sanya. That is one way. So
mm,
that's a sanya vipariname even at the individual sanya level. That is actually knowledge. We
mm,
don't know about that. So because of that pattern, that changing pattern, the same perception which occurred today, if it occurs maybe after few years later, same
mm,
thing,
mm.
but there will be a difference in that.
Different. Punchi kale puttuvama, other that kind of thing. Is that the one, doctor?
Then Balande, then now
Yeah,
see,
yeah,
now perception about, we'll take a beautiful pencil box,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
The perception that we have about a beautiful pencil box when we
Mm,
were 4 years
mm,
is completely different to the perception that we have about the pencil box now.
mm, mm.
That craving or attachment is not there now.
They're not there. Right. Viparin. Got it. Yeah, it is
So
it's the same, isn't it, doctor? Ah,
everything is changing now. Now even food items, just see now the food that we ate yesterday,
mm,
even today, sometimes you might say, "Oh, I don't feel like eating this now."
mm,
That
mm,
is also sanya
yeah,
viparinama.
mm.
Every now and then the sanya is changing. Every now and then it's changing, evolving.
Ah,
Even
that is,
abhisankarana is also another form of viparinama.
yes,
Viparinama means changing,
changing. Right.
evolving, changing. I think
Change.
evolving can be used. So changing or evolving. So
Mm,
perceptions are every every moment it is changing. Every moment
mm,
it is evolving.
mm,
So even the abhisankarana or becoming powerful, the
mm,
perception becoming strong and powerful, that
mm,
is also one form of viparinama. That is also
mm,
one form of
mm.
change. So
Very.
even yeah, Sukuma being also another form of evolving, changing.
Mm,
So that is why sanya are not sort of static all the time. They are
mm.
always changing. So
Change.
because of that this thought pattern is also changing. That
Mm.
because of that the mind is also felt as if it is alive because of this changing pattern.
Pattern. We feel as if it is growing. Existing mind is expanding.
Yes.
That's how we feel. Yeah. The difficult part is now when all details arise in a fraction of a second, we never can figure it out as single thought.
Yeah, as you said, now even a love between two people. Now,
Mm,
if there is a change in the love, or even now see newly married couple, the perceptions that they had
mm,
changes with time. No, that attraction and that attachment sometimes is less with the
mm,
time.
mm,
So that is also sanya vipariname.
mm.
So any change can be attributed to this sanya vipariname,
Mm.
the
Mm.
evolving changing pattern of the perceptions.
Mm. So another school incident I can share, Doctor, if you can analyze it from the Dhamma perspective. So one deputy principal wanted to actually, she didn't say it's a big project. She asked, now there are a lot of underprivileged children in the school. Um, so she feels like a monthly contribution can be made, but she she um, want about 5 teachers to join who will do it silently, I mean secretly. Only the 5 people will know, and plus 5 people plus the whoever the student. And so in that case, she wanted me and she asked me to suggest some other. She got a primary teacher whom she knows personally, and then to me, then asked me to nominate another two, because with her, 5 of us. Then two other s- such teachers were named, and now the plan is after the salary date we contribute 500 rupees each, and she doesn't want more even. It happens every month, and so either some goods or stationery or even cash worth 2500 will be given to the selected child or whoever child, actually representing all sections. If you give it to primary this month, next month secondary. So she came up with the big plan, because mastermind. I only I said yes, and I wanted to give that amount only. I said okay, after 20th I would keep it on your table. That's what I. Then today, now we contributed then yesterday, last week we contributed the money, and so she has brought two big parcels, um, and one they have selected one child who is very good in studies. Father has left the family, and the young she has a very young sister with that illness. Doctor Sakuntala might know, hole in the heart. What is that?
Yeah,
Don't know
yeah,
is that
all that.
uh, something. Yeah. So that mother is just 30. Just
Mm.
and she is having such a difficult time to I mean keep the family going, family in the sense to raise the children. So she came and very innocent looking. Now they have selected to have a brief, I mean that meeting to happen in my room. So
Mm.
all of them came at 12:45, because I actually wanted them to do that. It's enough. She wanted to be transparent, maybe but she wanted to. She was asking me to hand over a parcel. I mean, it's a like, even though within 5 people, it's a big show. Like, then I said nothing to do, because this is only said this is to happen in secretly. Only you and we trust you. That's why we gave this, and you can just hand over. So they were, I mean, doing a very good thing with good faith. But she was, it's a project, like he has documented, and she's showing the views, and that's very good translation. And all of them were like, what I felt as, I mean, how it has become a thing for them is like they were inquiring, I mean, in detail whether there is a maintenance case, I don't know, to get some
Mhm.
on from the father. So where do you live? What happened? In all the, I mean, things are. She was very honest and innocent and telling. Then she was telling we should take a photo also. Then I actually was very reluctant. I said why? I don't know. I don't think it's so that way. I mean, not criticizing, but there was not a need to, how can I explain? I show how they were inquisitive about all the details, and we don't have a need to go into details. That's what I felt.
Yeah,
But
Champa, what do you think about it? Champa, Tirosarnai, you
Hmm.
can
Then,
go.
doctor, actually, what Sudharma telling is correct, doctor. No need to show off, no? Yes. But that people who didn't listen to this Dhamma cannot understand
I
those
cannot
things.
understand. And the other thing, I didn't uh, deliberately, I was not irritated when they were talking to her.
Mm.
Only I was not interested kind of level. Not
Yes.
interested. Yeah.
Mm.
I didn't say no need to anything. Well, one of them took a photo also, but I was not interested.
Because
Yeah.
that is
That
becoming a
is how we do things when
yes.
the external world is true for us, no?
Yes.
I mean, the way it's a good
Actually, what I felt was it is simply an incident, no?
simply.
You taking a photograph and doing it in your room, all kinds of things.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a
Just,
simple incident. As Champa said, those people are not with them. So,
yeah.
the curiosity to find out the details and
Mm.
all kinds of things can happen from that their views. But what
Yes.
to see is your side. What
Yes.
was your
Yes.
mind? What was the drama in your mind?
Ram, yeah, I saw that's what I said, Doctor. Actually, I have felt that inquisitiveness to dig into all personal details of that family was
No,
not. I
it,
didn't. I was not angry or irritated when others were asking, but
yeah,
I didn't really want to.
no, but that is also thought no from your
Yeah,
side. That is
thoughts.
the
Yeah.
side. I mean,
Now,
you are giving judgments. You feel that you are judging that they are not doing the correct things. So that right things, wrong things, good things, bad things, all
uh,
are judgments.
that
All are
also didn't come, doctor. That normally the some burning comes. No, now these people see how bad this should be done secretly. What is the need of taking that? That is not the level. Yeah, yeah. That's what I am trying to say. But it is again reproducing the film only.
mm.
So
Yeah, what I felt
then
was just a simple incident, and they
simple.
were
Yeah.
taking those people are not with them. So
Mm.
uh, let them ask whatever they want, and if they want to take a photograph, that is also up to the mother. Again, he may not have been in the Dhamma path, so just
Mm.
excited with the donation. So that is all just a simple incident. That's all.
Yeah, nothing much. Yeah, but why I said it here? Now that's the problem. Dr. Kokila has
Trying to
just.
find something. That is why. That is what I feel. You are
wh-
trying to find yourself there. Yes, I
What is happening here now?
I thought you would appreciate me. How good Sudharma, you didn't feel it. No, no, that does not. Actually, no, doctor, something done in the school with several colleagues, and it it is not just an incident, as Dr. Sakuntala said, but how can I say? I I
You were self-conscious? What happened there? I
um
actually
that
joined just now.
yeah. So it was about making a donation, small donation to a selected child. So the initially the plan was it should be done secretly. Only five of us would know. Nothing. I mean, it's bad to. We don't want to publicize. No. So when that girl came, very innocent looking mother. So the vice principal was asking us to give the parcel. Now miss you give this parcel. So that kind of thing. And then after that, they were going into details to ask about how she manages without the husband, what's how are you? I mean, what difficulties are there? And asking a lot about. They already knew that from the class teacher, but yeah, I didn't get burned or didn't get any burning, but I didn't. I was not interested to know all those stuff about her. So that's what I said.
So you felt that it was irrelevant at that point, or what?
Yeah, irrelevant. Maybe I wanted to write character certificates. I wanted to get back to my this thing. Or yeah, I thought it's irrelevant, doctor.
Yeah, what's the big deal now here? I can't understand.
So I felt
what caught your attention by this focus is the
yeah, focus was I felt the impact of Dhamma on this system and how people without Dhamma would involve in meritorious deeds.
What's that sentence? Can you tell that again?
Impact of Dhamma on my system and how we used to do. I was one of them, no, previously, doctor, 5 years back.
You would do that with so much eagerness, is that what you're saying?
Eagerness and that urge to know, oh, how do you live? Then where is the husband? Now husband, she was telling husband has teacher. Now see, my second child is 2 years old, but husband has another 1.5-year-old, another child with another lady. They are not still separated. Kind of story. Yeah, she was telling all the, and they have divorce. He has filed a divorce case, and all that's what I'm telling. I mean, I was. I mean, normally we have normally people have this dirty desire to know about others. No, even I was one. I don't say no. I wouldn't directly ask, but I always have a need to have had a need.
Yeah, that's a good thing that you didn't do that, but you did what you had to do, right?
Yeah, doctor. And again, my second son was trying to show me some live video on committing suicide. Did Dr. Sakuntala happen to see that? Something that happened in Sri Lanka today, Colombo?
No, I didn't see.
One guy has come live on Facebook and has hanged himself.
Oh, really?
Then I rejected them. I actually not interested. I don't have any getty or anything, but not just not interested. Simply not interested.
Yeah, I mean, Dhamma itself is no self Dhamma, but this side things also, the interest goes down. That's very obvious. But the actual main thing is no self.
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, because all these side things are also, the interest will go down, and you will do whatever you have to do. Yeah, but you don't have to keep thinking about the how the Dhamma is changing you, because that might actually increase the no self. Not the no self, the self.
Self, no, doctor. That good self, no?
Yeah. So just let the stimuli flow. Don't try to think about it. Because the thinking ability goes up means self is going up. That's all I can say. We can ask others too.
No, yeah, they already said, doctor. Thank you. Theruvan Saranai.
Theruvan Saranai. Anything else? Sorry, I just joined because I got late.
That's okay. Champa just read a couple of pages. Anything else that you have written down, we can discuss those things.
Suranka is also here in Theron Sanai Suranka.
The Surangika can tell some. She might have listened to those sermons. Dr. Popula, Champa, which one was the one that you read? Was it last night's one or this morning? Few things we were discussed. Last night, no? You
Yes.
read from last night about that boy from Korea?
Korea
Is this-
boy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was really good, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was good.
I think the simplicity in which it was explained by R.N. Mahansa, I think, had a lot that I think that, I mean, not that the others were not effective, but I found it really good as well. Some very practical advice on how to look at things and stuff like that. It's all on the path, isn't it? I mean, those aspects that even Nilu was saying, was it Sunday morning?
That was good, I thought.
That was actually really good. And then some of the stuff, similar kind of stuff that Asanti said this morning about it's almost having to manage the people that you have to associate, isn't it? And they are coming from a different perspective, from a layman's perspective, and there is a conflict from their viewpoint, because if one doesn't show the same reactions that they expect or anticipate, then there is a clash, and to that extent, either the family life or the relatives or the extended family, those things kind of can get strained, those relations. So to a certain extent, one has to kind of go along with some of it. At the same time, it's almost like a managing, it's like, it's like that type of thing, isn't it? Just like managing relationships or managing like corporate relations. It's almost something like that, where you're not getting embroiled in it, but at the same time you have to give those, in Sinhalese they say humiti tiyana, that kind of type of thing. You have to kind of go along, but in that also there can be at one certain points a tension of having to listen to those conversations, because all they talk about is that the world is real, right? And about that one, this one, that thing became an issue, this thing became a problem, that one did something, and so on and so forth. So at a certain point in the path, that can be also, I have felt that earlier also, that rejection and that not wanting to hear it kind of thing. And with that also a tension can build. But then after, I think, some time, others can also say whether how they feel about it. But after some time, even that goes away. One just allows them to say whatever they have to say, and you just kind of agree or say something a little bit to appease them, and but there is no carrying on of that conversation, isn't it? Because, I mean, you see just like Sudama was saying about that incident, I only heard the last bit. There is a pointlessness in all that, isn't it? So the engagement with that type of thing is a very minimal engagement. Yeah, I'm interested in other thoughts.
Yeah, actually, the main thing is to feel the audience and just do whatever possible you can do. because if it's like little children, then you're not going to disappoint them. And if it is like a very, audience that expects you to be in some kind of situation, you can do that. It's not that you can't. It's just you're not in that. You're just not in that, but you can do if it is necessary. And in a controlled area like your son telling you to look at something, then it's very easy to say no. It depends on the audience also, isn't it? It's okay. Then you can say, I'm not interested. But sometimes you don't say that to sometimes a friend, thinking that friend might get really sad. So you might say, okay, like that kind of attitude, whatever kind of thing. But yeah, it depends on the audience, isn't it?
Yeah, the wording will be different, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, we can. I mean, the way that you use the words is completely different when it comes, as you said very correctly, the audience or whoever the other side is, other party is. You have to select the words.
Actually, it will come naturally. You're not actually selecting it. It will come naturally because
Yes.
in children's head, they want something as children. So, it's very irrelevant, but still you would be doing that. And if some village people are like expecting something to happen and they expect you to do something in a certain way, and you might do that. But in a family setting, you have the ability to refuse also, then you might refuse. Oh, I don't want to do that. Then you're free to say that also without any problem,
Yeah.
But that will come naturally. This awaken from the dream is you would be awakened that you won't feel any part of that as true. The film will go. But the sometime you can feel the difference that you are in the dream. That's the beauty of this thing. Sometimes you are out of the dream. Sometimes you may find you are in the dream. That's beautiful to identify.
One point I picked up from Nilu's discussion that day, I thought practically it is very important. Ivasima, can you say tolerance to that? Ivasima? What is the best word?
I don't know if you
Tolerance
can
is not.
actually say tolerance.
So,
Tolerance would be almost like an artificial imposition of something that the Pruthakjana or the labor would be working, isn't it?
so patience is better.
Patience.
Oh, okay. So
No,
what
what
she
I mean
Even
is,
patience or tolerance, I think what she said was that we can't call it when we are in Dhamma, we can't really call that
yeah, you can't
we are
call it.
being patient or we are being tolerant.
no,
Yeah.
it is actually what she said was Ivasima now when I am here and I am trying to tolerate. Mama
Mm.
ඉන්නකොට මම ඉවසනවා. Then sometimes people say no, I have been tolerating this all this time and last moment and then it burst at this point. So that sort of talks we all here. I have been tolerating all this nonsense. So they will say, so what she said was now in that case, I am here and I am tolerating the things that is happening, something related to the so-called created world. So what she said was that type of USM or tolerance actually increases the pressure. The tension within the system is increased. So that means the self is there and self is trying to control this,
self is trying.
Yes, I remember that part. Yeah,
Yes.
she said, and then it comes to a bursting point. Huh?
Yeah, that's right. It comes to the bursting point. So instead, if a person is in the Dhamma path, actually, you don't have to sort of
Yeah,
tolerate.
we
You,
can't call it tolerate even.
yeah, you know what is the best word. So what she said was, "Atha harinawa නෙමෙයි, atha හැරෙනවා" කියලා. When the dharma, when the person is with Dhamma,
Yeah.
it
Hmm.
automatically, I mean, this let go, something like let go is happening.
Yeah.
So that was a beautiful thing. I mean, she generally talks 100% of her personal experiences without any complex words. So that
Yeah.
was a beautiful explanation. Her
Yeah,
personal
very
experience.
simple and very, very live, isn't it? When she explains things.
Yeah.
And it's
So that,
something that all like family members, mothers, people with relationships can easily relate to, isn't it? Because lots of people, not necessarily the husband and wife, both are listening to the Dhamma, and invariably we have heard on so many occasions, isn't it, that mothers come and say that the husbands are either irritated or annoyed that they're listening to the Dhamma and this kind of thing. So it's really good practical advice about how the Dhamma perspective changes things in the household, isn't it?
yeah. Yeah. And also, Nilu also mentioned it that day, and the previous occasion, I remember Swarnamali also said I think she said to Asanti some time back, release the fire, release the current, don't hold it. Express the fire, then only you realize what a strong current you had. Something like that, because we try to hold it, no? We try to hold it and try to control. Now again, uh, what happens is the tension or the pressure will go up if you try to hold it. But what she said, oh, if you feel like crying, cry. If you feel like scolding or screaming or whatever, do it and release the pressure, release the current. That is what both of them said. Which again, I think this normal counseling and all, what they say is express yourself and release the pressure. So I thought that is something again useful for the practical aspect.
Yeah, but I think with time, with the path, I think even that will subside, and
Yeah.
it
I
will
mean,
it
the
I
beginning.
think in the
So
beginning, yeah.
yes.
In the path it keep changing, because at the end it will be like how the other person is feeling and how to get down that burning. So actually nothing that sort of thing, like nothing like that may not, like, will not happen. It depends. So we can't really specifically say that this will happen. So people can relate to any level at any point. Aranohanse has actually said multiple times, multiple levels can happen, right? Even today, I think he was talking about that.
Today morning, but could
Today
not.
morning,
Really.
can't remember whether it's today morning or last night. I think today morning or yesterday morning. I don't know. He was talking about how things will not become a thing with time, and how it will change the outlook. Because even Aranohansi said, when Aranohansi feels the other person's burning, he automatically begins to act as there is a problem and try to solve that, even though there is no problem.
Mm.
So that's kind of beautiful, because you're actually not in the dream, but still you are actually trying to come into the dream and try to do something because the other person is burning. So it depends on the particular moment because it's only a moment. Isn't it, Franka?
Hmm.
Can
I
you
think
call
there are
it?
some good.
Yeah.
I think there's some examples from Asante, isn't it, that he was responding to.
Yeah. Yeah.
That final thing about how the professor deals with those people and how it came all very naturally, and then how she felt that she wasn't there, and that itself was the self, isn't it? She hadn't come to that stage. I think she kind of got a feeling like that after being, at Kurunagala for so long, that she hadn't come to that level of comfort and alignment with the
Like
others.
water, right? Like water.
Yeah, like what that the professor had done in a matter of 2 weekends or whatever it is.
2
And
days. He came only
yeah,
Sunday.
like two consecutive weekends, whatever the date, yeah. And so that is also that not having an art, isn't it? Not taking a, because the moment the art is put on, then there is a separation between the others and me kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like the wave and the sea.
Mm.
Mahesh is Theruvan Saranai, Mahesh.
Theruvan Saranai, Doctor.
You, I
Apologies
don't know.
for
Did
joining
you?
late.
Sorry.
I apologize for joining late.
Oh, that's okay. Did you have a chance to listen to last night or today morning?
This morning, I listened to the Prayogika Pratipada. I believe Aran Mahanse is in an outstation location somewhere. I listened to that.
Oh, I didn't listen to that. Actually, where is that today?
I am not entirely sure. I'm sorry.
I think it was at Kiribanahara or somewhere, wasn't it?
Kiribanara.
Yes,
Kiribanahara?
Banara. Yes, somewhere there. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to listen to that. I was talking about the 5 a.m. one.
Oh, okay, okay. No, I didn't get the opportunity, Doctor.
We were talking about the morning one and the last night 7 p.m. one.
Yes, I did hear the discussion, Doctor. I agree. It's all about letting the natural flow occur, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
pressure, no oppression, no control is happening in the mind. So that again, then you will be away from that field. So let let it run, and then you watch it dance. Kind of thing is the approach. And as you said, Doctor, over a period of time, the intensity of that pressure is what diminishes over a period of time. And then what can be intense for someone else can be very intense for me. So the same experience also can be very different. Sometimes the pressure comes from the most unforeseen places. So for each person, it is the stage and what how yourself was built over a period of time. So something very trivial to some person can be very big, a crisis almost to someone else. It's all in the view, the angle, and the self. So I had my experience, Doctor. I think it's the same, perhaps for you. When you're overseas, there's less noise. So sometimes you can't allow. I mean, you don't get to see your mind in its full dance almost. But when you come to Sri Lanka, you experience a lot of noise. There is a lot of perhaps even chaos. And in that, you can really see how your mind is really tested. So just a few minutes ago, I was at the supermarket and I had half a cart. And there were a few people with a few groceries in hand. So I
figured the person behind me would want to go ahead, so I allowed him. And then someone else jumped ahead of him. He was getting agitated. He looked at my face and I just smiled. And then I allowed at least 3 people to go ahead of me. And then finally someone else came behind and said, Miss Mate Anna Polo me Buddothpado. And then I realized if I keep doing this, I'll be here forever. So I said, I'm sorry, I already let few people go. I'll be here forever. But both instances, letting the person go ahead and then actually stopping the person from going ahead can be done in it's almost same temperament. So, but then somebody else might get very agitated at that point. So so letting it run its natural course almost. Everyone said neither.
Yeah. Actually, the actual awaken from the dream is the dream. I think today morning, if I'm not wrong, because I didn't listen to anything else, 5 a.m. one and the 7 p.m. one. I think today morning, Aranwanse was talking about how things keep changing because with Dhamma, first the film will go with some power, but with time, I think it's his experience with time, there will be no power, but the film is going. So that's kind of Arahant's state. So still, if our attention is to the dream, it is still in the, there's a point. So if you know what I mean, kind of, our attention is still the dream means it's kind of still, it catches our attention. So it's kind of still a level. What do you think, Surangika, about that?
Yeah, same in this case as well, doctor. The tendency of experiencing both is there. I mean, sometimes without without that volition, the getting into the film can happen. But there are both instances, and then sometimes even the experience of a heaviness, which sometimes cannot be explained. But then that doesn't last either. So there's sometimes no necessity to analyze also, but just acknowledge or just let it be. Just listening to, I suppose, depending on the talk, also listening to something can ease it off. Because one can't actually do anything about it, isn't it? As even Mahesh said, there's some things that you have to just allow it to flow naturally. If it is the time for the heaviness, then it is time for the heaviness, isn't it?
Well,
Yes.
to add to that, I think if there's a heaviness, I think a little bit of contemplation should be there to which habit is attacked, or in the sense which concept has been attacked, or which part of which part of me, it's really can't say because there's no me, which stimuli is being kindled, because it's always a stimuli. So we need to actually pick up which is, if it's a habit, specifically imagine like someone's like things like independence or something like, a long time ago, we used to talk about territorial integrity, like that, there are so many things that are embedded in our system, specifically independence, and the things like privacy, things like what do you call Gaurave? I even forgot the English word for
Respect.
that. Yeah, respect. We have so much aspects of respect. A child should respect, or there should be some respect, from human to human kind of thing. There are so many little things that are really embedded and not seen, even not directly seen. Sometimes the heaviness, we need to do a little bit of examination or dissection and see what stimuli is being active there. Sometimes it's difficult. Sometimes you don't know why the whole day you are heavy. Now, like today morning, I think beautifully Santi was telling that how she feels heavy. And then if it's not very obvious, the skill should be sharpened enough to understand what is bringing that heaviness. So it is like a little bit of a task, investigation, research to do, which stimuli is dragging you down, Otherwise you would be flying, in the sense, not actually flying, but what prevents you from being released. It's a very good topic for everyone to ponder, I think. What do you think, Frank?
Yeah, that's actually the one thing that you said right at the beginning was sometimes you can't actually connect it to a stimuli, doctor.
No,
There are
that's what I'm saying. That's what
instances
even
where
Asanti was saying.
easily one can actually say, okay, because this particular thing happened, you'll detect the tension immediately, right? Because that's what is being done through the practice. The moment it starts, the fire gets kindled or whatever, it's immediately detected. But then there is sometimes that underlying heaviness where one can't actually detect it. And I think this morning, Asanti's case, when RN Vasa puts it into perspective, then it's easy to figure it out. But otherwise, one actually can't. It's not as if one should not attempt it. But sometimes those finer points are beyond that reflection, and maybe even is going down into those stains level where you can't actually put a finger as such as to what particular element is causing that heaviness.
Actually
So
speaking,
that kind of thing there was in the morning, early morning today. But moment I finished listening to the Andolnatmaka, particularly that Janakas and R.N. Vance's dialogue, that whole thing went off. I don't know how it happened, but it went off. It was incredible, that particular dialogue, and particularly R.N. Vance's explanations.
Yeah. But what I wanted to add was, this mind has this problem. It's the mind power, actually. That's the heaviness. That's why we need to actually appreciate the yes, Mahesh.
Sorry, doctor. I was going to also comment that I've experienced this heaviness actually, and I really struggled with it for a while. And like you all were saying, it's sometimes very difficult to identify this source of heaviness, the burden. It comes out of nowhere almost. It's not from an immediate stimuli or from the immediate sensors. It's very deep seated, and I really struggled with it. I had to talk to Aran Mahanse several times, and Harshi also a few times personally as well, and on the Zoom. And then in my experience, it was a case of the mind, like looking, it really needed something to latch on to. It was looking for something to latch on to, and it was like almost desperate to latch on to something. And it couldn't get out of it until I had a long discussion with Harshi. And you don't really actually get out of it. It's like a process. It diminishes. And like you said, it can happen very suddenly through just one Dhamma, listening to some Dhamma. But for me, it was over a period of time. Once I identified, okay, this is what was happening, this is what it was struggling with, then it was easier, like you said, doctor, to ease out of it. And that in that sense, that mind had become real, self had become real, mind had become real, and it was latching on to something. So there, that was the self there. So yeah, it is a journey.
Yeah, that mind power is the one which is giving you kind of restlessness, I would say. I mean, we have so many aspects of restlessness. So if we tell the word of restlessness, we feel like, like a child being restless, but actually restlessness can be called even to a unstable atom. An atom is unstable, right? But we don't really say it is restless. So every aspect of even the atoms are actually unstable. So that mind, whatever vibration which is having the vibration, is unstable, or in the kind of having a restlessness is there. So if there is power, you know it will be having that effect. And more subtle you get Dhamma in, more actually you will feel these subtle things more and more, how this works. And it's, yes, as you said, it's a journey, but this, if you get the idea of an unstable atom, it's just like that, how this mind works, and how this actually, how this is looking forward to the non-vibration. Why? That's why Lord Buddha said every being is towards non-vibration. Why? Because vibration is very difficult. Vibration itself is very difficult. We didn't know that. We didn't know. We enjoyed it. We had a sukha sanya for that. And that means nitya sukha atta kind of sanya was there, like perception. So that we felt as it's permanent. This itta sanya, or the alive feel, we felt it as permanent. We wanted it to be permanent. So there's power to maintain it. And there is a kind of idea that it is the fun of life. That's why every human being, not a human being, every being wants to live, and fear of death is there because of that. And we feel separated. This whole thing, this separateness, and the everything, every problem is over when the stability is there. The unstable feeling is gone when the stability is there. That means actually the non-vibration is the end point, and we worship Aran Vahanse, or any like Lord Buddha, or any Rahatan Vahanse in that perspective, isn't it? It's beautiful. What do you think? You can all add to that.
Doctor, on the observation on the atom, I wanted to ask. Now, I've read a little bit into it. So when you observe the atom, its behavior changes, isn't it? So it's like almost similar when we observe how the mind operates. That is when its illusion diminishes. Is it almost similar, Doctor?
Well, actually, you can't observe the atom. What did you say? You observe your mind anyway.
No, what I meant was like in quantum physics,
Yeah,
there
it
is
is the same
observer.
thing. Whatever the
It is,
quantum
yeah.
physics say,
Yeah.
they observe their own mind. So
Yeah.
even when they say about the the theoretic Typically, they talk about this black
Higgs
hole
boson
and
and all
everything.
that. Yes.
So it's all actually the reflection of
The
their
mind. Yep.
mind. But actually, there are several ways of seeing these things. Actually, Aranwansi once touched it, but he didn't go into detail of that. Where if you can't really observe anything, that means actually you can't touch it with the vibration, but non-vibration, I think, can touch anything and everything. It's a different area. So vibration, you telepathize to vibration, right? So the mind vibration always telepathize to Atma. That's what in Maharagama you were there. You can relate to that. So that means 31 realms can be synchronizing when you are in the mind. Imagine you're not in the mind and you're in the field. That also actually, if it is with the vibration in the sense, not an arahant, then there is some kind of vibration. Still, it is having at least a minute amount of. I mean, actually, you can't compare it to 31 realms because 31 realms actually doesn't have the Suddhavas, right? Am I wrong? Actually, I need help there. So, Surangika, do you know that? Is 31 with Suddhavas or without Suddhavas?
With Suddhavasa, doctor.
Oh, then actually I can't say that. Then actually the synchronicity, when we talk about the synchronicity in the mind, that means with the vibration. I'm talking about a normal person. That always, if it's a normal human being, you're actually synchronizing to a vibration. So the non-vibration, like Lord Buddha, or like, for an example, now Arahant say, in that moment, the synchronicity can happen to non-vibratory levels as well. Not Arupa only. Arupa is another level. Arupa synchronicity, actually even Rishivaru had that. Rishivaru in the long time ago, they had the ability to synchronize to the non-form. They had their own experiences of that. But I think non-vibration is far beyond that. I think when we talk about the non-form, I think it can be nicely explained, any black hole or anything. I think he touched on it long time ago, but didn't go into details. He will try again, because it doesn't actually relate to nirvana. He doesn't. But what I was trying to say is, to the question of Mahesh, actually she didn't ask a question. I think she just commented. It's always if this system is in non-vibration, that's a different story. If this system is in arupa or non-form, the synchronicity is different. If it is in the form level, synchronicity is different. If it's in the sensual world, synchronicity is different. So that's the answer I could give you. I don't know whether it matched the question even, Maheshi.
No, I got it, doctor. It's a reflection of the the vibration, essentially. That is what you say.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Understood.
because in the sensual world, person can't actually synchronize to the non-form.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Then when it comes to the non-form, then there are things that are not explained by normal people can't even understand that. The machinery thing is a different thing. Machines detect several things. That's actually complementing what Lord Buddha said long time ago. Because they are coming up with the machine findings, which are not actually human findings. So AI could even go ahead and find more things, because they are not actually human read. But when it comes to humanity, the experiences are always through the human system and what system they are in.
Yeah. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you.
What do you think, Surangika? Do you have anything to add? Oh, Dr. Sakuntala, Champa, anyone?
The 31 planes and the non-returner stage also, that means that implies that if there is synchronicity, that means there is a vibration, isn't it? Until the non-vibration occurs.
Yeah. Until an arahant, yeah. True, that's true, 100%. Even it is minimal, yeah. But
And that's
Lord
why
Buddha
I
couldn't
think
put that to the normal 16 and the 4. That's why he had to tell it as a different 5, because it's really different. Because there's no way of jumping back to the other ones again.
Yeah. And Naren once talked about Sanya Sukuma on Saturday morning, I think. That was also explaining the 31 realms to somebody. So that was also, I think, however much refined the perception is, it is still a perception, isn't it?
Mm. Perceptions are not gone for an arahant. It's just the power is gone. The self power is gone. Actually,
Yeah, I was talking about the Anagami stage.
Yeah. Mm.
The Suddhavasa part that was imposed by the Buddha.
Suddhavasa part is actually, even though it is told in such a way, it is the arupa.
Yeah, that is the part that he imposed, isn't it? To differentiate it from the Niganta kind of thing.
Yeah. But that correlates with the arupa in the normal thing.
Meaning that there is still a vibration.
Yeah. It's a feel only, but yeah.
There was Saranai doctor, but in this rishis, they had this arupa thing with the self, no?
Yeah. This is a massive area where the talking will never end, actually. That's what Aranhansa is saying. No, you can talk endlessly about that, but if that is not the actual Dhamma bit, it's not enough. It's not needed for you to touch the non-vibration and become the non-vibration.
Yeah, but the Buddha has explained it in so many ways. I think Aranhansa's earlier talks about the Rupa Kalapa. I don't know what the English term is for Rupa Kalapa actually.
Mm.
And he says about that is actually a breakdown of the Prasada Rupa. Again, I don't know what the Champa, do you know what Prasada Rupa is in English?
What is Prasada Rupa in Sinhala? I forgot now.
Prasada Rupa is the thing that happens, the dilation of the pupil and the stimuli.
Oh, that's just the eye and the ear and the kind of thing. Yeah.
That is sensitivity, I think.
Sensor system.
Sensor. The Rupa Kalapa means cells, no, Dr. Surangika.
Quite sure. So, Rupa Kalapa, the 54 of those are the description of the Prasada Rupa.
Yes.
And
that means they are in the. That means they are in the sensors, no? That means maybe the cells. Yes.
not
Yeah,
self.
Namit, the
No, you
senses
can't
is
say self.
something that one knows because of this Buddhist philosophy that Aran Master has explained. But I think what he was trying to say there is for this mundane world people, they always want to relate it to something tangible, no, outside.
Yes.
So that was the attempt to kind of reconcile it to the outside, which the Buddha tried to do, but almost very beautifully he brings it back to the senses. Because the 54 Rupa Kalapa, like the Chitta Dashaka, Kama Dashaka or something, those 30 and then something that creates 54. Ultimately, to Mahesh's point about the atom, the smallest particle of those 54 is also the 8 patterns of vibration, Shuddhashtaka.
Yeah, 8 patterns of
And then,
vibration is actually in the mind.
exactly. So you come actually full circle. And
Yeah,
to
at the end.
get to that point only, the Buddha beautifully explains it that way, at least taking them to that kind of dhatu type of nature, Patavi, that kind of thing, the 4 great elements and stuff. And then one brings it back to the senses to say, even that, if the senses were not there, there would not be anything.
I have something, the translation, it says Rupa Kalapa, material form, cluster of 55 groups or clusters of material phenomena.
It's
This is
actually,
Even whenever you say
there's no
phenomena,
material.
it is again mind.
There's no material, yeah.
Yeah, you can't have a material. If you say cell, it's completely, I think, would not be comfortable with the Dhamma. Because cell, specifically cell means again something.
Some kind of cluster, right?
Yeah. I mean, body also we can look at that way, but the thing is, we can only look through our mind.
classified according to their origin, such as karma, mind, temperature and nutrition and composition.
And I'm not good with that part, but long time ago I actually tried, but I can't remember now. But actually speaking, no one should know that also to become an Arahant. But the thing is, understanding that this any sensation, any outside is appreciated through the senses only. So the mind is the most beautiful and most difficult aspect of all because it has all these aspects. No, whatever you say, I think there is some 54, but body consciousness doesn't have the whole 54, right? I can't even remember now correctly. I don't know whether Surangika can remember.
I think it has some less amount.
It lacks the mind part.
It has less ones, yeah.
Less parts. That's why it's actually doesn't necessarily need the mind going through the mind, because you can directly feel without the mind. That's again why people can become the elements easily without the mind. In the sense, without the mind disturbing that.
Without going into the mind, can be almost part of the elements type of thing.
Yeah. That's the beauty of this body consciousness.
Doctor, it says like this: the 55 Rupa Kalapas are traditionally
54.
classified. sorry, 54, according to their cause of origin. Kamma born, Kammaja, Kalapas 9, mind born, Chittaja Kalapas 6, temperature born, Uttuja Kalapas 13, nutrient born, Aharaja Kalapas 8, mixed or combined origin Kalapas, those occurring under more than one origin is 18, total 54.
Yeah, but imagine Surangika, there must have been some learned people like, professors like that type of people at that time also, no?
Definitely in every era.
To tell all these things. This is what the Ahara part, this is what the Kama part, this is what the Rutuja part. So Lord Buddha had to think about some way to tell this.
Yeah,
It's funny.
exactly.
They might have that some kind of wisdom, no?
Yeah, because now we say no. Now we say, the light came from here. The light, what is the frequency of the light? What is the frequency of the sound? And we have X-rays, gamma, beta, theta. Everything is there. We talk about them, and our Aranvanse tries to bring that down to zero by talking about that. But then Lord Buddha had to tackle these. Must have been these topics. They
Yes.
must have talked about these aspects in those words.
Yes, doctor, it says no, the Lord Buddha said this to low, that means higher vibrations, the goats. Aryan is telling no, the mundane people are sleeping by night, and after that, Lord Buddha preached Dhamma to the higher vibrations, like that.
Yeah, actually, Aranwanse says no. It's not specifically. Aranwanse says it's kind of a mental state. So even people could be there like that.
Yes, yes.
Mm.
Recently, Aryan mentioned
Now
something.
Aranwanse is talking about quantum and vibration, and because Lord Buddha didn't talk about the vibration, quantum, nothing.
Yes.
But nowadays, Aranwanse has to talk in that language because now language is different.
Yes.
No one knows about Kammaja, Rituja, unless you are a monk. No one is actually contemplating anything about these things.
Yes.
But the ability to combine these two is with Aranwanse beautifully.
Actually, what I have heard was this Abhidharma thing. Apparently was handed over to one sect of bhikkhus at that time when that very first Sanghayana was held uh, in India. So
Yes.
it was brought down with that sector, the Sariputta Theros sector. So anyway, I think Lord Buddha has explained these things in different levels. So it may have been one level that Lord Buddha has explained. Now even the dependent origination of Paticcasamuppada has been explained in a very sort of deep and complex manner, and at the same time, now as Aryan Mahansa is doing in very simple way, Paticcasamuppada or the dependent origination means how the thoughts are happening, how the thoughts are becoming real. So in one sentence, it can be explained. So even Lord Buddha's time, these things may have been explained to uh, different systems or different people in different levels.
Mm.
Mm.
Anyway, a professor will not be happy just by Aranwanse telling දෙයක් නෑනේ. කහන්න බෑනේ. It's very difficult to listen now when if someone says that, but then he has to go from the scratch too. But he did that. That's the beauty of this done.
And the fact that about this Paticca Samuppada, we studied it in this 12 or 13 or, I mean, as a line, we wrote it down. We were by hearting it for the exams and all. But in a very simple way, now it is explained and just happening. Everything is happening at this moment, just as one spark, one single thing. So it's very beautiful the way that it is explained. And more you hear, it becomes more clear. Yes.
And if the one spark thing was not told, we wouldn't even listen.
Yeah. In one of the sermons done by can't remember his name, actually, one of the monks, he's also sort of not he's also different from this routine type of uh, monks who are doing this traditional type of Dhammadesana. He was giving the example of the football. Now, football has so many parts, no? I don't know how you can call it, huh? There are white and black, so many pieces are fixed together to form the ball. So each piece is connected to the other pieces, either directly or indirectly. And without a single piece, if any of the pieces are missing, that means even if one piece is missing, you can't call it the football. So like that, he gave that as an example. He said the Paticcasamuppada Kriyavali, or this independent origination can be explained in that way, where all 12 steps or all the 12 or 13 things that we try to remember, all of them are needed to uh, compose the final product. So it is happening instantly at this moment, and all are connected to each other. Not that one is giving rise to the other one, that one is giving rise to the other one. That is how we study it. Like yeah.
All together, no, doctor? Yes.
At the same time, yes.
If
When
the
we
vibration is there, Sankara is there. What was it, Suranka?
I didn't say anything on that one. Everything is Sankara finally when you come around to the whole thing.
Yeah. Actually, that question Dr. Sakuntala asked me not yesterday, day before, about something, and I actually came across a sermon and I put it to the WhatsApp group of this English medium thing.
What was the question?
I can't even remember the question now, even though I put that for the answer, but it was about this. Oh, I can't word it now. But I wanted to highlight that where Ranhanse was saying in the middle part of it to Dr. Sakuntala actually. I think she must have heard that. It's about the Paticcasamuppada itself, but
Yeah,
I wanted to highlight some.
I can't remember the question anyway. I listened to the Deshanava. Yes. Thank you for sending it.
I don't know whether you felt the relationship though, because did you feel a relationship or not?
Relationship of what?
To the question.
I was trying to remember the question now. I can't remember the question.
That's a good question and answer. Must be very old, getting old now.
I think the good part of that is maybe the question is no longer a question, otherwise one would not have to recall the question, right?
Yeah. She asked a practical question though. She asked a question saying, does someone would feel?
Maybe Champa will remember the question.
She
No,
asked
I
something
listened to
practical.
that, but I don't know the question. I listened to that. I am remembering. I can't remember that sermon again. That is why.
Everyone is having dementia at this forum
No,
now.
no, doctor. That is the actual way of this truth, it seems. සත්‍ය මතක තියාගන්න බෑ, something like that.
That also, no. That also is very good to say that, like, you can run away from the question also. I can't remember anything
No,
now.
no,
Just
in the system, when necessary, it appears. But can't remember all the time, something like that. It's activating in the mind.
yeah, I know.
Actually, if you at the moment, if there is no feel, I mean, if one is in the mind, then there will be something, to answer, to
Yeah.
ask.
Yeah. Yeah, actually. Because I just came to me because after listening to 7 o'clock Zoom, usually this phone is working, I'm doing something. This randomly came. The phone is on. It usually does a sermon after that. And that was a sermon which came up. I think it was yesterday morning. The question was asked day before. And I was like, I was just listening because it happened to be playing. So I'm like, wow,
Sometimes these things are very strange, actually. So, like
yeah, very strange.
This morning, like I said, like half an hour after getting up, this heaviness kind of settled in. And then once I finished the 1.5 hours or something of that thing, it went off. And then I was thinking, today I must join Zoom and talk to Aaron once about the heaviness, right? And then I couldn't find the link. So I was looking high and low in the WhatsApp groups to find the 5 a.m. link. And now Aaron once had already joined. And I'm still trying to find the link. I kept going into other Zooms and they said the Zoom hasn't started yet. Then I realized it was the wrong Zoom. So then I finally texted Rebecca and said, can you please send me the
Actually,
5
it
a.m.
might
link?
happen to me also now.
So by that time, Asanti had joined and now she was talking to Aaron Mansi about the heaviness. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So he was giving the answers that I wanted. So actually, there was no question to ask also. Finally, I mean, not that it was directly compatible, but by the time I had got the link and joined, it was like kind of a bit, like no point in asking on that same thing. Because some of that actually, the advice he gave was quite relevant. Because the heaviness comes when I think he said to her about, not wanting to be second or not, or feeling that sense of dissatisfaction about something not being achieved, things like that, which is very true actually. So those are things that sometimes it might be obvious to the teacher, but it's not so obvious to whoever who's experiencing it. And so it's actually interesting. And I think this link, there are so many Zooms that it was a mission to get the correct link.
You want the link? I can put it on the.
No, Champa, thank you. Rebecca finally sent it to me. And so I managed to go in, but then there was such a long talk between Asanti and Arinvans that I didn't end up asking a question.
Can you find out that Visyakara Sakkaya Dittiya, some sermon, if you can, please?
No, not that one. Actually, I forgot to tell you that you all wanted me to find that Saptasuryagama Sutra. I went through the entire Sutra playlist and I couldn't find that particular one.
It's okay.
The
If you can,
Saptasuryagama thing.
this doctor is mentioning time to time this
I
Vishyaka.
thought one day you explained it when she asked Champa.
No, that is the normal thing. No, the Aryan Vahanses Vishyaka Sakkayaditthi.
He
That was
mentioned it recently, didn't he?
Yeah, I
Actually,
heard it in passing one
He
day
did.
when I was on the
He
road. I
did. A
think
mother
somewhere.
asked. Mother actually randomly told. Then Aranwansi said, Amma ithin kiyannako එහෙනම්. Then Amma was struggling. And at the bit after some time, actually he told that. But I can't
Yeah,
remember
but
which day.
what is the sutra, Champa?
It's
Sutra, I
not the
don't.
sutra. It's a 20
it's not
types of
actually
Sakkayaditthi.
4
It
into
must be
5.
coming from a sutra, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, actually what it explains is that 4 into 5. That means all 5 aggregates. That means Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. All 5. And each of them explained in 4 sublines, sort of groups. So if you take the Rupa or the vibration,
Yes, right. Now I also remember. Yeah.
I can tell it in Sinhala, but I don't know how to exactly tell it in English, of course. Now, Rupaya Tula Atmaya, Atmaya Tula Rupaya.
Right.
So 2 things. And then Rupaya Mai Atmaya, Atmaya Mai Rupaya. So in
Right.
the same way, Vedana also, Vedana Mai Atmaya, Atmaya Mai Vedanava, Vedanava Tula Atmaya, Atmaya Tula Vedanava.
Right,
I
right.
don't know if the
So
last
5
two are
into 4,
actually
20, no?
correct. Have you actually heard that? Last two seems to be similar now.
And they are actually all very similar. I don't know why they say it like that. But
Yeah, they all look similar, but that is how it is explained. That
that's how it's
20.
explained. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The last two seems.
Sankara and Vijnana.
No, Atmayamai Rupaya.
Yes, that is right.
Rupamai Atmaya. So it's more or less similar, but I think one is becoming prominent than the other.
Right.
One is taking as prominent thing and other one is equal. Other one is equal to this. That is how I think. That is how it is explained, but I don't know how to explain it further.
Right.
And in Rupa, it is not, it's just the Skandakaya. So that's Rupa Rupa, Sabda Rupa, Rasa Rupa, Pottabha Rupa, like that.
Yeah.
Actually, they say it's in the Chullavedalla Sutra.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I don't know, it came up on the AI search that the 20 identity views of self-beliefs are categorized in the Chullavedalla Sutra, it says.
Aryan must have done it. Check, no? Chullavedalla.
Even there are even sutras on Sakkayaditthi, Pahana Sutra, Sakkayaditthi Sutra, like that also you get.
Aryan Vahanses once only giving us the correct.
Actually, he did some time back. He did some alone.
Yeah, no, I mean, though I'm reading from this one, the sutras are advances only that we will be looking at. But what I'm saying is there are actual separate sutras in the Pali Canon on Sakkayaditthi alone.
Yes.
Chullavedalla, you can find Chullavedalla, I think, isn't it? Look for that one.
Time is over, Doctor.
Time is gone, yeah.
Tervan
Saranai. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mahesh. Thank you, everyone,
Thank you, Tervan
for
Saranai.
joining. Thank you, Arana. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Think that this is me. Then when you think that this is me, then you are only a thought. Now, is a thought a living thing? Upasika. No, Honorable Sir. A thought is not a living thing. Aryan Mahanse. We think that we have a child. Can a child physically be in a thought? No. It is only a thought. Nothing is there in a thought. We think that we have a husband. We think that we have a house. Then all of these are thoughts, aren't they? Upasika. Yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahansi. The book is a thought. This body, which we think is mine, is also a thought. When we don't believe in the book we see, then I cannot exist. When we don't believe in everything we see, then I cannot exist. Now where am I? I am is only a concept. It is a false belief. The false belief is called Dushti. Sakaya Ditti means the false belief that you exist, the illusion of self. The Buddha said that at one time the sun will increase in heat and turn the earth to ashes. Then only the empty universal space will remain. He also said when the clarified butter burns, it completely burns out without leaving any trace of ash or soot. Likewise, all what we think does not exist anywhere. Everything is a lie. What is left is only the empty universal space, nothingness. The Buddha said, Nisatto nisjivo shunyo. There is no living being. Nothing is living or alive. There is nothing. Anittai, shunyai, aprahitai. There is no thing. There is nothing. There is no happiness or sorrow. There are a lot of things to contemplate, isn't it, Upasika? Yes, that is so, Aryan Mahansa. Aryan Mahansa, you feel that you were taken up to the point of Nirvana, isn't it? Upasika. Yes, Honorable Sir, it is truly so. Aryan Mahansa, you cannot imagine, can you? There is no point living for eons without listening to the Dhamma or teachings of the Buddha. All this time, we all have lived in a life of thoughts, believing that everything is true and they exist. We have held on to thoughts. Things don't exist. Thoughts don't exist. There is no duality. There isn't an inside which we thought as me, and there is no outside world. Chakko aniccham bantu. In this sermon, when the Buddha says asa or the eye, the Buddha does not mean the physical eye of soft tissue and flesh. The Buddha holds the sense of seeing as the eye, seeing a book, seeing a bed, seeing a table. In the above stanza, the Buddha asked Mahanani or disciples, is the sense of seeing permanent? No, it is not permanent, Swamini. It is impermanent. Mahanani, is seeing a happiness or sorrow? The disciple said, it is a suffering, Swamini. Mahanani, if seeing is impermanent and if it is a suffering, isn't seeing the same as what you see as a book, a table, a bed? Isn't the sense of seeing only a thought? If you see a book, that is forming of the eye, the seeing. If seeing is only a thought, then can there be a book in a thought? There is nothing in a thought. That is why the Buddha said that seeing is not permanent. What you think does not exist anywhere. The Buddha said, if seeing is not permanent and does not exist, can we say that there is a life in it? Can we say it is living and it is real thing? The disciples replied, no Hetam Bhante, no Swamini. We cannot assign a life to what we see. There we found that there is no life form in us. There is no life in thoughts. Thoughts are all lies. තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
Teruvan Saranai. I pay my homage at Taren Mahase's field. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends. Shani Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි හසුකලා.
Yes, I'm sorry, I missed the first part you read. Actually, what was the main topic that you, in the part you read?
It's page 23.
Yes.
It's about the thought that just everything is only a thought.
So how the thought is formed, and is that what you were reading from the book?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Okay, we'll start from that point, I think. Basically, what we have to understand is that everywhere, every action, every word, everything basically is a result of a thought. So thought, as we have discussed earlier, is the result of the function or the creations of the sense faculties, and it's a spontaneous sequelae of actions. You cannot sort of give a timing frame. You cannot say that this happened after this and this happened before this, because there is no time frame. This is the basis of the cause and effect teaching by Lord Buddha. When the cause is there, automatically the effect is there. And if the cause isn't there, there won't be an effect. When the cause disappears, the effect automatically disappears. So this is the basis of this cause and effect phenomenon, and that is the basis of the true Buddhism. It's not the karma explanation, which is the basis of most of the other religions. So the thought is also, when you talk about the thought, it's the effect is the thought, and the cause is the function of the sense of faculties. And when you talk about the sense of faculties, actually there is a function in those. The function is described as the sense of faculty or the sensor, which means the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. So those are the 5 sense of faculties described in Buddhism. And the worst part is that creation of these sense of faculties is also a creation due to the speed. So there is an illusion, there is something which looks real, but it is not there. Now, the common example that we are talking very often is what was given by Lord Buddha, the fireball and the ring of fires. Now, when you see the ring of the ring of fire, you can't say that there is no ring, because you can obviously see it. But actually, when you analyze it, when you see how it happened, there's no circle. There's no circle, but there is only a ball which is spinning fast. So you cannot go to the 2 ends. You can't say it's not there. You can't say it's there. So when the cause is there, the effect is obvious. When the cause isn't there, when the ball is not spinning, there is no fire circle there. So thought is also like that. Thought is a creation, an instant creation actually, which is not there in the radiant mind, where the small child will have the sense of function, the faculties are functioning, but there is no joining of these functions together to make the thought. But still the child feels that there is a color, the light. Colors are also identified as a function of the mind sensor. It's a light or a shape, we can say. Shape is because of the light. You can see a shape. And similarly, because of the vibration of the eardrum, there is a creation of a sound. So these are called the eye consciousness, ear consciousness, uh, uh, smell consciousness, taste consciousness, or the skin or the body consciousness. So these 5 faculties give some feeling that it is there, so that the small baby, even though the baby doesn't have that thought or naming of that, or a given word to that feeling, the baby feels that there is something. So that is what is described as itta sanya, where the baby feels that there is a light, baby feels that there is a sound, smell, taste, and the skin feeling. But there is no words, no naming, no identification of that. And the feeling as if it is there is due to the current or the fine level of current or the fine level of power, which we also call sasava or taints. Because of that, the child tend to feel like any animal who has this ability, even with one sense of faculty, feels that it is there. So, in other words, in a very subtle way, child feels that child is there. But this level is not described as defilements, and the formation of the thoughts happens gradually with the growing of the child, and it doesn't just happen overnight, but little by little the thoughts are formed. So the names are attached, the mom or dad, ball, uh, some drink, water, uh, sun, moon, etc. Now also, and even the verbs like walking, sitting. So all those are names actually. They are all thoughts. So this naming occurs with the help of the adults who will sort of insert the data, like inserting data to a computer. Child will receive this data subsequently. It doesn't actually stop at the childhood, even later on, until the system, the physical body ends up. Every day there are data accumulated to this system. So, as we have been discussing earlier, new words like tsunami or the words like this corona infection, all those things were data which were included or inserted subsequently. As adults, we came to know those things. Now, when the word tsunami is heard as a result of the vibration of the eardrum, you get the whole picture in that spark. The mind spark will give rise to the full blown details, the news you heard and the pictures you saw on the TV, papers, what you read on the papers and all sorts of discussions, the science part of it, geography part of it, and if there have been any relatives or friends who got affected or even lost their lives due to tsunami. Now all those information will come as an instant spark right now to the as a function of the mind sensor. So this process is something automatic and not not according to a particular plan, and there is no doer in this process. So that part is what we have to understand very clearly, because this process of forming thought is not under anyone's control. So how can you say then, I thought, this thought is always coming to me and troubling me? So can you tell like that? Like all the other five sensor faculties, because very often the other sensor faculties, this automatic or spontaneous function of these other sensor faculties are not given a weight, but the mind sensor faculty, the function of the mind sensor is the one which is given a much higher much higher weight, because always, even though the eye, ear, nose, tongue, those other sensor faculties, if they are in the functioning capacity, if the physical organ is in the functioning capacity, or if the physical organ is there, now for a person who doesn't have the eyes, there is nothing to talk about seeing light. Similarly, if a person is deaf, having a major problem in his ears, you can't talk about the sound. So the physical organ should be there at the background, and the function of the sensor faculties, we sort of take it for granted. Like if you keep the eyes open, the eye will continue to vibrate, and so many shapes will be created. But when it comes to the mind sensor, this part is actually forgotten, and many of our participants who are discussing at the Zoom discussions, they come out with the comments saying that I can't control my thoughts, and this particular thought is troubling me all the time. So what we have to understand is that this is a process. This is the normal function of the system. When you do not realize this part, when the system doesn't sort of understand very clearly what is happening, this is yet another sensor only. When you do not realize, you tend to give a big value to that thought, or this happens automatically. That is your defilement. When the thought is given a weight, automatically, that is where the self is created. Sometimes we hear, sometimes in certain discussions, some have this idea that I want to get rid of my defilements. I want to get rid of my current. But the fact is that current is yourself. Current is a self. It's not, two separate entities. It's the same. So when this part is realized, when the current which is arising is recognized, and it is recognized as the self, the power of that current automatically will be less, and the system automatically tend to realize that when the same incident happens again and again, that current which was generated becomes less and less powerful. So I think about the thought, I think that this is something that I could sort of mention, Shani? Anything else in the chapter you discussed? Any other parts that I have missed? Teruvan Saranai?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි සකමිතුලා තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ. So I would like to get a clarification about how this you said that it's like a firing, right?
Yes.
So like when we see from our eyes, they are like we can see things. I just want to like, yeah, can you give me further clarification about that? How it
Yes.
is an illusion
Yes.
created with the senses?
Yeah, you want to now, can you tell me something that is in front of you right now?
So I can see a bird flying.
Bird. Okay.
So
So now, sorry?
Let's say like I don't know that is a bird, but still I can see something moving in the sky.
That means you can't see it clearly. Is that what you was going to say?
No. Like let's say
You can see a bird, but you don't know what bird is. Is that what you want to say?
No, let's say like I don't know that is a bird, but still we can see something moving. So like
Okay, so that means you can stop at whatever the level that is recognizable. Now, for example, your eye will have a vibration and then catch something. I mean, something is created as a shape, moving shape, isn't it?
Yes.
The shape is moving in the sky. Right. So now,
there
yes.
is this existent feeling there that there is something out there like that.
Yes, definitely. I mean, you even though you do not recognize, now your mind sensor cannot give a name to that, but the mind sensor will give the creation. There is something moving and probably a bird. But you tend to get the feeling that it's there, isn't it? I mean, when you turn the camera towards your system, you know that there is something there. You feel that it is existing, isn't it?
Yeah.
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 So that is your self-feeling. That is your self-perception. That means you have taken it as real. The system feels that there is something real there, flying in the sky. Okay? So when that value is automatically given, the other side of the coin is that the self feeling is there. That means the person who is watching is created on this side. Am I clear enough, Shani?
But still it's a bit confusing about that how there is the things I see. Like
Now that is actually that the feeling that Aryan Vahasi is also there. Unvahasi will correct me. Now that feeling that you get that it's real is a feel that you get, isn't it?
yes.
Yes. So how it is a kind of power within the system. How that power comes is that every vibration has a current. That is the science part of it. Every vibration, that means every wave, has two ends, two opposite ends, and in the center there is a current formed. So when there is fast vibrations of the eye, this current becomes more powerful. And when the sensor faculties get together now, for example, eye, ear, and if there are other sensor faculties which are involved, when they get together, the final result is the thought sensor, mind sensor, isn't it? When it comes to the mind sensor level, that current is more. That current is the one which gives a kind of live feeling. That is why you tend to feel, that is why the system feels that there is something real there. I think these facts are very clearly explained in much more simpler way by Yaran Hanse in the previous, the original, the very first discussions that Unase has made. If you go to the Darshane part in the website, those things are very clearly explained. Even this 14-hour sermon, which is given in, I think, 24 or 25 parts, that clearly explains this process. That current is a one which gives the feeling, gives the system a feeling that it's there, it's real. Anything else you like to clarify, ask on around that topic? I can try to explain more. No. Now, at the beginning, actually, this is a theory part. Actually, this is knowledge. So you have to read about this, how the mind is formed, how you feel that there is it's things are existing, how you feel that the self-existence or self-perception is there. This is the part of the theory where you call it actually Satya Jnana, where you learn it or read it or listen and then gather the knowledge. And then you can sort of revise that in your mind. That is, we call it Savitakka, where you, using your thoughts and the mind, you try to revise what you heard and try to remember the sequel, how it happens. Then automatically, when you are you get it applied automatically to the day-to-day activities, and little by little the function of this mind, the creative ability of this mind becomes more and more clearer. If there's anything else that you want to ask around that, I will try to clarify. R.N. Vahasi is also there. Unhasi will be able to help me. Okay, Teruvan Saranai, Mr. Bernard, would you like to join the discussion? Teruvan Saranai.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can hear. Yes.
What Shani asks is she can't understand something moving in the sky, which she has not data about it. The previous information is not there at the moment, not available. So the same thing is going on. The same mechanism happens. The known things or unknown things are immaterial. They are not. It is not a problem really. What we understand, something unknown is moving. Unknown is again a thing. Again a thing is moving. Someone or something is moving. Again a nama is there. Name is there. Unknown thing is moving there.
Yes, correct.
Yeah. At the same time, if she can't understand that that what you fireball example, just look at the ceiling fan. It is when it is moving fast, you understand automatically some kind of a circle is appearing. Actually, there is no circle there, but still you experience because of the rapid speed. In the same manner, the eye and the object, with the help of fusion, you get that spark, then you understand this is what it happens because of the telepathization. Yes, Doctor.
Yes, 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 that's right. Yes. Yeah, as you said, if the data is not there, it will, I mean, identified as something related now. As Mr. Bernard very correctly said, you can now, if I give another example, if you see a tree, but you don't know the name, and initially the creation of the I and then the creation of the mind will give the conclusion that unknown tree, but knows that it is a tree. Because of the past data, the tree can be identified from the shape, but the name is not there. But subsequently, if somebody shows that this is, let's say, a bulu tree, something which is not very common. So if somebody says, this is the bulu tree, so that data will be added right at that point. So thereafter, if you see the tree, if the same person identifies the tree, and then automatically that name will come as a spark. This is a bulu tree. So like that, if you do not have a particular name or a particular name, some form of identification will happen. Now there may be instances where, say for example, if you see a weapon, kind of weapon used by some sort of tribal people who live in the deep jungle. So if you see a kind of wooden weapon, we'll say, I mean, can recognize it as a shape, can recognize it as made up of wood, but there is no name and you do not know the purpose of that. So like that, the different levels of information, different levels of data will get combined at different levels. So Shani, are you sort of clear with that your question?
Yes, Dr. Sakuntala, yes.
Okay. Peruwan Saranay Aryan Wahanse, if Aryan Wahanse likes to make any comments about what I mentioned, Avasarai. Okay, I think we'll continue a bit more. Aryan Wahanse must be busy with work. Okay, so when we were talking about the thought, if you sort of continue about the thoughts, thought formation or the function of the mind sensor alone is a part of the Mr. Bernard Peruwan Saranay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Peruwan Saranay, we can't hear you. I think there's a problem with the signal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you going to
Now.
tell something?
Yeah. Yeah. Signal problem. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead. Yes. What is it?
Sorry, I think there is some interruption in what you say. Okay. What I was going to say was that the function of the mind sensor is a part of the system itself. But when the thoughts are given a value, when the thoughts are taken as real, that is where the problem is. That is where you can call it akusal. In Sinhala, it's called akusal. where where you can also label them as defilements, but the function of the mind sensor is normal to even the arhat state, because thoughts are necessary for the function of the day-to-day life. So having thoughts is not a sin. It's not something that shouldn't happen, because thoughts are necessary for the day-to-day activities, day-to-day functions. And there are many occasions where even at Lord Buddha's time, there are certain parts in the Buddhist history we hear that Lord Buddha thought of this. He thought about doing this. Lord Buddha thought of going to visit so and so. And Lord Buddha thought that he will wait until this person comes. So like that. The thought formation is a part of the system. But when you give a value to the thought, when you take the thoughts as real, that is where the trouble is. That is where the ignorance is. So that value is what is called the fire or the current. Now we are using so many words actually to describe the same thing, but the meaning, basic meaning is the same. So when the value is added or the value is there for the thought, it means it's taken as real. It means that that is a defilement. It means that is the self-existence, feeling of self-existence. So this is actually, this current is something felt. This is what is described as the feel. And this feel is the one which will lead a system to the correct pathway. Identifying this feel or identifying this current is the one which is basically needed. And this is what will be the headlight to move forward in the Dhamma pathway. More you identify this current, more you identify the own defilements. That means that the system is identifying more and more about the own self-feeling. So identification is the only way to clear the pathway. So these are actually now when you realize that the thoughts are not real, when the thoughts are not given the value, that is the second step in the practical pathway, where the initial thought, now the system realizes that thought is just a collection of function of the other 5 faculties. Now thought is something, now there are instances where without that immediate function of the other 5 faculties, sometimes you tend to think, we say now in formally when we are talking, we say, I was thinking. What do you mean by that? I was thinking means your mind sensor is functioning and your thoughts. But these thoughts are always pre-prepared spark. Again, that is the function of the other five sensor faculties. So thought is always something which was sparked somewhere in the past. It may be during this birth itself, or maybe somewhere in a previous birth, maybe a very, very long time in your samsara journey or your birth cycles. So for a thought to happen right now, there should be something similar happened in the past. That is where you call it actually memory, but there is nothing called memory. There is no place where these informations are stored, it automatically something happens, and it is the result of a spark which happened in the past. So when the thoughts are automatically tagged with this value, that is what you call the defilements. So this is a little bit of a little complex process to understand, because we have been giving a value to the thoughts all this time. So it is like trying to swim upwards against the current in a river. So many things you have to read again and again. Many discussions we have to listen again and again to realize that we have been going just down the river, but now we are trying to swim upwards against the current. I can see Dr. Ravi has joined. Terwa Sarna Ravi, are you in a position to talk to us now? We were talking about the
Yes,
thoughts.
yes, yes,
We were
yes.
talking about the thoughts, how the thoughts are formed, and then the nature of the mind sensor.
Yes, yes. So, yeah, Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Thiruvan Saranai, and also Thiruvan Saranai, everyone. Yes, actually speaking, when you talk about the thoughts, the thought, coming thoughts into your mind, that is perfectly all right. So what you have to do is just try to understand how this thought is built. This thought is
Terwa Sarnai Ravi, we can't hear you.
it is not a, I think we always talk these things, but even we talk these things, sometimes people tend to think thoughts are the problematic things, but we have to understand that thoughts are not sorry,
Now we can hear you again.
you hear me now?
Yeah, now we can hear, yes.
Sorry. Yeah, people tend to think that thoughts are the problematic things. So we have to uh, keep these thoughts coming, and we have to anyhow keep these thoughts suppressed. So from that we can get some kind of a relief and so on. So it is not like that. It really belongs to the concentration meditation. But with the insight meditation, we don't talk about these things. So thoughts are there. Thoughts should be there. What you have to do is just to understand the structure of the thoughts, how the formation happens in the of these thoughts. So that will make you to stay stay without engaging in the thoughts. So the engagement with the thoughts, what used to happen earlier, will not be there with the understanding. So that is the sole purpose of this. So as Dr. Sakuntala said, I think the formation of thoughts is the basis here. Thoughts in the sense, so as we all know, collectively, when the collection of thoughts represent as a mind, as the mind. So we think there is a permanent thing called mind, but we think that there is permanent thing called mind, but it is not true. So mind is created from the thoughts. So then you have to find out how each and every thought gets created. So in order to do so, what we have to do is we have to take one thought and try to analyze how it is get created. So then you will understand this. Each and every thought is are having same kind of a similar kind of a structure there. So how the structure of the thought is very similar. So then you have to go somewhat deeper and see the raw material that are essential for creating the thought. So who provides these raw materials? So if you look at closely, the raw materials are, or the substrates are provided from the sensors. So sensors are the main culprit. So sensors collectively provide substrates to form the thought. So then what we have to do is do some investigation about the sensors. So what is a sensor? So what are the sensors basically we have? Eye, ear, nose, throat, eye, ear, nose, skin, and tongue. Those are the main 5 senses we have. So if you take the eye, so how this eye gets formed? Is it the eye that we are referring to, the eyeball that we can see externally, or the process of vision? So we have to be very are we, so we are referring the eye, so we are talking here as eye for the process of seeing. It is a process of seeing is the eye here. So people collectively say we can see outside, and also people say reptiles can't see in the daytime, but they can see in the night time. So that means their vision, if you take the reptiles, so their vision get created at the night time. In contrast to that, humans, within humans, the vision gets created in the daytime. But the process of the faculty is being created is called the vision. So in this case, So we are referring to the we are referring the process of seeing as the eye. So even though we have the external eye, a muscular eyeball and everything, and nervous systems and all those things, if you can't see, so we can't say that his eye is functioning. No, his eye is not functioning because the faculty is not functioning. The process is not happening in that particular external eyeball. So in the absence of, as you can see here, so as you can understand, there are two things here. One is the uh, external anatomy and what you can see externally, and the internal process. The process is the vision. So in same way, all the other sensors also have these kind of two things: external earlobes, eardrum, and the tympanic membrane, and all the other sensory neurons will be there connected to the external ear. But hearing is something else. Hearing is the functionality of the ear, and also this it is similar to the taste. The feeling of taste is something different, but the external representation, external organ is the tongue. So likewise, so we can't say just by presence of the external sensor does not mean that that particular animal has the vision, has the ability to see, or the other way around is also true. So absence of a particular sensor, external sensor, that does not imply that that particular animal has not that visual capabilities. So if you so the functionality of the sensors are different from the sensors that you see that you can see externally. So in the Buddhism, in the Buddhism, so we are basically talking about the functionality part, the functional part. So that's why we call them faculties. They are like factories, they are like industries, industrial zones. So in that particular industrial zone, it makes something to be visualized. For that we call the eye. In certain industrial zone, it is allocated for hearing or producing sound. For that zone, we call it is our ear sensor. So without an external ear sensor, there might be animals who can hear sounds. So we can't say that the animals, every animal should have a external kind of a ear. to hear the sounds. Maybe they create the sound through their skin sensor. We don't know. The sensor is different from its manufacturing process. So in Buddhism, basically we are talking about this manufacturing process, the creation, how this sound gets created, how this light get created, how this tactile sensation get created, how these thoughts get created, how this uh, taste sensation get created. So it is the most critical thing that we have to analyze and see. So in that case, Lord Buddha said, it is created due to some kind of a vibration. If there is a vibration in that particular, in one particular place, if it resonates with similar kind of vibration, irrespective of the place where it is, that means it can see that particular object. That means it can taste that particular taste. That means it can hear that particular sound. So it is called the samanantara, or the telepathization, or the resonance. So it is basically a very scientific thing. Nowadays, scientists have found out with the quantum entanglement, they found out if you keep apart two different particles, so which have same origin, so they behave more or less in similar way, even they kept apart for so many light years. So irrespective of the distance they have in between, they behave in similar way. So that is the samanantara, or that is the telepathization. So with that, nowadays scientists have found out that teleportation is also possible, because if you make some change in one particle, the other particle behave, the opposite behavior can be observed in the other particle. So it is the quantum entanglement. So same thing has been explained by Lord Buddha 2500 years back. The same way we can, the vision gets created. So we have to be very, we have to understand these things. So otherwise, if you jump from one to another without understanding these things very clearly, so there may be certain areas that we go and stuck. So we have to be very, these things have to be very clear for all of us. So the formation of faculties should be very clear, and then how these faculties come together and create one thought is also important to know. So then the collection of thoughts, how this collection of thoughts form the mind is also important, and this mind, how this mind represents the world is also very important. So it's like creating a huge building with small with small keeping small bricks on top of the one another. So bricks are the things that is created within these faculties. So the ultimate result is the huge building. Here the building is the illusion, world perception. So the mind, the chitta rupa. So if you believe this chitta rupa as real, it is the ignorance that you have. If you believe, that means if you feel that this illusion that has been made through these senses are real, then of course you tend to feel like the worldly perceptions are real. So then there is no way escaping from that thing, because you live in that world. You think that you are living that world, so you are also become the part of that world. So there is no way of escaping from that unless you understand the thought. So if you are able to understand the thought, then of course you tend to feel that there is the unrealistic nature of the thought. The unrealistic, the understanding of the unrealistic nature of the thought will push you from the from this illusion, away from this illusion. So otherwise there is no way of getting out from this illusion. We have to understand how this illusion gets created. Then it will automatically happen. The liberation will automatically happen. So that is the expected internal transformation that Lord Buddha wanted to communicate. So there is another kind of a feeling without a self, without a self. So that is the message that Lord Buddha wanted to communicate to the entire world. So we have been dealing with a self from our birth, but so we have that feeling because we know father, mother, brother, daughter, son, all people are there, and I'm living in this big house and I'm using this kind of a car. Likewise, we had that kind of feeling. But Lord Buddha said there's another kind of a feeling as well, without a self feeling. So, but unfortunately, we didn't know that. We haven't perceived it. Why? Why we haven't perceived it? Because we didn't know that we were in an illusion. Now, after hearing this Dhamma, we know, we get to know, we start knowing that there should be some kind of a feeling without a self here. Then we try to understand this Dhamma. Then, along with the understanding, the non-soul perception will automatically come. So it will take some time, that's all right. So that non-soul state of perception is the truth. For that we call the truth. So truth is not that should be learned, truth that should be felt. what is the truth, the non-soul perception. So it is very difficult, I think, for a person who first time listen this Dharma. But if you come and peacefully join these forums, and if you uh, can contemplate more and more on this, so you will realize by yourself whether the message is true or not. So it has to be realized by yourself. So what Lord Buddha said is just conveying the message. Just, there is some kind of feeling other than what you usually felt. That is the non-soul perception. So in order to see, uh, uh, in order to feel that particular feeling, you have to follow this path. That is the way of Paticcasamuppada. So if you move along that path, you will definitely end up by perceiving that particular state. So that is the truth. That is the truth. So if you happen to feel that non-soul state, non-soul perception, that is the feeling of the truth. Truth is not something that you must know. You only know it. At the same time, you have to feel that truth. The truth is the non-soul state. So yes, Dr. Akundala, do you have anything to? Yeah, I can see Dr. Mrs. Lana is also here. So yeah, Mr. Bernard also here.
Terasan also. Terasan Doctor, Terasan everyone. I was listening to your discussion, Doctor. I joined today after a long time. That's true, Doctor. We have to understand that the sense of creation, the faculties, it is as a they make an output. So that output we always feel as real. That's true, Doctor. The mind creation, without knowing the mind creation, we cannot analyze this what it is. It's an illusion. So this illusion make us the world. So we didn't know earlier that we are always dealing with the illusion. Now, at the starting point, Doctor, we should know how the mind is created. So that is the very important thing. Anyone who is willing to understand your world, your thoughts, that is the most important thing to understand. So even we know this, Doctor, it's very hard to get rid of the mind. So we always dealing with our thoughts. So once we understand, we have to practice over and over again. That means we have to see the reality of the thought every time. So sometimes when we make more effort, even we might get another failure, because too much effort also make us another situation. So therefore we have to understand uh, patiently how the mind is creating and how the thoughts, and we are the point that we cannot understand. The listening Dhamma is really important. So these days also, even some short videos I have heard, Anand was always emphasizing you have to understand your thoughts and how the thoughts are creating and where you are. So that is the thing, Doctor. It is a critical thing. Even though we are trying to understand, always when you think of your thoughts, so after a while we can understand. So we always dealing with our thoughts. So once it doesn't matter. You have to take time. You have to be very patiently to understand this Dhamma. too much hurry, also we get into trouble. So knowledge, we must have a knowledge, but in practical side, we have to put that knowledge into a practical, as a practical aspect. That is the most critical thing. So it doesn't matter. I can, I have to say. So it takes time, doctor. Even though it may long time, it doesn't matter. You have to see how your thoughts are creating and where's the illusion you are always dealing with your day-to-day activities, doctor. That's what I want to say, doctor.
Yes. Yes, I think Lana, if you understand this illusion here without any doubt in it, so even though people come and tell no, this is not a illusion that you are living and so on, so it you can't change because you know it's for sure that you
Yes.
are living in an illusion. The illusion has been made through your own senses. So senses are the main uh, things that are responsible for creating this illusion for us. So if it is a creation, if it is not real, so why should we bother about these things? So will there be a person to be bother about it? So I so earlier, previously, I felt like I'm the one who is dealing with everything. But now I tend to feel so all these things are creation of the senses. So other than the sensor creations, we don't perceive anything beyond that. So sensors are the main culprit for bringing about all these things, isn't it? Uh, Lana?
Yes, doctor. Yes, true, doctor. The most critical thing is to understand the mind sensor. So sometimes we think we are away from the mind. No, doctor. It's very, that means very deep concept. It's there, doctor. So when you are free of your mind, that experience you can you are having, so it is not permanent even, doctor. It comes time to time according to your understanding, according to your way of practicing this dharma. It comes, doctor. So it doesn't matter. So we have to go on this path very carefully, doctor. Even though we
Yes.
know somehow the knowledge will get trapped to go on this path, doctor.
Mm.
No knowledge become a the too much knowledge also become a trouble for this, because we think that is true. Yes, yeah, I'm not going into that deep in that thought. That is also a thought, doctor.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, you are correct. Yes, I
When
think.
you're thinking I'm right, I'm correct, I'm going the correct path, that is also a mind sensor says us.
Mm, mm. So we tend to believe that sense in that case.
Yeah, that is the thing.
Mm,
Yes, doctor. Yes.
yeah, yeah.
It is very careful. We have to be very careful. So
Mm,
when you are free from your mind, it comes automatically. That feel comes
mm-hmm.
automatically. No need to think at all. No thoughts at
Yeah, yeah. Whatever the thought comes, just what you have to do is
all.
just let everything go, isn't it?
Just
So
yes. Let it go. Let it go.
let it go.
When you recognize it as a thought, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
No need
yeah.
to think too much of that, doctor. We have
Yes.
done that mistake, doctor. I also did many times.
Mm-hmm.
Because I have a hunger to find this to Dhamma. That's what I had that trouble. Ranasa corrected me many times, doctor.
Mm.
Can you understand, doctor, what I'm telling?
Yes,
I
yes,
think
yes.
Dr. Sakuntala also got the meaning of that. If there is anything add to that, Doctor, you can add some more points to that, even Doctor.
No, I think both of you did a sort of complete discussion, like, no, from the, as you said, that mind sensor is the one which is sort of behaving in a very bizarre way and very difficult to understand, and it's very difficult to get convinced that it is also part of that system, part of that automatic sequelae of actions. So you very correctly indicated that. Sarnai.
Yes, Doctor. Teran Sarnai.
Since I think we have come to the, I can see Sudharma, and Sudharma also has joined. Would you like to add anything, Sudharma?
Thiruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala,
Sarnai.
Thiruvan Saranai. There are some noises outside, Doctor. I don't know with the sound quality. Do you still hear, or is it a disturbing kind of?
Yeah, we can hear the sound. Yes, maybe you can make a short
Yes.
comment because.
Uh, yeah, I was listening to your presentations from time to time, Doctor. Yes, you all were discussing as usual how this illusionary world is created and how we get entangled in that. And as Miss Lalana pointed out, and Dr. Ravi also pointed out, this culprit. Culprit is the mind sensor. So that's why Aryan Mahanse always warns us and tells that you need to understand the complete mechanism and how this power, mind power is created. So that is how we get the existence feel. And it's the sound is also getting worse. Dr. Sakuntala, I think
Yes.
it's better to let you go ahead. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala.
Thank you for the contribution. I think we have come to the end of the time which is allocated for this Zoom. Shall we conclude, Dr. Ravi? Okay, I think there was Sanai. He must be busy with something. Since we have come to the end of the time allocated for us, we will conclude today. And there was Sarnayar and Nohasa give us a permission to conclude. And thank you all Dhamma friends who contributed, Dr. Ravi, Mr. Justin Bernard, Shani, and Sudharma and Lalana, all of you. Teruvan Saranai, thank you for the contribution. Thank you all, Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Sakuntala, Teruvan Saranai, Aryan Mahasa, Teruvan Saranai, all.
Good morning, everyone. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahasa. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. We'll start with the book, The Two Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 21, paragraph number 2. Then what we see outside is all a lie, an illusion, isn't it? Things don't exist anywhere, does it? All what we think does not exist anywhere. The different languages have different sounds. The language itself is a thought. Now, does the language exist? They are all an illusion. This illusion can be realized or understood only by having awareness. A very small baby has awareness. A very small baby does not have any thoughts about what things are. He does not have any thoughts about sounds or thoughts about images. He has only an awareness. This awareness is the pure truth. or also known as Parama Satya. Aran Mahansa. Ma'am, you asked me to explain Ajatta Bahita. When we say that someone has arrived at the state of Sotapanna or stream entry, it means that you have realized that the outside world does not exist. They have realized that the world outside is only a thought. This state of wisdom is called Sotapanna Bhumiya, stream entry. Then, Anusotaya means you accept the world outside as the reality, and this state of mind is called Pruthajjana Bhumi, conventional or ignorant position. When you have realized that the outside is not the truth and that you are at a level of wisdom of Sotapanna, it means that you are on the right path. Now we will see what one has to do when one has already developed the wisdom to a state of an anagami, never return nor further birth. We mentioned earlier in this discussion that if there isn't a book, then I don't exist. The one with the wisdom of an anagami looks at the world without an I concept in what he sees. He looks at the world with an emptiness. He does not give any value to any of the thoughts. If he sees a thing, he knows that it is only a sound and a color. If the stimulus, aramuna, is a book and if it becomes real to you, then you are there. Then there is you, the observer. The Buddha said, Etang mama. It means I who sees it, the one with the wisdom of anagami, looks at the book without giving any value to it, as he knows that is an illusion. Then there is no I concept in it. It is only an awareness. This is the deepest point of wisdom. If you feel that the table, the book, the bed, all these exist to you, that itself is the I concept, your feeling of being alive. The feeling of being alive is your mind consciousness, a thought. The table is a thought. The book is a thought. The bed is a thought. The thought arises and ceases at every moment. The thought is born and it dies off immediately. Our body does not die. It is the thought or mind that dies. When we stop breathing, that means the mind has stopped igniting sparks. The mind has stopped generating thoughts. That is when our body is buried in the ground. Please think about this. In this moment, when we think of me or I, isn't it only a thought? Upasikawa, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Master. If I cut off my finger, I really cut off a finger of mine? No. The cutting of a finger is only a thought. Now, if I amputate my leg, it is only a thought that I amputated my leg. Then I amputate my other leg. Again, the knowing that I cut off both my legs is only another thought. Then I cut off both my arms. It is only a thought that makes me think that cut off both of my arms. Irwan Sahib.
Yeah, today discussion is everybody. Mm,
Therun Sarna Shane.
it's okay, brother. We continue. Discussion is okay.
Therun Sarna everybody. Therun Sarna announcer.
Yeah.
Here today's the Hum Forum. We try to understand the illusory world where we live, where we die, and where we experience uh, the illusion called life. The life, what we call life, is there a life actually? How do you experience this life? How do you feel that you are there? So these are the problems always uh, created enthusiasm and curiosity in the human mind, in the human civilization. Uh, Today, what we want to explain, what we want to express is you to listen and help you to understand the illusory world. Now, you may get confused when we say illusory world. Illusory world means whatever we see, whatever we hear, whatever we touch or smell or taste, we think that they are real. And at the same time, we feel, I am here. I am here and I experience this life. This is not real. This is not what you think. Now we try to explain you. We want to tell you that these images, what you see, the sounds, the smell, the taste, all those are creation of your mind sensor. We have got 6 sensors, and these sensors function rapidly that a human mind cannot express or explore or investigate it. It is so fast due to that rapidity, due to that swiftness. We can't understand what it is because we always consume, we always associate thoughts. Thoughts are the creations of human mind. That is a natural process. So when we see a something, for example, you see focus or river, you see a river. Now you just say, I see, I experience, I know that this is a river. But the problem is something out there, is something, someone here, is something outside there, something called river, and is here inside the other side. You feel the existence, and you feel that I experience the river. So what a beautiful river, so bubbling river, or whatever it is. So how do we want to understand this is, you don't see a river. At the same time, there is no one called you there. Why? Because to understand this, you have to start from the beginning, how the mind works, how these faculties work. This is how it works. This revelation or this understanding is not reachable to human mind, those who are in the mundane world. This will be revealed, and this has been revealed by noble friend, Lord Buddha or Aryan Manses or Pase Buddha. So they can express, explain, and help the people to understand this illusion. So, for example, you see a river, as we said example at the beginning, see a river. So the river, you see something outside there and you are here. So this is a spark. This is just a spark. So that will the mental I will catch.
Yani apa ini? Gara-gara.
Excuse me, Aryan Mansa. Everyone, Sarnai.
Berat. Oh, terus right. No, it's okay. It's okay. Continue. It's okay.
Yes. So your eye focus on a river, you get the picture. That is just a picture, an object. The thing is, these sensors, our sensors, eye sensor, work so rapidly. Then and there, momentarily, the spark starts there, and it goes so fast. And then the mental formation starts. So when the mental formation, when you come to this stage, with the help of the mind consciousness, they work so swiftly. Therefore, we feel that something is outside there. We feel. Then all the past experiences you had which related to the river that flood into your mind, and that experience comes in your mind, and it is this river that you saw in the past, and what you experienced in the past is here at the moment. Actually, there is no river. That is the label given by the adults, given by the teachers at the kindergarten age. So we feel in this stage, the mind conscious is work so fast, and the spark is there, and the eye conscious start, then mind conscious start get activated. Then you feel that something is outside there. Then and there, the feeling of self starts. So you feel someone is here, I am here. The feeling of I, me, my, mine, myself will automatically get created. So that's a natural phenomena. We can't experience this so unless we understand the true Dhamma. Keep on listening to this true Dhamma and concentrate about it is very important. So this is the mind always catches certain things. It generates certain. Now I hear a sound of a bird. Then I see a fence. The mind goes on. It's a flow. So that is what that is where we are not in a position to understand. The mind flows so fast. One gets we get one idea, then another idea will get associated there. So this is how it goes. Mind is so fast. The spark is there, and The mind consciousness, I consciousness, everything get together and created a world. And that fades then and there. Then another formation will come. You hear something, you taste something. This is how the mind works. So what we have to understand is listening to true Dhamma. That is very important. What is true Dhamma? There is no body and no one, and there is nothing outside. So to solve this puzzle, we have to understand that what we experience is just a spark. Then and there, the momentary, the instantaneous world is created. That is also not true. Then another consciousness, then another consciousness. This is how it passes on. This is how it goes. This is how it proceeds. This is the natural phenomena and the system and the process. Shani, are you there?
Everyone Sunday. Everyone Sunday.
Yeah. Do you have any question regarding to this?
Um,
Yeah, if you have a question, ask. Everyone, Sanai. Aryan, sir, your line is not clear, Aryan.
What is lost?
Aryan, answer, your line is not clear.
Are you asking question or something? No. What's your question is? Are you asking some question or something?
I
Do you hear
asked
me now?
whether Shani
No,
has
it's here.
any.
Do you hear me? It's okay. Now do you hear me? It's okay.
Aryan, answer.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, yes, I hear you. I asked Shani whether she has something to ask. Anything to ask about it.
Can you explain a bit more about how this outside world does not exist?
Yeah, your question is outside world is not exist. Is that so?
Yeah, how the like it says that the outside world does not exist.
Yeah,
Can you
yeah.
be a bit more
Yeah.
clarification?
Outside this world
Now
does
do you
not
hear me?
exist.
Now it's okay.
Yes, I can.
Outside world is not. Yes, Shani. I didn't get
Yes.
it. Your line is not clear. Terwan Sanai.
Teran, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Outside this
Do you hear
world
me,
is not.
Janet? It's okay.
Yes, I can.
It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. Bernard, are you asking some question or something?
She asked a question. Shani asked a question.
Yeah. Yeah. What's that question, son? Yeah.
So, like, I would like to have more clarification about how this outside world does not exist means.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Therefore, sir, like,
What do you think about
therefore,
Bernard?
yeah, yeah. What we think is what we feel and what we experience is that outside world is real. That is what we experience from our childhood. For to explain this is how we start. We'll start from one particular sensor. Just take, as we told you earlier, you see a river, then take that example, that moment only. Your eye catches a picture. That is, your eye sensor functions there. And when that with that, the mind consciousness also starts. Mind consciousness function there. Then with that rapidity, with that swiftness, with that fast movement, you feel itasanya, that you feel something is outside there. That is how it works. We take only one particular shot, one particular spark. You see a river, the picture of a river, your eye consciousness starts function, then you get the idea that some object is there. Then the mind consciousness says, this is a river. This is a river. So that is how did you get that river? That is what you were taught early in the kindergarten. So that then you experience a river when you say all the experiences you have with the river floods into your mind, thoughts
Bernard,
come into
your
mind,
line is
all
not
the
clear.
you know, color of the water, the flowing. Therun Sarnai.
Therwan Sarnai.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Did you get the idea or not? This is how that you see a river there. You feel that you see a river. You experience a river. That is the natural world we see. That's the real world. That's the reality we feel that. So that is not the reality. Why is not the reality? Because it is a creation of your mind. Creation of your mind. How it get created? It get created in this way. When your eye catches a river,
Sani,
then
are you hear me?
Yes, Saranwans, we can hear you. Therwan Sarnai.
The that's river example is given is speed because this light also is speed. No,
Yes.
do you mean that's lighthouse coming? That house of eyes creation speed. No, spark is speedily. No, rapid speed is there.
Yes.
No, mechanism of eye speed. No, spark speed. One is spark. It's like a light. You know.
Yes.
Yeah, sky there. Spark. You know that's negative and positive somewhere different. This same is a mechanism. It's a waves. It's a quantum theory. It's the same, no? Speedily happen, no? Same. Spark. Again and again and again, this spark is happening. That's our eye creation, no? Eye creation, spark is speedily. That's light is coming. That's the effort. That's cause and effort, that is there, no? But the speed is there. Spark is happening speedily, no? How is our ear creation? It's a drum inside. It's a vibration. Speedily happening, no? That's the sound is coming. What is the sound? It's a vibration, no? Speed given us this sound. This how aggregate is here. You know, rupa meaning is a rupa is his vibrations, no? Vibration is our ear creation is given us to sound. That's Vedana Sanya Sankara Vinya. What's this? Vedana is a feel. No? How is this telling? Sanya is perception. Sankara is creation, no? So Vinyana is consciousness. It's something. It's a sound is something. It's a ear consciousness. Sound is something. Eye consciousness is light is something. That's perception becoming consciousness. No. Convert in the consciousness. Do you understand what I say? It's speed is given us this. The sensor creations. The senses. How is the sensor creation? Eye, ear, nose, mouth, and skin. This five sensor. What is the mechanism? It's speed, no? Speed there. The waves, the same. So quantum is we are talking about the packet of spark range. It's okay. Yeah, this seems like the river. That's why I think is Bernard is trying to explain. This is speed. Inside the mechanism is speed is given us this. How is this outside is real? You're asking that outside is how is outside is real? No? That's the question, no?
Yes.
How is outside is real? It's a power. You know, every spark have a power. This spark range have power. One is spark, 2, 3, 4, another one is coming same, no? So speedily happen this is spark. One is spark also have a power, no? One is spark have a power because different end is there. The power is coming, no? That's a theory. A system. This power again and again a spark is happening, more power is coming because this power generating, this power is combined, more power is there. That's the existent field. I existent field is a light. Kindergarten time, little child don't know anything, but existent field is there. There's a before kindergarten time, little child in cot, no? At that time, radiant mind is there. There is no thoughts. What is this thought? This sound and form together coming. The thought is coming. No? Chair is kindergarten time. Teacher is given the picture, chair, and given the sound. That sound and form together, especially the sound and form. But other one is a feel. Ditta Sutta Mutta is Buddha's word. Ditta is your eye. Sutta is your creation. Is Mutta is your feel. Smell, taste, and skin feel. Three together come in Samutta. That's why Tina Sangatipaso is a theory, it's a Pali. The meaning is this five senses, one time is one spark is happening, that one is the thought. That one is existent feel also there because this power, light also existent, sound also existent, is coming, other sense also same. So this existence is coming, there's a light and this sound and form, that's why is chair is there, existent field. We are, this field is outside is existent chair. How is coming existence there? That's his speed, no? That's why I think it's Bernard is trying to explain. What do you think about Shani? Yeah, your idea. What's your thing? Are you doing something?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about? Are you understood what I say? Oh no,
yes,
it's okay.
yeah, I did understand.
Have you some doubt? It's okay. You ask me again a question. Are you clear this point or no? This one.
Yes,
This is speed given us. This.
yes.
This thought is share is not real one. Speed. That's why it's a mirage, no? Consciousness. It's understand one, no? We want to understand this. That's why true Dharma is very important because everything given us to real, but it's not real. No. Yeah. What do you think? Is there answer or no? Because this outside is real or no? Chair is real or no? I ask you again. What do you think? Is that chair is real or no? What's your feel? What do you think? Yeah.
So, after listening to this Dhamma, it's like neither no or yes.
What? Please tell me again.
It's like both no and yes.
You are talking about the born. It's a birth.
No, I don't answer the existent feeling. It's both no and yes. Like it's
Especially ear and eye. The sense creations. Individually, one sensor also given us existent feel.
yes.
Yeah. These two senses are coming together. That's what is a thought. It's a chair. Existent feel is there. One sensor is example is the sound. Eye sensor, no? It's existent feel. It's a itta sanya. It's a alive feel. That one is a itta sanya. Buddha's word is itta sanya is a existent feel. Something is there. I'm here. That's the same. This one. Alive feel. There's a existent feel is otherwise the alive feel. What do you think? Do you understand? Existent feel. Something is there. I'm here. Something not outside anything. I'm not here. Who am I? It's a mirage, no? Like a mirror. You are looking your face. No, there, mirror. But there is no anybody. You are looking. But you are looking outside, mirror. But this example is given that Buddha, Rahul, you are looking outside, but it's your mind. Rahul is Rahula, there, Sutra is there, Tripitaka. But the Buddha's word is there. The Rahul at that time washing the face, the bath is there. So there's a mirror as Rahul see that mirage, no? His face, own face. But it's bath. Buddha told, this Rahul, this like everything. You see, your own mind, you are looking outside. You are in your mind. The meaning is you haven't experienced outside because your sensor, without sensor, you can't experience it. Do you understood what I say?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. We are not talking about outside, nothing, anything. We haven't experienced what is real.
Yes.
We have experienced our own senses. You know, various of living beings have various of type of senses. They are individually, they have world. Them automatically this sense creations given them this world. It's not outside anywhere, it's their mind. Every living being like that, like this. They are living individually, their own mind. What do you think? It's nice actually. I think it's good. No?
Yes.
Yeah. What you understood, you explain.
So I
It's okay.
understood. Yes, let's take people. People are living in a world. It's a mind world, and that world was created from the five senses of there. But it depends on how their senses work, like how their eyes work, and that's how their world was created. The ability of their five senses create their own world, and some people might not see properly, some people might not hear properly, and their world different from each one another.
Yeah. This world is not outside, no? It's our mind. But that is why Buddha told, Salayatana loko. Salayatana meaning is senses. Senses is the world. Your eye is the world. The sound is the world. It's your ear given you to this sound world. It's nice, no? Understand? It's very nice, no? Yeah, it's a real. Awaken. That's dream. Everything is a dream. You know this truth. You know this truth. You awaken this dream, no? Yeah. It's very interesting, no? It's very interesting. What do you think about? Bernard, what do you think about? It's really.
Yeah. Awaken. Trying to awake from
Your signal is not clear. Bernard, your signal is not clear.
Otherwise, we will again not clear. Is it okay now, Aruna?
Now it's okay. Yeah.
Right?
Shani, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Bernard, sound?
Ye- mm,
Good one, Sarnai.
Now it's okay,
Can you hear me?
Bernard. Yeah, now it's okay.
It's time to awake from our dream world, because we don't know that we are living in an illusory world. They create a manifestation of vibration.
Shani,
So in order to
Bernard,
understand it,
are you walking? Are you stay somewhere to clear signal? Because it's not clear. You are walking.
yeah, I'm at one
Not
place. I'm not
always.
talking. Aruna.
Yeah, it's okay, Bernard. Now it's now you explain that. It's okay.
We are living in an illusory world. We are in a dream. So it's time to awake from this dream. So to understand this, just to find what we are always associate, those are thoughts. The thoughts are not real. These are creation of our minds, creation of our mind consciousness. We take them as real. So that is why we are still in the we are moving in the cycle of birth. So this is time to understand our mind, how our mind works, and what will happen to our life. Then when you understand this, you will understand there is nothing outside. They are just a function of the formation of the process of your faculties. We are living in an created world. It is actually not a real world. They are manifestation of vibration. Due to this vibration, uh, the mind senses starts work, and we feel that I am here and something outside there. This duality always remains when you are in an illusory world. So illusion cannot be explained so easily, cannot be understood so easily. We need the proper guidance and continuous guidance of noble friend, our Aryan Nancy. Otherwise, we can't understand this. So just understand one thought, how it works. Then we will understand how all these thoughts are created. Then how all these moments are created. When you feel that something is here, outside there, and you feel I am here, then you think that was there and that is here and that will be there. The whole time tenses will be get into exist. You feel that time is there, someone is here, and something is outside there. All these are created with the rapidity of this vibration. So just to understand this vibration, we have to keep on understand the true Dhamma and practice this Dhamma. Otherwise, we can't. We ourselves can't understand it. We need the proper guidance of our noble friend. Then only we can slowly and gradually uh, solve this puzzle. Then you realize that I am in a dream. I am in an illusory world. This is not real. So that is how it happens. So we create we a fantasy, and we are living in that fantasy, not knowing that it is a fantasy, and we die, and we will be the victim of We are the victims of cycle of birth. That is how this manifestation of vibration actually process, and it is a natural phenomena, and
We can't hear you properly, Mr. Bernard.
get rid of that. So it is only to understand how it works. Actually, there is nobody because of this fast movement, fast and the rapidity. Always, because of this rapidity, we feel that I am here. As you had telepathizes then and there, and that thought will be vividly colored by those telepathization, and you feel the touch, the taste, and everything is there. And at the moment you experience, this is something. A big tree is here, the cloud is there, the sky is there, the birds are there. I hear the birds, I hear the sounds of the vehicles. That is how it goes. So day by day, gradually, you have to concentrate this and listen to true Dhamma. Unless you listen to true Dhamma and follow this path practical in a practical way, uh, you can't get rid of this illusion. It is the illusion that we are living in. That illusion can be understood, and you can succeed if you listen to true Dhamma and follow the practical uh, process. Devan Sarna Shani, are you there?
Yes, there was an Mr. Bernard.
Yeah.
We can't hear you properly. I think there's a signal issue.
Do you have any questions?
So this the feeling
Yes.
of
Go ahead.
me
Can't hear you
myself.
properly. Yeah. There is a signal issue here, but
Yeah.
I try hard to.
Can you hear me now?
Again, can you, can you speak a little bit louder, Shani, please?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shani, it's not your
Yeah, that's
signal
good.
is okay.
Nice.
Bernard is not clear. Bernard is not in clear place. I think it's Bernard side. Shani, is your side is okay, no problem. Yeah. Bernard not clear because Bernard not signal is there. Bernard not coming signal.
Yes,
Shani, you
no.
asking Bernard, are you clear? But Bernard can't say it's clear because he's not in the correct. I think is a place.
Yes. Shani, please ask the question.
So this me myself existence. How does it happens?
That is a very good question. That brings you curiosity. That is right. My I, me, myself, or the self existence, or the some kind of person is outside there. That feeling is here. So how does it get created? That is the problem you have. Is it so?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So this is not a person doing something. There is no personal involvement here. Be- when this I starts function, I start function, it catches, for example, it catches a picture. So then and there, all the past experiences telepathizes. So with the rapid movement, the movement is so rapid. So with that, you feel something outside there, and then and there you get the feeling of feeling. You get the feeling of I am existing here. I am here. It is not someone is there, but the feeling, you feel that someone is here. That is the sanya.
It's same
And you
as
get,
is it
yes,
same as that how mind like
that
gives
is
us
how the
feeling that
mind consciousness work. Yeah, that is
work.
the process of
Yeah.
the mind.
Yes.
That's the
So
system.
that's also an illusion.
Yeah, no, that is not an illusion. That's a natural process. That's a natural process. We have to, what we are explaining is dependent origination. Dependent origination. There you
Okay.
find the last one is the consciousness, mind consciousness, mental consciousness. So the process goes on and on and on. You can't stop it. So what we have to do is you're feeling the existent feeling comes with the rapidity, with the fast movement of this spark.
Yeah.
I and outside something there, as Aryan says, the spark is there, positive and negative is there. Then it get started at fusion. Because of the fusion, it get started. Just think you throw a stone at a river, so you will see the ripples.
Yes.
Have you ever seen this?
Yeah.
In the same manner, in the same that say the river or the pond is so still, it is not moving. So you just throw a stone, a pebble, then you see the ripples goes on. In the same manner, when I catches something, the I I consciousness get started, then the mind consciousness get started, and the other things also work so fast. Process goes on and on and on. The movement is so rapid, so fast. Then you feel something is there. Something is there in that particular moment, in that time, in that particular instance.
Yeah.
So then you feel I am here. That is a feeling you get. That is a feeling you get. That is a feel. That is an experience you get. But actually, no one is there. That is a function of your mind, function of your mind consciousness. That is not a real person is there. No one is there. But that is a natural phenomena. That is a process. That is a mechanism of this mind, how it works. So, do you think that experiencing
There's a
throwing a
picture.
stone at a pebble will happen a day? No. Then another thing, another sense, another organ, another sensor gets started. Then another, then another. Goes and goes and goes on and on and on. The thoughts are created as just as a chain. So we feel then I am here. I experienced in the past. Now I am experiencing this. Tomorrow also I will experience this. That is a misconception, wrong, Chani.
Yes. Terasana.
Yeah. So you don't just experience just one thought a day, 24 hours. Then thoughts are always floods into your mind consciousness get created and you experience something. Then and there, these things are these senses work. Then and there, and that with that rapidity, you get the sanya, then you get the satta sanya. That means I am here. Now, the first thing is you saw a river, then you experience something called river is there. Then I am here. Outside something, duality. This is called duality. Something is outside there. I am here. So this is the duality. This is the problem people can't solve. Man can't solve because only a noble friend can see it through his mind with the help of his wisdom. Then only the other people will understand when he preaches it. So to get this clear, the better thing is to keep on listening to true Dhamma. So you don't get this at once. You have to keep on listening. Yes, Shani. Do you know how mind get created now?
Yes.
Yeah. Then when you feel that from your childhood, now you feel after kindergarten time, you feel that I am existing. In the past, I was there. Now I am here. Now we'll be there in the future. So this is it goes on and on and on. Nobody is doing there. Nothing is outside there. Only the creation. Then and there, the momentary, the instantaneous creations happens. That is the mechanism, the process, the system of the senses. We can't stop it. What we can do is just to detect, to understand, do we get attached to these things? Am I loving these things, or do I hate these things? That is what we have to understand. The defilements. Defilements means the hatred, the evasion, and illusions. So, do I like that person? Why do I like it? I like him so much. So at the same time, you say, I don't like that person. I hate him. Why is it? Because you feel you are there. Why do you feel you are there? Because of the senses. The senses always say, consciousness always says that something is outside there. The mind consciousness, the formation of thoughts are done by the mind consciousness. The mind consciousness, when it function, you feel I am here. If it is feeling, it is a feeling. Just will get it. Something is there. At the same time, you feel I am here. So this is a natural process, just like the photosynthesis we know that happens in the trees.
Yes.
Or natural, just like how it rains, the water cycle.
Yes.
You understand the gravity power, the electricity. In the same way, this is also a process, a mechanism, how it works. The man's the sole purpose must be, his aim, the target, ambition must be to understand how it mind works. Today, we see different type of people, in different countries. They try to solve this problem, but that they have never reached for a satisfactory solution. Why? They are solving this problem, keeping the self their existence in the mundane world. Yes.
Teruvan Saranai, is that Mr. Berlan?
Yeah, Dr. Ravi.
Yeah, we are joining from some kind of a different phone, right? So that's why I couldn't recognize you. So from
Yeah. This is a place where the signal issue is there.
all right.
That is what.
Okay. So you are explaining, Ms. Shani, about the way that your mind
Yeah,
gets created.
she asked why
Mhm.
is it outside world is an illusion. That is the problem she has. How I get created.
Yeah. So yes, actually I just joined to
Yeah.
this forum, but I didn't hear what you explained. But what I think. So shall I explain it in a very short form?
Yeah. That's great.
Water form. So as I understand, so don't what you need to understand, Shani. Uh, do not ever think the outside is not real. So so don't take it as inside and outside. So there are two different things like that. Don't think like that way. Just take it in simple form. You have some kind of a curiosity within you to explore who am I. Just try to understand who you are. Don't think that am I living illusion or am I real? Likewise, don't try to figure it out. It's Dhamma in that way. Just what Dhamma says is actually what Lord Buddha says is even though you think you are here, there is no such a person here, no soul here. So you hear this message. Buddha has told there is no person. So how should that be? Then you can explore how Lord Buddha says that there is no person here. So then you, in order to understand that thing, you will need to do some active, what kind of active kind of experiment here. So in that experiment, Lord Buddha said, please conduct your experiment in this particular way, in this particular angle. So then you will understand, wow, I thought earlier that I am living, but actually I am not living. So if so, who am I? So where am I living? So what is this world? Then you will understand this world is as an illusion. So don't. That's why I told you don't go to preconceived ideas that there is no kind of external world. I am living in an illusion and so on. Don't take this. Don't look at this Dhamma in that way. Just open mind with a blank mind. You try to find out what Lord Buddha has said. Lord Buddha, the message that was given by Lord Buddha is there is no person here, no soul here. So then with that message, you have to do your own research. So how should that be? How should that be? So how did Lord Buddha say that there is no person here? So that is the noble research that you have to conduct by yourself. And also in order to conduct this own research, Lord Buddha has shown a nice clear path. That is that path, that path is the Patisamuppada, the way of conducting the research, the Patisamuppada. It is also a concept that has been created by the Lord Buddha. Why this concept is there? To get this non-soul state to understand this non-soul state in clear way. So if you adapt this concept to your own research, then you will end up with the nice result with non-soul. So that means that you are not starting your research with some kind of pre ideas. No pre ideas at all. With the result, you will realize that, wow, I'm living in an illusion. So the outside world that I used to tell as real, it's a lie. It has to come through this understanding. That means after the doing research, you should get that result. So in order to do so what is the research that Lord Buddha asks you to do? Investigate about your own mind. That means just keeping eye on the mind. No, that is not the thing. The way that the mind gets created, that is the research. So people tend to think, I have the mind. The mind represents my mind represents myself. So that was a misconception. That is the misconception. So mind is not me. Mind does not represent myself. So if so, what the mind is? So then, in order to do so, you have to understand how this creation of the mind happens. So I think Mr. Bernard has clearly explained that thing. Had already, I know it is not very difficult. You know how these five senses collectively create a mental formation. So that mental formation we call a thought. So with collection of thoughts, the mind gets created. So as you clearly understand that other than rapidly occurring thoughts, there is no permanent thing called mind. So we tend to think mind was in our brain. Mind is in our brain. Without the brain, there won't be any kind of a mind, and so on. But yes, that is true. The brain is needed for the creation of the mind, but mind is not located in the brain. So in several sermons, Buddothpado has clearly explained these things. It's like a battery in a brain is like a battery in a car. So you need the battery. So you need the power that is generated from the battery, but the particular power is particular electricity. It is not there in the battery cells. We only can see the battery fluid, acid. But if you join two wires to that terminals, then you spark each other, you will see the spark. Electricity will be generated after that, but through that. Likewise, brain matter is there. They are just a collection of neurons. Brain is just a collection of neurons. So, but it can create the thoughts. So thoughts does not belong to the brain, but without the brain, this mind cannot be created as well. So you have to be very, you have to have some kind of very kind of curious mind, inquisitive mind to see this, and you have to conduct your own research. So how this happens? So how these five senses collectively form a thought? So these things are very needed. These are basics. These are basics. So these are well explained in the Patisamuppada or the cause and effect Dhamma. So when the sparks, so even though we think there's a person behind everything. But as I heard Mr. Bernard also explained this, we assign a persona to a certain spark that has been created with combination of all five senses. This spark has a kind of inherent energy within it. That energy gives a feeling of existence feeling. So that existence feel is the alive feel. So that is for that alive feel we call that is the feeling that we feel we are alive. Why this alive feel comes from the sparks that are those are generated within the senses. What are the senses? Eye, ear, nose, tongue, and skin. And collectively, those senses form the mind, a thought. So thought has